gates. Kind of surprising, right? Normally we've seen teams finish out some of the other dungeons first, but maybe seeing this key and saying, no, yeah, this one goes very far. We just need to get in there.
Yeah. Also to note, it's starting at an 18, which is a really high key level, right? So even though you have to play this dungeon high because it's one of those dungeons that might be able to even, 22 is definitely something that I can see happen here. 23, I don't think that's happening, but 22 is not far from 18, right? So I do think from the 5 hours that they have, they're definitely going to be able to play it up. So I don't necessarily think they have to start on this one, but Echo and Minotaur in particular, they have all of the other dungeons played so high already that starting in the Asher Vault does make a lot of sense. And if they think Asher Vault is the chase key they want to go for as like the highest key that they're doing, then it of course makes sense to start here, so they have more time they can allocate later on to get the highest key done that is possible here in this dungeon.
I'm honestly really excited to see the Azure Vault. I looked at the chat poll as well, and most people were betting on the AV coming on through. So cool to see that happen. And I'm not sure if maybe, I know I was copiuming with the 22 Uldaman, but maybe the 23 Azure is possible. We'll see how the keys look.
I think 22 is already high.
Nagora!
Right? We haven't even seen a 22,
It is.
Right?
Oh, mandatory having some trouble here. I don't think so. I think it would be a world record. Yeah.
Yeah. So like that, like we have to, talk about Asher Vault. Like people think, 23, 25, but we haven't even seen a 22 done by these teams in Group A or in Group B. So even 22 would already be really high. So 23, I think that is like out of any possibilities, I think so at least, because of the way key scaling works. As soon as you get into this 21, 22, 23 territory, all of a sudden the difference between those keys is insane. So I don't think that's possible, but we will see if they even get to 22 first.
See, someone in chat said it was possible, so as we all know, chat knows more than us. I'll go by that. I'll go by that. All right. But of course, to kind of round out on yesterday, I know we talked a little bit about those teams already. We did have mandatory actually already look at some of those 22s in the Brackenheight. They had a couple of runs in there, unfortunately not being able to just clutch it out towards the end, but it definitely looked possible on the timer end. They just need to make sure that they somehow live through it. Specifically, Skylark was running 2 damage trinkets and maybe needs to be a bit safer as they are getting through there, but then of course they'll be looking at the totem health later on again. So that's definitely something I think we will see. Would you agree with Cyro that we'll see 2 of these keys pushed up 1 higher?
I'm not sure. Like I do think that they definitely have the time, right? Because I don't think, as I said, this Asher Vault is probably not going to be taking that long to push up all the way, just because it already starts at an 18. And I do think it's possible to 2-chest to 18, so you would go 18, 20, 21, 22. Yeah. So I don't think they need that much time in this Asher Vault to get it up, which means that they can spend a lot of time trying to push the other keys. But yeah, what are you pushing? You can do the 22 Brackenhide, which we've seen them attempt. But afterwards,
I think that's definitely possible. So to me, the 22 Brackenhide, end of day, it will be there. Question is
like
something
guaranteed?
like a 20... I think one of the teams will have a 22 Brackenhide for sure. Yeah. Oh, this poll at the beginning of the Azure is definitely causing problems. It's 3rd time now for the teams wiping here. Mandatory once, Echo twice.
Yeah, one thing I do want to note as well about this reset is that so I think both Mandatory and Echo think that the 2-chest timer is probably somewhat tight here, because an 18 is easily doable by these teams, even if they have a wipe. Right? So sometimes we've seen teams just continue after a wipe on the lower key levels if they're not going to be anywhere like close to a +3 or +2. So it doesn't matter, they can just keep going. But the fact that that Mandatory and Echo reset here makes me believe that they think it's actually a close 2-chest timer, or they think, you know what, it's only 1 minute into the dungeon, let's just reset anyway.
Yeah, I think you definitely want to set yourself up for success in this key, and if you're already wiping 1 minute in, you might just you might just say, okay, go again. We
Yeah.
haven't lost anything really just yet, so it doesn't really matter. And we're seeing a bunch of do-overs all across the dungeons there at the bottom for match. They're resetting as well, as they're currently in that bracket height. They still need to do the 21. And of course, all of our teams are still fighting for everything. Dratnos explained it, I think, early in that pre-show very well, where if teams are progressing, stuff like a 22 bracket height, we'll see them sink a lot of time in making this happen, where some of the currently lower placed teams can definitely catch up. You can see the leaderboard in the mandatory screen there, point difference of 5 points all throughout our top teams, which sounds like a lot, but it can be overcome.
It definitely can be, especially because of the new format, the keys starting so high. As soon as we get to these chase keys where teams try to attempt getting these world record keys done that no one else has really timed before, then they can just be taking so much time to get it done, if they even get it done at all, right? It is possible that we see a team like Mandatory or Echo wipe on a key for like 2 hours, right? At that point, once we get to those high keys. So all of the other teams can, in theory, catch up. We might even see some teams try to just increase their timers in keys that they've already timed, or decrease the timer rather, to just win within those time tiebreakers eventually. If they feel like, okay, we cannot actually time any more keys, or it would take us way too much time to time it, which would be another factor as well. But yeah, we'll see how that turns out. As Petros per hour, unfortunately, having Drogo go down at the very start of one of their big pulls there in their plus 20 halls of infusion, looks like Drogo is releasing. Crims goes down too to melee, so they might be resetting this key, going again. 3 minutes in, it's not going to be the end of the world, but they are a team that is catching up to the rest of the to the higher leaderboard score. So they do want to make sure they get these keys done somewhat quickly at the start of the day.
Notably, DGT also in that plus 18 Azure Vault, and they managed to get through that first kind of spicy pack very effortlessly in comparison to what we've been seeing on Mandatory and Echo side. 0 deaths on the board right now, as they already have defeated Laymore and are well on track towards that second boss. So definitely a team to look out for. DGT, I think, throughout the weekend have definitely surprised me a lot, and they're close enough to make something happen here. They definitely still need that 21 Uldaman, but I believe they can do it. And of course, we also have to mention it, we're seeing the Warlock again.
Yeah, this is interesting because Dretno's guild team is playing the Warlock in 3 dungeons. They're playing in Academy, in Uldaman, and in Azure Vault. While we've only seen one other team also play Warlock, and that was Mandatory, but they only played in Uldaman. They don't believe that the Warlock is better in Azure Vault or in Academy. So to see the difference is interesting. And we can take a look at the Warlock, how it performs in this dungeon. Of course, getting health stones is pretty nice as soon as you are in those higher key levels, even though most of the things that kill you on higher key levels are one-shots, where the health stone is maybe not really helping you out that much anymore. But you are losing out on the intellect buff. That is something to mention as well about the Warlock is, yes, the Warlock might be doing more damage, but you also lose damage on the rest of your damage dealers because you're missing that intellect buff and the synergy with the Aug Evoker when it comes to those main stats as well. So it does make it sometimes a little bit safer because you have more stuns, you have more disrupts. The Warlock itself is also really tanky as well, but then you also miss out on the mass barriers. It's definitely like a give and take between those two classes.
Well, we've seen the Warlock do particularly well in that Uldaman, and we were thinking that it might not even be possible to do the 21 without a Warlock. And then Echo just came in and they said, guess what? We're just going to do that 21 on the mage and we'll be even faster still. So definitely a pro and con that teams will need to weigh up and see where they land on that scale. Miscount having Yargi go down there on Watcher Iridius in the 20 bottom left corner, and Madge having some trouble on that first boss on the right-hand side in the 21 Brackenhide.
Yeah, Match unfortunately gonna wipe there as they did lose Dr. J, and then they lost one more player afterwards. They had a Belrus available but didn't quite to manage to get it back up. So unfortunately having to reset a boss, losing out on those 4 minutes. Not the end of the world, but we don't want to see Match wipe in Brackenhide for too long anymore after what we've seen yesterday. So hopefully
that's exactly it.
Yeah, hopefully they can get this under control soon.
So for those that maybe need a little bit of a recap, the Brackenheight was already giving match trouble all throughout, I would say, the last 1.5 hours of yesterday, where they had a couple of really good runs, and then throughout this dungeon wiped towards the end of it and were unable to complete it several times. So the more time they spend in here now, the harder it's going to be for them.
Yeah,
They really need
definitely.
to kind of lock it in and then catch up.
Yeah, also for their mental as well. Like, they
Yes.
probably are not too happy about having to spend so much time in this dungeon yesterday, and then if they don't get it done fast today, it might affect them, and it's definitely won't set them up for a nice final day here. So hopefully they can get it done now as they're reaching the key one more time. We do see Miss Count on the bottom left having a much better Halls run than we saw for the other teams there in their plus 20. Only one death so far. And they just dealt with the frog area, so a lot of enemy forces already done. 10-minute split for Watcher Iridius as well.
We were just looking at match in the bottom right, but at the same time, Mandatory in the top left, they managed to pull off a really cool snap. So they grabbed basically everything that they had on that upper ring, and then they brought it down to the area where they are now. So really, really cool technique from them to gather everything from the rings all together in that area of Azure Blade. Really cool.
Oh, and it would be nice if we can get a replay to show that, because yeah, that's a lot of enemy forces they just gathered up there. Also looks like they are jumping down to that lower ring to get another trash pull up. But yeah, that looks crazy. If they can execute that on higher key levels, that would be really good for them. Also, interesting to see that they're pulling this snap out now on the global finals. I wonder if they already had this strategy in the group stage and decided to just kind of save it. Interesting. We would have to ask them afterwards if they maybe even do a winner's interview if they end up getting first. For now, though, Echo is first.
Okay, Nagora, calm down.
Yeah, Echo is in the top right side of the screen, as they are also in this ring area. Looking at the splits, they are 30 seconds slower than Mandatory on that Lamor split. And they also have 10% less enemy forces on the board. Of course, they also had to reset the dungeon twice in comparison to the Mandatory only once. So they're 2 minutes less in that dungeon.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But we're also not seeing that same ring be snapped towards the outside corner. So we'll have to keep a track on their trash count as well as the overall dungeon progression as well, of course, and see how they actually do here. I think in the group stages it was bolstering, so maybe they couldn't do that snap back then. Or maybe they figured it out since then. We know, of course, from our season 1, I believe that Azerwald is a dungeon that allows for a lot of creativity in the routing and where you snap what. There's a lot of that going on. So we'll see. So yeah, it was actually not this room that they snapped to. So it was the room that they were in before. This is now the Azure Blade room.
Yeah, the Azure Blade room can be super difficult on Fortified. We haven't really talked about the affixes too much yet. We have Raging and Afflicted. Afflicted, not really an issue with an Arc Evoker, usually dealing with that pretty easily. Mandatory using Bloodlust and Cooldown as well for this trash pull as soon as it came up on this plus 18. But yeah, this Azure Blade room with Fortified can be pretty hard in the tank. And in addition, it is Raging, and the health pools of these mobs are pretty different. Now, Raging in general, not that big of an issue if the mobs have the same amount of health, because then the Arc Evoker can use Oppressing Roar with overall talent to just remove the Raging effect. But if some of them are Raging already and the others aren't, at some point you are going to have to use that DN Rage ability, and then you still have some of the mobs that are going to be Raging. And of course, Raging makes them not disruptible anymore. So at that point, you cannot be using any of your AoE disrupts.
We just saw that Echo did snap the lower ring up to the upper ring, so a little bit of a different snap on their end, but they should be pretty equal on trash once they actually pull Azure Blade here as well, as both teams are making headway through that dungeon. We can also check in with their timers. Mandatory just used that Bloodlust as they were above that 10-minute marker, and I assume Echo going to do the same thing. Nagura, are you good?
Uh-huh.
Everyone awake now, no problems.
Snapping police.
Right. They're coming.
All right. I do want to mention, like we talked about mandatory snap being this crazy snap, but look at Echo. They are actually, like, they are quicker. Like, of
Yeah, they
course
did a
they're
snap
behind
as
in
well,
the
right?
dungeon.
They grabbed the rings.
Yeah. Because, I mean, obviously Echo is 10 minutes in a dungeon, while mandatory is 12 minutes in a dungeon, so it's a 2-minute difference. And looking at the Bloodlust timer, Echo did not have Bloodlust come up even yet. It's still on cooldown. Well, mandatory did use the Bloodlust halfway through that first trash pull in the Azure Blade room. So I do think that Echo has the potential to get a faster Azure Blade split here, depending on if they use Bloodlust or not. Of course, if Echo holds on to the Bloodlust here, then they might not be beating mandatory in time. But if they're using Bloodlust for Azure Blade, then maybe they do get a faster split. Also depends a little bit on the intermission phases. Looking at mandatory, they're getting the boss really low. Oh, they're actually blasting this boss.
They are, but at the same time, we do have to mention DGT unfortunately wiping, I believe it was 18 minutes into the dungeon, so a lot of time lost in that Azure Vault for them, and it looks like they're also redoing it. So really saying, no, we know we can +2 this probably, so we're going to go out and take that timer ahead once again. I'm not sure what exactly went wrong, but we'll have to check in and figure it out. Now, mandatory finishing out Azure Blade right now, last couple of percentages. And Echo on the right-hand side, they're not using that Bloodlust just yet.
Yeah, they're actually holding on to it. Interesting, yeah. So because Echo was faster in this trash area, or in general until this point in the dungeon, that means that they are just holding on to the Bloodlust, maybe using it in a trash pull later, or using it for Azure Blade here, even though they don't necessarily need it. Looking at how fast mandatory was on the boss DPS, you don't need Bloodlust to push this boss before the next intermission. So I doubt Echo is going to be using that. It looks like Echo is even, they're definitely going to get this boss done, 53%. Their boss was a little bit higher compared to mandatory, but should still be fine.
Oh, look. So DGT actually saying, no, we're good. We're continuing this run, as they did have a couple of deaths here throughout their +18, but they're on to Grey Wing.
Yeah, let's take a look at the timer. I mean, they are doing this strategy where they're going to be pulling trash after Umbral Skull, which is something that we've seen a lot of teams do, pretty common. Looking at the timer, I think if they don't have any more mistakes, they could still get the +2 even, possibly. I mean, I'm bad at actually like guessing how much longer a dungeon takes, even though I know the dungeons, right? And I know how fast teams can be, but something in my brain just does not allow me to guess the time.
It's okay. Casters are not allowed to make math. No. It's fine.
It's not
something
even
to
math,
call out,
it's
though.
just, yeah.
On the left top corner, you're seeing something that, of course, we've seen in past MDIs as well. Mandatory has gathered all of their ranges up on that little pillar on the book there, top left corner, to avoid those Froggos being a problem for them. They're just going to be jumping onto Skylark as he is kiting them back and forth, making sure that the rest of the team can survive, but looks like somebody wiggled a little bit too much as the Breaker actually came into that back line there.
Oh. Breakers, one of those mobs that can be pretty dangerous. One thing to note, though, that is in this area with the frogs and the breakers, the raging is actually not that big of a deal anymore, right? Because, of course, all of these frogs, they don't cast anything, they don't have to be interrupted. So not necessarily that big of a deal that they are raging. They can use that whole area as well. You can see mandatory utilizing it on the top left. Very likely Echo is also going to be using that same spot in just a moment. You can see clicks jumping up there on the right, and then they are going to be avoiding those frog jumps. They can just stand still and cast through, which is going to increase the DPS here a lot. This is interesting because last weekend we had, I believe, Sanguine in this key, and we also had Volcanic before. Both affixes basically stopping this strategy from working. Ooh, and Echo committing Bloodlust for this pull. So they're going to be blasting through this very, very quickly. Even though mandatory is already on the boss, though, on the top left side. But yeah, looking now at the Azure Blade split, Echo was indeed a little bit quicker on that split between Lamer and Azure Blade. So interesting strat differences here between mandatory and Echo. We'll see how it works out for them on higher key levels. Of course, the splits don't really matter on an 18, but it gives us an indicator on how fast their struts might be on the higher key levels.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think it kind of makes sense to send it on a big fortified pole here in the Azure Vault for Echo. But of course, we'll check in once all of those bosses are done. At the same time, Pedro's in the 20 top, bottom left, currently finishing out on Iridius. And then, of course, DGT, they are getting very close to taking down Umbral Scroll. So the question is there a possibility that some of the other teams are actually plus 3ing that 18, which would save them a lot of time, of course?
Yeah, definitely. Looking at Mandatory, they have 5 minutes left with 3 chests, which is more than enough for the end of Grey Wing here and the last boss, if they are using their offenses. Now, I do think it requires some efficient usage of their offensive cooldowns for boss damage, maybe not necessarily like holding stuff too much for the crystals on the last boss. Now it does go down for... Oh, that was the skip. Okay, so they have to use the skip.
Yeah.
Didn't manage to get the Shadow Melt off. It still cost them a little bit of time, though. And looking at their time, 6 minutes 26 left for the 3. I also think that's still doable. Losing the 5 seconds there and the rest timer, not the end of the world. So I think they can still do it as well for their side. But let's see how close it is for Mandatory on the top left. Actually, getting a little bit closer. Yeah. I think you can do it, though.
So important to note, both for Echo and Mandatory, we do have the trash count full. For DGT, of course, they're not going to get through this boss's HP in the next 30 seconds. I don't think so, but they also still have some trash to do still. You're just going to be doing that after the boss, I assume. Something we've been seeing in the past as well, so it's not totally out of the question. Sometimes teams have also tried to snap something down to Umbral Skull. Not going to be the case here for them, as there's pretty much no way to do it once you're actually all down there.
Yeah, also, very interesting adaptation, because I do think Mandatory was actually the team that ended up playing the route. Yeah, I think it was Mandatory. Yeah, so Mandatory, the first weekend, Group A, they were the ones that kind of pioneered the strategy for this TGP, where they're playing the last trash pool after Umbral Skull. And then a lot of the teams were adapting to their strategy and actually running the same thing. Now, Dreadnought Skill team is running that Mandatory route where they're going to go back after, but Mandatory themselves decided, you know what?
Or not running it.
This is, we don't think this is the fastest strat anymore, actually. We're going to do something else. And Echo also doing something else here, not deciding to do trash later on. But yeah, there we go. Mandatory now engaging Umbral Skull. A little bit less than 3 minutes left, which again, I think is enough, especially because they're getting last available still, which is something that Echo does not get back up, actually, within the 3+3 timer. So for them, it might be a little bit closer. We'll see once Grey Wing does go down for them.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting that they kind of lost in a way that doesn't give them that third one if that was an option before, but at the same time it tells you, okay, maybe in those hierarchies then they're going to be getting it back up depending on how that goes for them. For Mandatory, the timer is getting closer and closer, but it is a fortified plus 18, so those 2 minutes should hopefully work out. We have a lot of spikes to kill on this boss, of course, as they are moving through that. Just a quick update, we do have Madge still in that Bracken Height 21, and we do have Mist Count in the Halls of Infusion 20 as well. Both of these teams working on their upgrades to try and claw back some of these points before they head on over into the AV as well.
So one interesting thing to note here about DGT on the bottom right is they have finished off Umbral Skull, but instead of playing the trash at the very start of the dungeon or in the ring area, which is something we've seen from other teams, they actually decided to do the frog pool at the very end. So one advantage of this is that once you port back to this area, you get the movement speed buff from talking to NPCs, so you can gather this up, or you can get here a little bit quicker. But it's certainly a little bit of a weird pathing when you could be doing this after Azure Blade, because you're right there already. I do think maybe this was a change in strategy they did because of Bloodlust timings on higher key levels. That is something I can see, maybe, because now they have the Bloodlust available for this pool, while Echo also had Bloodlust, but they had to hold on to it for quite a while to get there. There we go, 1 minute left though for Mandatory. Boss is on 12%, they have no more crystal spawns left, so they're actually going to +3 and 18 Azure Wall, which is absolutely crazy. While Echo on the top right is also, I think, on pace as well. They don't have Bloodlust available though, so we'll see if Echo can also do it. It's going to be a little bit closer for them.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a question that stays with us once the other teams venture into this dungeon as well. I'm not really sure on DGT and this poll whether or not it is because they had that hiccup earlier on with the wipe, if maybe that was during the frog poll. Of course, we didn't see all of it just yet, so we'll need to check in maybe with our analysts later on to see what exactly was going wrong for them there, and if that's actually the intended route or just a fix that they implemented on the go to make sure that at least the +2 is still on the cards for them, as they have lost out on the +3, of course. But here's Missed Count. They're making their way towards the Primal Tsunami, and I would say the timer's looking pretty good here.
Yeah, timer is looking good for Missed Count. One thing to note as well is that Missed Count is also sticking to that Frost page in Halls of Infusion. That is something that we've seen Missed Count do a lot in almost every dungeon anyway, right? So it's not any surprise. I think Hearthjack's only skipped to change to this to the Fire Mage in the Academy before. So interesting to see that he's also sticking to it in Halls. But yeah, looking at their timer, they are good. They only have the 1 death on the board. So seeing a clean run from Missed Count coming in to today is really promising after that disaster of a first day they had. I think being able to recover from that yesterday and then today also going into the last day strong, getting that 20 timed. Still a lot for them to go though, right? If they want to catch up to teams like Echo and Mandatory, there's still so many points they have to get on the board.
Yeah, that's right. But of course, there is a chance, still a sliver of hope, so to say, for them to do just that once the higher position teams get into those progress keys, and arguably possibly going to lose some time. Echo, though, 35 seconds to go and 10% on Umbral Skull, locking in that +3 in the 18 AV, as well as they are finishing out this key right now. At the same time, we're seeing Matched work on that Brackenhide, and really we want to see them finish it with a good time in there, because they spend a lot of time in this dungeon already. So the faster they can get out of here, the better it is going to be for them. Same for Missed Count. We're currently finishing out on that Primal Tsunami in the Halls of Infusion.
Yeah, Mandatory in the bottom left now in that 21 key. They might be wiping this pool. Looks like some Lasher cast went through. We do see Macing go down, Hopeful proccing that Cauterize as well. Looks like they are going to be running out. That's okay though. It is going from an 18 to a 21 is a huge difference. And this first pull is known to be very difficult for these teams. We've seen resets at the start of this dungeon multiple times. So on a 21, it's no surprise that they're going to have to try this a few times until they can execute it. But yeah, this 21 will be a good indicator to see on how plausible or how possible the 22s are. We talked about this before. We do think that a 22 is doable, even though they haven't done it in the group stages. But the group stages also, I think, at least we had Tyrannical in one weekend. Not sure if it was both. And then we also had Sanguine, for example, in one of the weekends. So these affixes is definitely a lot more favorable for the +22 that we might be seeing eventually. But yeah, Missed Count getting to this intermission on the top right side. 6 minutes left. Again, that's more than enough. They also have the Bloodlust available and a Battle Rust in case something goes wrong. But yeah, they want to make sure they play this clean, and they also have to do the 21 afterwards, which I kind of want them to go into the 21 straight away, just because it's kind of fresh in their minds. What do you think?
Well, I would like that too, but Missed Count thus far have not really agreed with that kind of approach to the dungeons. They slotted in that 20+2 in the Algathar Academy day one pretty early on, and then they didn't come back there until towards the end of day two. So they're really kind of just saying like, oh, let's get a good time and then we'll go somewhere else, which is probably also due to their experience in high key pushing, where they do a lot of different keys, right? So maybe it's just what they feel more comfortable with, but I do agree. I would just like to see them put this dungeon on the board, lock in that 21, and then probably never come back into the Halls of Infusion. I think the target keys for today are definitely going to be any of the fortified keys, really. I think Tyrannical is just so much harder once you actually go up in the dungeon levels.
And someone snap again. What is going on here? All that snapping. Anyway, match on the bottom right, as we talked about earlier, in that 21 Brackenhide that they had some issues with yesterday. But today, after resetting the key on the first boss, because they had some deaths there, they're now in their second or third attempt and are looking really good. They are done with Treemouth. They're doing this stink breath pull that they already did in their group stage as well. One of the teams that decides to do that pull rather than pulling a lot of trash onto Gutshot, which is another strategy that other teams are going for. But they are looking strong. We do have a little bit of Sanguine healing, 16 million on the board for this. But as long as the lower HP mobs are healing and the higher HP mobs aren't, it's not going to be the end of the world. And one more thing to note is that Brackenhide has a pretty easy timer on the 21. So most teams had a lot of time left, even after finishing the KGR Gratheye. As long as you don't have any like major wipes or you don't wipe on bosses, technically they should be fine. But of course, the last boss being one of the most difficult boss fights in all of the dungeons. So being able to execute that properly is something we have to see at the very end.
Yeah, I think for Match, the issue just has been having some issue with that final boss, right? And not being able to clear out the totems once they had an incorporeal, adding some extra trash. So really that back-ended difficulty coming around to bite them. So that is something they'll need to look out for. Mist count, finishing out that hull. So we'll see what they do next. DGT having a death there on Laymore, but they do have that battle rest to get for the backup and back with the team as Matcher now approaching Gutshot, and this is a boss that has been causing havoc and destruction for all of our teams. So many players dying, so much sanguine healing really on this boss as well, so they need to really watch their feet now.
Yeah, definitely have to, especially at the start of this pull, because they are pulling more fighters in with Spatial Paradox into this, as you can see them running in right now. Chaos Nova being used, Battle Mike, making sure that he can get aggro before they start running to the other damage dealers or to Royben on the healer here. And we do see a little bit of Sanguine healing going through, but as long as the boss doesn't get healed, that would be ideal. Don't like getting any of those heals onto the boss. And yeah, they are looking good. Most of the trash is going down. They are trying to kite Gutshot out of those Sanguine pools. Gutshot is also a boss that doesn't always like to move because he casts these abilities that are not interruptible, and during those casts he's not moving and he just casts like shooting or like shots on the tank, which can make it difficult. Once he stands in a Sanguine pool, he's just in there. But they did a good job not getting any of those heals off. So yeah, they're home free for the rest of this fight. Shouldn't be causing any more problems. And we see Mandatory in the bottom left, halfway through Laymore already on a 21. 21 Laymore can be really difficult. Need to use your defensives perfectly to survive those stomps.
So I don't know if you can hear it, but Sebastian's back and he's rooting for Pedro's, of course. That's his favorite team, just because he looks a little bit like a raccoon. So he's cheering for them in those 20 Halls of Infusion that you're seeing in the top left corner. But of course, we'll check in with our other teams. Just a quick reminder, we did not have any eliminations day 1, day 2. So we're trying to keep track of 6 teams at the same time. So we'll rotate them just a fair bit all throughout. But Echo back in that 21 now as well that we just saw Mandatory do at the same time. And then of course, unfortunately for DGT, it's going to be that 20 instead. How do you feel about like missing out on the +3? Do you think it's going to be really relevant?
Well, it wouldn't be relevant if they +2 to 20.
Okay. Do you think that's possible? Do you think they'll do that?
Miscount having to reset. It's the start of their 21, so it's not too bad. Yeah, so I do think that the +2 and the 20 is in theory possible, seeing how fast they were in the 18, but maybe not with DGT's routes, because honestly, DGT's routes looked quite a bit slower compared to Mandatory and Echo.
But they also had a wipe.
Yeah, they did have a full wipe, but even with the wipe, they seemed like that last pull that they're doing after Umbral Skull, it definitely seems
I don't think that's
slower.
their route. So I think they wiped during
pool?
they wiped on the Frog Gathering, and I think they just changed the route because they were like, okay, it's not possible anymore. So we'll definitely keep an eye on them in the 20 here and see if that's going to be their route. Because to me, it looked like they just had to adapt on the go, kind of, which of course is always tricky. So maybe they still have a really good route here. We're going to be watching. Of course, they're now in that first ring, and this is where ideally you would like to see some snapping coming in.
Yeah,
Does that happen? Don't think so,
We're gonna
right?
just-
We still have all of our team here.
yeah, definitely doesn't look like we see any snapping here. That is something we see Mandatory and Echo do. We actually, if we can get Mandatory on the screen, they're the ones that do that snapping pull right after Lamer. There it is. So Mandatory in the bottom left, they are snapping a bunch of trash mobs onto this pull here. We'll see.
Yeah,
Is that
the upper ring,
already?
basically, right?
Yeah, so the
so
whole
they
upper
grab
ring.
the upper ring and they go back. So to the area where you are before, that's what they snap together, all of this here. And then Echo does snap stuff to the upper ring. They take the lower ring upwards. But I'm not sure if DGT is actually doing something. Looks like maybe... No, we're just adding in that pack, right?
Yeah, I don't think Dragon's Guild team is snap. You wouldn't be snapping halfway through a pull like this anyway. But I was wrong. Mandatory is actually snapping after this pull, so we're gonna still be able to see that snap coming in from Mandatory after this is done on the bottom left. So we'll see how that works out for them. As Predators per hour is finishing off Cajun on the top left side. Looking at their timer, they're still looking good. Yeah, they have 0 deaths on the board. They're looking strong. As long as they don't have any major problems with this bridge pull, which of course is incredibly dangerous, especially with that bolstering affix as well. We'll see if Yoda manages to survive and if all of the teams manage to outrange those abilities as well. With the AoE cast coming through from the Proto Dragon at the start, usually is being line of sighted by the team. So we'll see how that goes. Mandatory now, bottom left, finishing off those Crystal Furies, and then they're going to be able to get to that ring, and then we can observe their snap that is going to be happening in just a moment.
Yeah, so we did see Mode kind of go over already trigger, make sure that it's all working, and now Skylark is onto this ring. But the big question is, of course, do they actually do this on the 21 as well, or was it just a snap that they use on that 18? We'll see how it goes as Skylark is currently racking up that first ring. Was this intended?
I think
Looks
so,
like
yes.
it. Here we go. Yes.
All right, so he's gathered the top part of the ring and some of the bottom mobs here, and now he's using Wernstone to get back up to Maesty, now getting gripped over by Stove. And now they're going to be sniping to Skylark in just a moment. You can see the shields coming through, so Skylark does survive this initial damage from the ads. And they're pulling it all the way back here. All right, very interesting. Now, one thing I do want to note is that it takes quite a while for them to set this up, right? Like, the team is basically AFK, waiting for Skylark to gather all of this up. So the time that it takes them to set up, not sure if it makes up for it, like the speed that they're gaining here. We will have to see once we can compare this route to Echo Strut. Echo, of course, also doing a snap just a little bit differently, not gathering up both the rings, snapping it back here, but snapping it to like one of the rings. So this is crazy though. Like the amount of mobs that they have gathered here is absolutely insane. It does allow them to give, like, they basically just have more room in this area, which is really nice compared to the ring. And they can also just cut it out a little bit more. But they're moving backwards. That is something to note, right?
It absolutely is, and we do have a replay of Echo Snap as well, so let's take a look at that and see how theirs work and if it's comparable. I do agree. Mandatory looked like they were really slow at the ending of that previous pull as well, so then it took even longer for Skylark to be able to run off, but here's now grabbing that lower ring, and we'll see him just tag all of that and then go back up to actually get it all together. Wernstone coming in here on clicks, of course, and in comes the snap. Now they're going to be grabbing those upper ring trash as well as everything comes together. And like you said, a little bit less room, but still, it's pretty much the same trash that they're gathering, just much quicker, I feel like.
I think I agree. Like, I think it is quicker. Because you don't have to do this whole like Wernstoning up and then getting gripped over and then walking into position. So it's quicker, might be more like riskier though, right? And if Echo ends up wiping on this pool because they have less space and because they can't do certain things that Mandatory is doing, then and they end up depleting like a 22 key afterwards while Mandatory can execute it, then obviously it is worth it if the timer is not going to be the one thing that breaks this key. But we'll have to see about that once we see those teams reach the end of this dungeon. definitely very interesting to see the differences between those snaps, though. And petros per hour on the bottom right now did reach Primal Tsunami. They have 6 minutes left, which is for sure enough for them. But let's see if they can execute this boss as well, as Match being on the last boss in Brackenhide as well. 5 minutes left.
All right, here we go. Pedro's finishing out that Primal Tsunami. They need to get ported away a couple of times, but for Match, this is the kicker. They've been having so many problems with these totems on the Decatriarch that this time really nothing can go wrong until they finish them all off. They've been losing so much time as DGT actually has some trouble on their route once again. Just a quick check-in with them. Another totem going down cleanly. It did so much damage that Rathai does.
Yeah, that wipe for DGT is definitely a little bit like it's costing them 30 minutes. I think it was an Asher Blade trash, so definitely pretty far into the dungeon that they had to reset here. And keep in mind, they also didn't reach just a plus 18, which means they were at 20. So if they have to reset the 20 while Echo and Mandatory are already in the 21 and looking really strong on their side, not ideal for DGT for sure. But yeah, looking at Match, seeing if they can finish off this boss. 4 minutes 20 left, which I mean, technically should be enough, but this boss can take a long time if you're fully focusing those totems all the time with all of your offensive cooldowns, with your trinkets, with everything. They still have that Bloodlust available, which I hope they're going to be sending on a boss once a second or third set of 2 minutes comes back up for them. But Mandatory and Echo looking strong in this Asher Blade area. This is where we saw DGT wipe, and this is where we see both Mandatory and Echo also commit that Bloodlust as well. This can be really, really dangerous, especially with that Raging Affix, but Echo and Mandatory are looking pretty clean so far.
They absolutely are. Unfortunate situation for DGT once again in that AV not doing them any favors. Match having one of the incorporeals spawn far off, but they're able to interrupt it and get it under control. It's scary to mind control these, so they're not going to be making that mistake again, just in case it casts and adds some extra trash, as they are now 60% through Rathai, getting close to that halfway mark as the boss is down, of course, a couple percent before they reach 0, so should be working out. Bloodlust is ready as well. They do have PI and they should be sending cooldowns very, very soon.
And we saw the Breath already pop. Bloodlust 2, PI now as well being sent by Soda, so they actually are getting a lot of damage onto the boss here, but Soda delaying that PI a little bit to get more damage onto the totem, maybe even lasting until the next. Okay, that's not gonna happen, but either way, they did manage to get the boss a little bit lower here, 45%, but still dropping very slowly. As I said, using all of your cooldowns or most of your cooldowns for the totems just results in this boss dying very, very slowly, even on a 45 key. Timer 240. Thankfully, they do have all of that enemy forces, so they didn't miss anything, which we've seen teams wipe too, unfortunately, as well. Oh, not wipe, just running out of time because of that RP that happens at the end of the boss. Of course, the boss dies at 5%. But yeah, boss is at 36. They have to finish off a couple more totems still.
And we just sent coolies, so there's nothing left there for now. They just have to beat the next couple of totems with trinkets, gadgets, and sheer willpower as they are making headway through that boss there. The next totem is spawning. Still have a couple more to go that they need to finish off. This one seems to be dropping easily. Yeah, there we go. And 2 battle rests are also still available should they need them. Pedro's finishing out that 20. Take a look at those split timers there as well, right in the middle of those 20s. But of course, they would really like that 21 that some of the other teams are having as well. Shella going down. We do have that battle rest though. Got him back up very quickly.
Yeah, and looking at the timer as well, 130 left for Match. It's actually going to get a little bit close for them, I think. Well, okay, let's say they have to do 2 more totems and then maybe they can go on a boss, if that is the case. But they have to make sure that they do maximize the boss damage a little bit here, just because that timer definitely getting closer and closer for them. 18% of boss, they have to finish. Ooh, yeah, okay. Looking good still. 1 minute timer, 60% of the boss. Oh, I think they got it. But...
they got this. It's I think they just... They have to send it 50 seconds. They're pretty good here. One more totem is going to spawn, but at that point, do you even go over or do you just focus the boss? It looks like they're saying all boss, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Scary.
The cast coming through. Lots of damage, but they got the key.
It feels so good to see them take down this 21, actually, because that was like a wall that they just ran into yesterday. So coming in, getting it done, getting through that, definitely a bit of a relief. And, perhaps a bit of a relief for Makes specifically, because now you can take a bit of a break as we bring Zyro in. It's our first caster swap of the day. But Zyronic, are you with me here? Like that's just like, that was a feels good key victory finally for me, and it was extremely close. I think I don't know, like if that totem had actually gone off, which it nearly did, that might have been like a 1%er right there.
Yeah, that could have been pretty bad, but the victory is there, and not only is it a +1, but that's just a massive moral victory for them as well. Just securing the victory over the key that took them out for nearly 2 hours yesterday. Love to see that from Madge. And the first 45 minutes of the day has been pretty interesting as well, especially with the different strategies that we're seeing in this Azure Vault. The two different variations of the snaps between Echo and Mandatory. And then as well, we're also seeing Dratno's Guild team try to make the Warlock work in this key as well. And I think it's actually a sleeper interesting pick for this key in general when you think of the affix set. This Raging affix in this key can actually be pretty annoying to deal with on some of the pulls, and one of the benefits of Warlock is that it does very consistent damage to every target. There's no weird spikes of single target damage you're going to do to random targets, so you can push most mobs to the same Raging range pretty consistently, which is the major difficulty cap. You're going to see a lot of wipes at the start of the key due to pushing some lashers before other lashers, and if your Ogavoker doesn't get a good reset on their AoE Soothe, that can cause problems, and you'll have a lot of debuffs going out from those lashers killing people off in early pulls. So anything you can do to make those pulls a little bit more consistent to clear Raging might work out. But I don't know, you lose a lot of prio damage not bringing that mage, so we'll see how it's going to work out for them. I don't think we got a good idea of how good it actually was in the 18 because Dratno's Guild team had that full wipe in the Frog area on the Gather, so maybe you'll end up being good in the hierarchy.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to see how their route now works out without that full wipe like they had on the 18. But now both Mandatory and Echo are gathering up this frog pool. We can see both of the teams making sure they're jumping up onto this pole, making sure they don't have to move from those frog jumps, and making them pretty stationary. So not only do they not have to move from the frog jumps, but it also prevents the frogs from jumping, which then in return makes them just stand still and take a lot more cleave damage from all of these players, right? So definitely a really big damage increase for them. Mandatory also gathering up that same pool on their side, and they do have to watch out for those shield bashes and of course also for the breaker AoE cast. But so far, looking pretty good for both of the teams.
No bolstering AoE casts to worry about this weekend. No bolstering in this key whatsoever. Don't have to hold your AoE damage on the Shadow Priest on this pull as well. They just get to blast away with a fortified affix on there as well. Just get to do it for a long time. I mean, you get to blast for a ton of time on this frog pull. This frog pull is going to last easily upwards of 2 minutes. I mean, look at the damage the tanks are taking as they're tanking all of these mobs on top of each other. It's kind of crazy, but they can just barely get it done. On the other side, we saw Madge's choice after they dealt with that 21 Brackenhide. They're heading over to the 20 Oldemon, have to get that down. We did have a death from clicks for Echo from one of those breakers. Noticed he wasn't on top of the book, is down dealing with the pack with now. I mean, once you jump down, if you don't have your Warnstone to get back up on the Ogavoker, it can be a little bit of a pain to get back up there. Maybe you can get gripped by the Priest, but usually the Priest is going to be gripping up the Mage to get up there. You just have to manually jump back up there. Clicks could get targeted by another charge from this breaker here if he gets unlucky. Ooh. Also taking damage from the roar there. It looks like he's going to be okay, though. Breaker has gone down. Only a couple frogs left, so Echo have gotten through the pull cleanly. Mandatory also getting through the pull cleanly at almost the exact same time. So these two teams at the top of the leaderboard, they're just both playing lights out right now. Yeah,
looking very impressive by both of the teams. One thing to note, though, is Mandatory is missing Count. I don't think that's their strat. They definitely missed something. Echo notably done with their trash. Mandatory missing quite a bit of Count. So something went wrong probably with one of their snaps. Yeah, this is not good for them. They're I do think the timer is still going to be fine, even afterwards. Oh, Sally. Oh, they do have a full wipe on Echo's side. They did put down a savior, it looks like. So they're going to be able to get back up, but they unfortunately did not manage to reset the aggro on these breakers. So the way they usually want to skip this is by having the tank aggro the breakers, everyone else walks past, and then you see the Shadow Meld come out from the tank to be able to reset the aggro. Didn't quite manage to reset the aggro on all of their members. One of them probably was in combat, then they all snapped to them. They did thankfully put out a savior, and they're going to be able to continue here, which means the fact that they're continuing means that they definitely feel like they have enough time. And Mandatory also think they have enough time because they probably also know that they're missing that count. So both teams can still do this key in a 21. But yeah, a little bit of a problem for both of the teams coming through here.
Yeah, still 7.5 minutes for Echo to deal with both of these bosses. They should have plenty of time to deal with this. They even have the Bloodlust ready when they choose to use it here, probably saving it for Umbral Skull. They don't have to be too worried. That is twice now that they've messed up that skip, and one of the things this Afflicted Affix can do in this key is if it spawns while your tank is going for the Shadow Meld skip, because they're friendly targets, if they spawn as your tank tries to Shadow Meld aggro off, they will keep you in combat, and if your tank comes over to the group, your entire group will get in combat. I'm pretty sure that's what just happened to Echo, and it's also what happened now on a Shadow Meld skip in the 18 as well. Don't think it's going to cost them anything, but it's just something to keep an eye on as they get to the higher key levels. You know, a failed skip could be the difference between timing a potential 23 and not timing a 23, so we'll see if that's an issue moving forward for them. Not going to worry about it on this 21. They've got plenty of time to get this done. I am a little worried about Mandatory, though. They do have a lot of time to get the two bosses down, but that extra trash pull that they're going to have to go back and get could cost them a lot of time, especially if, like you mentioned, it's part of that snapped trash that maybe didn't get snapped properly back when they did that pull. That's a lot of runtime, even with the move speed buff you get from talking to the teleporter, and we could see them fail the 2-chest here, if that's what it is.
Wait, I just want to ask, you think Echo can easily 2-chest with 6 minutes left here?
21 Fortified, I mean, these bosses don't take that long on 21 Fortified. I think actually Talash Greywing takes longer than Umbral Skull, just because of the intermission phases. I think Talash is probably like 3:30, Umbral Skull's probably 3:15. So I think they have about a minute of leeway. I think they should be able to beat the 2-chest timer pretty handily. Just can't make any major mistakes. Like, you have to, like, the difference between Fortified and Tyrannical and boss HP is crazy. Like, these bosses take so much longer on Tyrannical.
Oh, we're going to have to see. I mean, I was under the impression that we're not going to see a 2-chest here in the 21, but we will see. And do you also think they're going to go straight into the 23 if they actually do 2-chests?
I don't know about that. I'm down for it. That would be hype, but can you go straight into 23? When we get into 23, we actually have to start talking about the bosses being a major breaking point again. So boss damage on 23 Fort is about equivalent to a 21.5 Tyrannical, so in between 21 and 22. And we've already seen from some of our attempts in the Cup weekends that you can live 22 Tyrannical Lamar. So theoretically, you can live the bosses. The problem just becomes 23 Fortified. Do you have time to chew through the massive amount of HP that the poles have? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Be interesting to see for sure. But yeah, I do think Mandatory on the bottom top left. I mean, I just don't see them finishing off this boss and doing the rest of the enemy forces that they need to do within that 5-minute time frame, but maybe they can surprise us. Echo, on the other hand, they're on the top right, and they are about to finish off Greywing. They're going to get one more intermission here, and they're going to be below 4 minutes. I also don't think Echo is going to be 2-chesting this either, personally, but we're going to have to see. I did want to mention that missed count, if we can get them on the screen. They're actually in at 21 hulls, and they're looking really good. They finished off Galloping Goliath now. They're still on 0 deaths, and they only had to reset this key once at the very start, and now they're in this like really perfect run. So miscount actually looking really strong now. 21 hulls of infusion, no easy task for sure.
I'm gonna say it. Echo has it. 100% Echo gets the 2-chest here.
What?
100%. Right. I have supreme confidence that they'll get this done.
They only had like 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's good. Umbral Skull's a fake boss. Fake boss. Umbral Skull's a fraud. I'll say it.
Okay.
This boss dies so fast, and actually the cooldown timing is really good for them too. Mirrors can hit this on cooldown and actually have it channel. They can have it. They can have it channel into the first transition. So like this should be fine. They've got the 2s for first crystals. They've got the lust for second crystals. They've got the 2s for third crystals. Everything is set up. This boss dies so fast.
Well, if you say so, then I believe it. They did immediately pull the boss and jump down. I think they also knew that this is possible because they just like instantaneously engaged this boss. So definitely seems like Echo knows that this can still be two-chested as they are about to get those first crystals to spawn. Mandatory though on the top left, they're already further into Umbral Skull. But yeah, again, they missed some sort of snap, or they missed some sort of mobs earlier in their route, because earlier when they did the 18, they also were at 100% enemy forces on Umbral Skull. So certainly something went wrong for Mandatory. They decided not to reset the key. So I mean, it's still possible they can get the 2 chests if they're really quick with those enemy forces that they're missing after Umbral Skull, but they have to port back, they have to find the trash that they want to do as well, and then they have to finish off within probably like less than 2 minutes, which is going to be pretty difficult for them. We'll see.
Look at the crystal spawn from now. They're nice stacked crystals. Don't actually have to swap to them. Just make sure you have dots on them. Do as much AoE damage as possible. I think they should be fine. Just burn boss. You're good to go. That crystal's going to get close to the fracture cast, but you just have to go for pure boss damage here. Okay, maybe I was being a little bit too excited. I don't know. It's pretty close. They had, what, 320 when they pulled the boss? They still have yet to press Lust? I think this is still going to be really close. I still think there's a chance.
I think... I don't know. You've kind of convinced me now. I'm onto this +2 as well for Echo. For Mandatory, I think it's a lot better for Echo for the +2 for sure. We're gonna have to see how they're dealing with this. Still holding on to this last, as you said. Probably gonna be saving it for the next set of cooldowns, maybe in combination with the crystal spawn as well, because of course a lot of the specs that they're playing can do a lot of boss damage while also cleaving down those crystals that are spawning really close to the boss because of the positioning of now. But there we go, the last is running. No PI or breath available. They're using this last to deal with the crystals actually, and maybe the last actually stays up for a little while longer. But Umbral Skull going down for Mandatory on the top left. They have a minute 40, a minute 30 to get the last couple of enemy forces, so they have to move really quickly. Echo though, top right, 47 seconds. They still have to deal with a set of crystals. I don't think they're doing this.
Darn. It's actually okay, it takes a little bit longer than I thought it would. I think Mandatory's kill time was 345. Echo had, what, 327 coming into the boss, so can you find 18 seconds worth of damage? I don't think so. 30 seconds left, still have to do 30% of the boss's HP. Have the 2 minutes coming off cooldown, but you're just saving those to kill crystals. It was a valiant effort, but just not quite enough in the grand scheme of things. So, okay, no +2 on the 21. But you know what that means. That means, oh wait, now goes down to a Dragon Strike. This is okay though, because the DPS can both run away. They both have ways of dropping aggregate back on now. The big thing here is the boss is not on top of the hill here, so these crystal spawns can be very far apart when the boss pushes to 25%, and that could be an issue for them. Here's the 2 minutes coming off cooldown, Void Eruption out, but look how spread the crystals are. Mirrors has to get dots on all of these before we can start burning the crystal, which means that's more time they're going to be taking damage from the shield on the hardened crystal. Fortunately, massive amounts of damage from Genji on that crystal. It's going to be okay for Echo. No fracture damage going off, and with the boss below 20% HP, it's just done now here. Cannot have any further deaths to the Dragon Strike, but even if they do, Battle Res coming off cooldown should be okay for them. They still have the Fade, the Greater Invis to get that aggro back onto their tank. If that happens, they should be okay.
12
Mandatory on the top left. Can they finish off this trash pack with enough time on the 2 chests? 7 seconds left here. They need to kill all of it off. I don't know if they have enough time left. 3 seconds left. Can you finish off the last little bit of count? It's not going to be enough, so no 2 chests for them either.
Wow, so the mistakes from both of these teams. So Echo having that unfortunate reset there because of the snap from the breakers, not being able to 2 chests, and then Mandatory, we believe it was a mistake not getting this count, but it's also possible that they change up their strategy to actually do the trash at the end. Like, it's also possible that this is actually their intended strategy, right? Because maybe this like other route is only something they did on the 18 to 3 chest. So we will have to see once we see the 22 done by both Mandatory and Echo if Mandatory is going to be sticking to this new route that they're running, or if it actually was a mistake. But yeah, missed countdown, Cajun on the 21, top left. Let's focus a little bit on our other teams, even though it was very Interesting to watch both Echo and Mandatory one-shot this 21, or almost one-shot the 21. A really, really clean run by both of the teams. Miscount, though, looking really good on that Cajun run. AJ is still pretty high on mana as well. Going to be able to heal through this mana-wise. Just need to make sure they also have enough defensives left to stack on top of the HPS of AJ.
Going to be able to get through it. I was worried about that Afflicted. It only got to halfway on its cast, but you never know. Sometimes you can just forget that it's happening and accidentally let it go off. Not going to be the case for Miscount here, though, with Kajin dropping below 10%. AJ still a little bit of mana, just the tiniest little bit left, but that's all he needs to heal up his team with. I think they're going to be able to get through this. And the timer that we looked for on the Kajin on 21, anything sub 26, you're on for a good run. But we know on this bolstering affix, the bridge can prove fatal. Need to deal with that Proto-Dragon as quickly as possible. Problems for Madge and the 20 Uldaman. Sentinel Talandris claiming this run. Another 12 minutes gone for this team that's just had too many inconsistency issues over the past 3 hours of competition. It was great for them to get the Brackenhide down, but they're going to have to keep the consistency up and bring it back to have a chance of making up places in this competition. You know, I was thinking about that 21 Azure Vault that we just saw. Nagura, if Echo didn't have that Afflicted problem on their skip going into Last Greywing, they would have easily had the 2 chests. That cost them so much time in addition to like the 5 death timers. That's rough. I mean, the question remained, though, would they have gone into the 23 right away? I think 23 is something we're going to see them go for as a stretch goal today. I don't know if they would have gone right into it, though.
Yeah, maybe they don't care that much about the +2 there because of what you said. Doing the 22 first, I think, does make a lot of sense before trying a 23, which would be a really high key. That would be insane, just how much damage the trash does and how much damage the bosses do. And just the insane amount of time it takes to chew through those high HP mobs and the bosses. It would be insane. We're gonna have to see. I did want to point out one thing about DGT though. So DGT top right, I was earlier saying how much slower their route seemed compared to Echo and Mandatory, but Makes pointed out that they did have a wipe and that maybe because of that wipe they changed up their route on the fly, and we now know that this is true. So Dreadnought's guild team does have 100% enemy forces going into Telos Greywing here. The last time when they did the frog pull afterwards, that's just an adaptation they did because of a wipe. So that means that their route actually is pretty quick. Unfortunately, they're gonna... Wait, I want to say unfortunately they missed out on the 3 chests, but fortunately they are gonna get the 2 chests, which is what they need, right? Because missing out on the 3 chests on the 18 and now getting the +2 and the 20 means they're going to be at the same level as both Echo and Mandatory, meaning that they're not losing out on one whole dungeon run.
Yeah, if they were able to get the 3 chests in those 20, that would be kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, the timer's looking great for the 2 chest here. I mean, Talash probably takes them another 2 minutes or so from this point, and then they've got another 7 minutes to deal with Umbral Scroll after the fact. So should be a simple 2 chests, and then they're on to that 22 with Echo and Mandatory. The problem for Dragon's guild team is those full wipes, though. They've had 2 full wipes in this dungeon now. They had that one in the 18, which was actually in a really rough spot. It cost them a lot of time. It was after the Gather of Frogs. They had gotten all the way to the bottom of that super long staircase, and then people started to die off there. I don't know if there was an aggro reset or if people just died to maybe like the invisible frog stomps on the stairs. Those can get people good sometimes. But they had to just completely change up the route after that, and didn't go well for them, didn't get the 3 chest. And then they also had a wipe in Azure Blade on the 20. So they lost another 15 minutes or so there. That's why they're so behind in terms of the actual Azure Vault progression. You know, Mandatory and Echo already working on the 22, whereas Dragon's guild team just now finishing up their second run. But, you know, they can still get back into it. They're still holding on to that 3rd place slot, so this is good for them. They're playing well. I just really want to see what the benefit of the Warlock is on the higher key. Does it actually give you a ton of extra time? Remember the big thing that we're talking about with him in Uldaman and also Azure Algathar Academy, the good thing Warlock does is it really synergizes well with damage increases on the bosses. That's why it's really good in those 2 dungeons with Kroth and Bromok specifically. There's not really any of that in this key. The only thing that they're really bringing is raw AoE damage, and I think that Mage would just be safer. But if there's anyone who knows how to play the Warlock well, it's Cryptix. He's been playing it for a long time, playing it in the World First race for a while, so dude's insane at the class. If he thinks it's good, it probably is.
Yeah, we're going to have to see, maybe do some comparisons later on. But we do see Mandatory now fighting Laymore on that +22 fortified key. Unfortunately, Echo did have a wipe and they had to reset after one of those trash pulls at the very start. so not losing out too much time for Echo, but Mandatory not having that same mistake. It's a very good sign for Mandatory that they managed to finish off this 22 trash pull the very start there. Even though, looking at the count, I think maybe what they've done in that plus 21 was actually their new route that they're running on this higher keys. So very interesting adaptation there. Miscount now on Primal Tsunami. Top left side of the screen. They are on this 21. And if they get this down, that would be super good for Miscount, super good for their morale as well. They have to catch up quite a lot still. But then at least once they get this 21 done, they can move on from this Halls of Infusion, maybe do some other keys, play them up as well, or go into this Asher Vault where the other teams are. They have 4 minutes 40 left, which I think is enough. It is enough, right, Sarah? Let's take a look at the other splits that we've seen.
Yeah, for Halls of Infusion last boss, you usually want about 4 minutes 45 seconds. That's like you barely have enough time to deal with the boss. But they had like over 5 minutes when they pulled the boss, so they should be fine. Another good split to look at it, for example, is how much time you have left after you finish the intermission. If you have anywhere in the 2-minute range, that's usually enough. And I think Miscount have nailed it. They have plenty of time left, 4 minutes heading into the intermission here. Just have to make sure they play it safe. No risk, and look at this. Your Shadow... Yarki's pumping his fists right now. He's got the best partner to run down this bridge with. Kara's going to run ahead, leap forward, stop these water waves from spawning for him, and then he can just happily saunter on down the platform as a Shadow Priest, nice and slow. Oh man, you're loving life as a Shadow Priest when that happens to you. And look at that, the mobs are already going to be stacked for him by the time they get to the middle. Oh, this is beautiful.
Yeah, looking very good for Miscount, as Echo unfortunately did have to reset their key again, as they ended up wiping on that first trash pull in that 22 Asher Vault. While Mandatory in the bottom right is about to finish off Laymore, looking very, very good for them. But there's, of course, still a lot of dungeon left. Dreadnought's Guild team are now also an Umbral Skull on top right side. They're looking very good on that +2. So that means they can also go into the 22 Asher Vault and join both Mandatory and Echo in attempting that key if they finish off Umbral Skull. But again, Umbral Skull can still cause issues on a +20 as well with those crystal spawns. And with the tank damage we've seen now go down earlier in the 21 run for Echo, they managed to recover. And Dreadnought's Guild team also has Bloodlust and 2 Battle Rusts available still, so they still have some safety nets left. But yeah, still want to make sure they're playing this clean.
Miscount are actually on pace for a super fast Halls of Infusion. I don't think they're going to be quite as fast as Echo's run yesterday, that 33:03 they had, which was just abnormally fast. That was unreal fast. That's peak Echo fast. Miscount, though, can easily go faster than Mandatory, who at a 34:07. They had 3.5 minutes left coming out of that intermission here. This boss should go down incredibly quickly. We might see something like a 33:30, which would be great for them for time tiebreakers should it come to that. I think the team that we're looking for Miscount to compete with right now is probably the other team right on the side of them in the top right there, Dragonflight's Guild team. Miscount, we came into the weekend thinking they were a top 2, top 3 team, and after that first day there were question marks, but I mean, they've been climbing the rungs of the ladder they need to get back into the competition, slowly working their way back into it, and this is yet another one they need to climb up to get back into it, and they're getting it done early on in the day here. 15% left on the Primal Infusion. Focused Deluge going to go on Kira here, but he's chilling. He's got the cheat deaths in the back pocket. Nothing to worry about. Even using the last resort here, not too much of an issue. One final Tempest Fury going to come off here, and look at that. The Bloodlust wasn't even off cooldown yet until just now. Just going to cap it off at the end here. Last set of AoE, not going to take any health bars below half HP. It's going to be the 21 done for Miscount.
Really well done by them, and that's going to be so nice for them being able to move on from this dungeon. Unfortunately, Echo, again, wiping out that first pool. I think this is the 3rd time that they have to reset this 22. While Mandatory on the top right, they're about to gather up the snap pool that we've seen them do on the previous runs as well. So Skylark is going to be moving forward, gathering up a bunch of trash, then Wernstone to Maystine, then get gripped over by Stove to this previous platform. So a long setup that it takes them, but makes it a little bit safer because they have more space here. While Mandatory is doing that, Dreadnought's Guild team on the top left is finishing off Umbral Skull, and they are 2-chesting this +20 Asher Vault, and there we go. They can go back into that +22, meaning they don't have to, they don't have any like downside for not being able to 3-chest the 18 initially. So really well done by them getting back to that 22 key.
And this is interesting. This is kind of what I was talking about before. Front-loading difficulty in this Raging Azure Vault is going to be a big blocker to our teams. That first pull, every single extra mob you add to that pull is potential for one of those lashers to go into their Raging range before other mobs go into it. And if that mob isn't interrupted, it puts a nasty debuff on your team, which can easily just kill you off. You do have a Mass Dispel to deal with one extra tick of it, but if any extra cast get off, it's definitely something that could cause wipes, and we're seeing that pose an issue for Echo. They're going for a slightly larger first pull than mandatory, which is definitely riskier, and we're seeing them wipe to it a couple times here, but if they're able to pull it off, it'll definitely give them a much easier time timing the rest of the key. I think this is honestly just kind of practice for the 23, because I think 23 is something that's going to be on the table for today. It might actually even be the easiest of the push keys left for the teams to go for. I don't know. I think the 22 Bracken height is still something that's doable, but I think we're going to see a lot of attempts at this 23 Azure Vault once the 22 is done.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if that is what these teams are attempting. I still think a 23 Azure Vault is pretty crazy, and I'd love to see it. We'll see what the teams decide on doing, but first they of course have to time this 22, which is by no means an easy task. The amount of damage these mobs and the boss are doing is absolutely crazy, and it just takes so long to chew through all of this health. You can see Mandatory still fighting the snapping pool that they set up pretty cleanly earlier. And Jotno's Guild team now also in the 22 Azure Vault on the bottom left. We'll see what they decide to do at the very start here, if they have a similar bigger pool like Echo does, or if they go with a smaller pool of Mandatory. I also want to note something about these riskier routes that Echo is doing, because I do think in some dungeons we've seen that same kind of strategy where Echo does some riskier stuff, and they also wipe more because of it, but then once they time the key, they actually have a really fast time. And I think because of the format that we have for this TGP, that might actually pay off for them. Because if at the end of the day, we end up having all of these highest keys done and it comes down to the tiebreakers, then Echo is going to have that advantage for having those really fast routes if they execute them well. Now, that is obviously something that we'll still have to see. Mandatory gathering up another huge pool on the top left side in that ring area, though.
Yeah, something to consider as well is lust timing might have to change on this hierarchy level as well. Mandatory's been saving the Bloodlust for the next pull, but if they don't press that Bloodlust in the next minute or so, you might not actually be able to get 3 of them for the rest of the key. I would have liked to see them press it on this pull, to be honest. That would have left them in danger for the next one, which is considerably more dangerous for the tank, but I don't know, if you can get away with just 2 lusts for the rest of the key and still time it, I don't hate the idea of saving it. We had a little bit of a mistake for Madge in the top right there. Dr. J did go down in the middle of the boss here, and this is where they wiped in their last attempt on the 20 Uldamon here. Crushing Stomp starting to hurt as the boss gains those damage stacks throughout the course of the fight here. Have to keep an eye on the Earthen Shards targets as well. Once a player drops low, they need to instantly get topped before that debuff takes them out. Shelly will be able to cauterize some of them off, but not every single one. They do have Dwarf available on Dr. J, so he would be the target you'd be pumping your fist if he got the next one on, but that's not to be the case. Soda is the target of the next one. Looks like it was cauterized off, but not much of an issue. But look at the damage from the Crushing Stomps. This is just on the 20. If they're going to head for the 21 after, could pose a lot of issues. And we know this isn't the end of the difficulty in the dungeon. The next pull right after this boss has caused tons of issues for our teams that have already timed this on 21.
Yeah, and it's not just the bleed itself that does a lot of damage, it's also the initial of the bleed too, especially if it's close to a stump either before or after. And so that looks like Match is dealing with it pretty well, and the boss is about to drop lower and lower. They are saving the Bloodlust for the trash pool right after this, as Shella does go down. They don't have a battle res to get Shella back up. The boss is definitely low, and I think Shella might be even the best target to die here, because losing any other damage dealer would mean a bigger DPS loss, and losing Royman, of course, would mean that would be a disaster for the rest of the being able to heal up those bleeds.
One last stop.
Salandras, they might be able to finish this boss off, but yeah, that looked very scary for a match.
Got really lucky there with that last Earthen Shards going on Dr. J, instantly dwarfing that off, so they'll have to deal with it. Soda also going down, and this is actually worst case scenario for the healer here. Roybin now has to be the one to res the team. You would have hoped that the Shadow Priest could get the res on Shelly while Roybin sat down for a drink, but also the Evoker dying here is not necessarily ideal too. Usually after dealing with Tyrannus, you want to let your healer just sit down and drink, and then they'll Wurnstone into the group for the next pull, but not able to really deal with that efficiency, and not even sitting down for a drink as we just head into the next pull. Are they going to be going for the mandatory version or the Echo version? Looks like it's the Echo version going into the Protector here. We already know how dangerous this can be. Line of sighting around the corner, letting all of that trash funnel in. So much to deal with here. First Earthquake going to be popping here for massive damage. Roybin, though, in the tree form, going to be able to heal everyone up, but still with that massive healing. Look at the health bars for the team. If any Hail of Stone Ticks go off in the middle of this, it could be instant death for the team. Not the case just yet. They might have to live through just one more of those Earthquakes. They're going to have every other cooldown in the book to throw at it here. 2 minutes just now coming off cooldown. Soda will pop the Vampiric Embrace to help out with the healing during this second Earthquake. And as long as they don't let any extra Hail of Stone Ticks go off, they should be good. But that is an Earthquake going down, killing off Soda. Dr. J also getting cleaved down while Lamike tries to kite the trash around. And they just have no damage. This pull's done. I don't know what you can do. That both of their main damage dealers are dead. They don't have a battle res. They use them on the bosses. This pull claims yet another run.
Did they not last, or is this an observer thing?
That's
they did last. Okay. Oh, for a second I thought.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So they did last. Otherwise, I would have explained the missing damage. But yeah, unfortunately, having to reset that key. And miscount though, bottom left there now also in Asher Vault after finishing off the 21 hulls. Good on them. Echo bottom right finally managed to get through that first couple of pulls of the dungeon and are now about to finish off Lamor as well. Jotno's guild team actually doing really good. Top right side of the screen, also in the 22 Asher Vault. And they actually executed the first few trash pulls really quickly and are already in Lamor. Mandatory though, already all the way at Asher Blades. One thing I want to mention is that I've looked at Mandatory doing this Asher Blade trash, and Skylark barely even tanked the mobs. Skylight was just running, kiting these mobs, not wanting to get hit by those mobs at all. And that is something we're probably going to be seeing from the other teams as well. On such a high key level, these mobs in particular in this area just do so much tank damage. So just running away, kiting them seems like a very good plan. And they also skip some trash there in the corner. They're playing this boss on one side of the room, basically not having to deal with the other side of the trash in this area, which maybe they pull it in later on, but that's not something I've noticed in their previous runs.
Yeah, the way that the tanks play this pull is kind of hilarious in high fortified keys. They do their initial gather, live as long as possible with their initial cooldowns, and the second those cooldowns start to run out, they just completely run for it. Like, the overlaps that can happen between the Spellfrost Breath and the Ice Cutters on top of the tanks, you just don't want to deal with that. Fortunately, the pull is easily kiteable. There's a lot of casters. The guards like to cast spells on themselves. They cast their damage reduction a lot, so it's pretty easily kiteable even without a Frost Mage. That does cost a lot of time, though, because the tank is not doing any damage. Looks like Mandatory aren't really not worried about their timer, though, right? Saving the second Bloodlust. They know they're not going to need to get the fourth one off in the key. We'll see where that third Bloodlust is going to come into play, though. It's going to be off cooldown, maybe when they get to Grey Wing, I would say. Probably we'll just save it for Umbral Skull. I don't know. We'll see if there's enough time. I think you want to get Azure Blade down by probably the 22-minute marker to give yourself enough time to do the rest of the key. I think they're well on track for that. Not too worried about that timer. We'll have to see. We need more teams to get to this part of the key to compare. And I think the thing you mentioned as well is Dranos Skill Team getting through that first pull consistently. I didn't see the size of their first pull, but even if they did do the same size of the pull as Echo, the Warlock makes that pull so much more consistent, right? The amount of burst AoE they do can easily push every single one of those flowers into their raging range at the same time, allowing the Evoker to get the AoE Soothe off, so they don't have to worry about that raging affix. They could just kind of keep AoE CCing them down. It makes that pull so much more consistent, and that might just be the reason they're running it. That pull alone is almost enough of a time save and a safety save to run that class in this key.
Yeah, it definitely might be, but I do want to take a look at Echo, the bottom right, as they're gathering up their huge snapping pool here with the Wurnstone, as now did poured up to clicks now, and he's going to be gathering up the rest of this trash from this ring as well in just a moment. This is one of the most dangerous pulls for Echo. They're also they're just having so much trash gathered up here, and it's right before the Azure Blade trash pool as well. Look how much damage now is already taking from all of this trash. He has to make sure he's spacing out his defenses perfectly to be able to survive this. Bloodlust not available just yet for this pull. Might be using it for that Azure Blade trash in just a moment. But Pedros per hour, we've talked about these Azure Vault runs a lot, but Pedros per hour in the bottom left, they're also in this 21 hulls that we've seen miscount time earlier. And Pedros per hour also looking decently good on their timer here. So if they can get this done, that would be perfect for them. Unfortunately, they had to reset the key a few times on the 20. So if they could get out of this dungeon quickly and finish off this 21, that would be perfect for them.
I'm not loving their timer. 26-22 Kajin. We want to see sub 26. Sub 26 and we're happy. 26-22, while it's doable, you have zero room for errors at that point. Any major death and it's probably over. They were clean on that big gather, which is the scariest moment. So as long as there's no major bolsterings, it looks like they've got that dealt with. They might get one bolster stack on top of Infuser Soraya, but as long as the ranged are outranging these inundate casts, they should be fine first cast. No one takes damage yet. They're not even worrying about that. 28 minutes left. They need to deal with Infuser Soraya here in the next minute 30. We want to have 5 minutes by the time they pull the boss. I think they're just on the edge of what is possible, but if they can pull this off, that's great for them. They need to get this done to try to play for placements.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if they can finish this off. But yeah, I think the slowest split we've seen on Cajun was Dreadnought's Guild team with 26:05. So yeah, 26:22, definitely a little bit sketchy. Dreadnought's Guild team ended up finishing off the dungeon in 34:30, with the timer being 35 in total, so 30 seconds under. And so still possible for Pedros per hour, just comparing it to those timers. But yeah, as you said, a lot closer for them. We're gonna have to keep a look out for them as mandatory now on the top left on this Frog and Breaker pool. That can be pretty dangerous with the Breaker cast, especially with the Evokers having to jump down once in a while, casting their breaths, casting their CC as well, helping out the tank possibly. So we'll see if they can finish it off. Well, Echo did successfully get this snapping pull done, and they're going to be moving on to the... Oh, but Jotto's Guild team having some problems as Harrison does go down on the Alchavoker. We do see the Battle Rust come out, and he can take it in just a moment as soon as their floor abilities are gone. There we go. The pull is almost that, so I think they're going to be fine. So yeah, nice recovery from Jotto's Guild team here.
Mandatory slamming the frog pull here. Skylark health yo-yoing back and forth there. Even proccing the cheat at the last second. You're saving the darkness for that cheat as well. They do need to deal with this breaker though. A couple roars going off in succession here. But I think they're for the most part clean as well. As long as Skylark stays alive, they've got this pulled down. That's the major thing right though. With everyone up on top of that book, there's really no way to recover this pull if your tank dies. The frogs will start to snap, they'll evade bug out. You cannot have that happen. Looks like that's not going to be an issue though. Breaker is down, Skylark can kite to his heart's content, Maysteon's down to help out with CC a little bit as well. They have the pull down. And I think their timer is looking good. They're going to be able to get onto Talash Greywing with about 13 minutes left on the key, which on 22 Fortified should be more than enough. The number that I think we're really interested in seeing is the ending timer, though. If they have 3.5 minutes or so left on the timer by the time they finish this key, that indicates that the 23 is certainly possible. You know, I mean, they can live through the damage. It's really kind of about whether or not the tank can gather and just live. We'll see, though. On to Talash Greywing, actually with 14 minutes left on the timer, just absolutely slamming this key.
Yeah, and I think we can also confirm now that it was indeed a mistake by Mandatory in the previous run on the 21, where they ended up not having full enemy forces and had to go back after Umbral Skull. So this was not their intended route. They actually do want to have 100%, so they will be done after Umbral Skull is dead. The skill team on the top right did have a death on their Shadow Priest there after pressing the Bloodlust, so losing out on a little bit of damage. unfortunately, but did use that last battle rest that they had available to them to get them back up, meaning no more safety nets though, so they have to play very clean, at least for the next 7 minutes.
Can we get Crim's POV for Pedros per hour? He's on his own. He doesn't have anybody to clear the waves for him.
Oh no.
Crims has gotten stuck behind waves before. Can we get the Crim's POV? Is he good? Oh no, he's stuck behind a wave. Can he get past? Oof. Okay, there's no bubbles on the way this time. That is the worst case scenario for Shadow Priest. Sorry to cut you off, but I noticed that could have potentially been an issue for them. And the timer is tight, but it's doable. It's doable. We want to have 2 minutes by the time the boss spawns here, and I think they just about have it. The thing is, the lust is going to be really tight for them, right? There's no lust timer. It's going to come up super late into the fight, so I don't think there's any way you really are able to align that with your 2-minute cooldowns. Oh, it's going to be a scary one for them, I think.
I think so as well. So they have to wait for the last to come back up. They are, of course, getting an AoE coming in soon that they're using all of their defenses for. They have battle rests in case something goes wrong, but I think if someone goes down, that's it. Like, they need so much damage, they cannot afford the 5-second penalty or the damage that they lose from someone going down. They have to pump the boss here, making sure they get as much damage out as possible and really perfectly synergize their cooldowns, the rest they have available. So Sang actually got the Breath of Aeons up right now before the 2-minute timer, which means he would have gotten one more at the very end, but I think it would have been so close that he would have not gotten the pop anymore. So therefore, holding on to that Breath of Aeons for a perfect set of cooldowns with Bloodlust and with PI does make the most sense. So they only get one more set of cooldowns. Boss is at 41%, 145 seconds left for Pedros here.
They should be good. Scary moment for Mandatory here. Mode is dead going into this set of bombs here. And how are they going to get a res on their healer? He's in the middle of a bunch of ice pools. This is not a good scenario. I don't think there's any way to get the res off. They're going to have to find a way to do this fight without the healer. I think you can just reset. I think you have to reset right now. Everyone needs to die.
Go again.
Put a savior down. Go again. You have just enough time. Savior's down. Skylark dropping it. Everyone going into the frost pools. Yeah, there's no way of recovering that. A Skylark, though, unfortunately, is going to have to lose every single one of his cheats to go down here. Will not have those available for Umbraskull. That's the big deal here. The question now remains, is 10 minutes and 30 seconds enough to deal with 2 of these bosses? I'm not sure. I think it's going to be very close, but it could be scary. Unfortunately, another death from the Savior on Skylark didn't get away from that robot. They dropped 2 of them. And he got away from one of them, didn't get away from the second one, so that's just more time off the board. Fortunately, boss hasn't respawned yet, so it's not time lost just yet. Did they get the res off, though?
Pedros per hour, bottom left. 33 seconds left to finish off Primal Tsunami here. Bloodlust and all their cooldowns are running. 28 seconds, definitely got to be close. I think they can do it. But yeah, they had a death on Drogo, had to use that battle rest to get him back up, losing a little bit more time. 20 seconds left on the board. The boss is dropping, but it's going to slow down a little bit as they're running out of offensive cooldowns here. 14 seconds left for 2%. I think they can do it. There it is, 10 seconds left. Pedros per hour, getting that plus 21 done. So good for Pedros per hour. Now they can move on after their initial problems they had in this Halls of Infusion.
That's right. And speaking of moving on, it's time to move on to a new set of casters. Welcome back, Dratnos and Tettles, and thank you for your great casting to Gurren's Ironic. That was actually a very exciting 45 minutes. A lot happened in that one, especially right at the end.
Dude, that mandatory wipe is brutal. Are they able to time this key?
That's what I was about to say. It's not over yet. It's going to be very exciting now for the next 10 minutes or so as we watch Mandatory try
Some might
and
say
get
for
this
the next
done.
3.5 hours even.
Yeah, some might say that. I suspect they're going to be right because, I mean, we've got 6 teams still alive on Sunday. That is unprecedented for us, which means we're going to be just bouncing back and forth between high-octane keystones that are absolutely vital for these teams to succeed in as they are running out of time in the weekend. We have 3.5 hours already left in our day. And if you just look at the scoreboard, it's like, wow, these keys just have to be one-shots for so many of the teams that aren't Mandatory and Echo. Whereas Mandatory and Echo, if one of these teams can one-shot this 22 vault and the other can't, that's going to be such a big advantage as well. So Mandatory really need this to go well. But, I mean, even on a fortified keystone, we can see this boss actually not a free encounter as it's been accused of being by some, such as myself, in the past.
I've seen some screenshots of some 23s timed in practice on this dungeon as well, so I think we're going to have some interesting stuff going on in this Azure Vault here within the next hour or so.
Yeah, I think this is this dungeon is going to be one to focus on. I think there's a decent chance as well that if a team succeeds in the 22 here, they may elect to do the 23 Azure Vault instead of doing something like a 22 Bracken, but we have Maystein down for mandatory. Now, B-Res is available, but this is minus 5 seconds.
You
At
need
least
about...
your Evoker. That's probably one of your best death targets besides Mode.
So yeah, that is one of your best death targets. You need about 10 minutes for this fight. And whenever they had everybody rezzed up and repulled the boss, they had about 10:30. So I suspect that they're okay on the timer. But of course, it's going to be tight. Like the dungeons start to scale exponentially, and once you get up to this 22 key level, like we see in the other keys, it is brutal. I want to circle back to something you said earlier. Do you think that it's only 23 Azure Vault or 22 Bracken Hide and not both? Because I'm kind of suspecting that it might be both.
It might be, yeah. I mean, it depends, right? There's only 3.5 hours left in the day, so the question is, how long do you think 22 Azure Vault takes to put on the board? How long do you think that the 23 or the 22 Bracken take to put on the board? Because, I mean, the answer there is probably that it depends, right? It probably is, these are very, very hard keys that have a low chance of success, and it's a question of, like, if Mandatory and Echo are on their A game, because if they are, I do agree both could be done today, but
yeah.
Wow, that would require a degree of perfection out of these teams that we have only seen out of them in the past few years of WoW Esports across the Dragonflight expansion. Really a fitting ending to this.
I will say, I think that for Mandatory, whenever you're looking at the Azure Vault, you're hoping that it only takes 6 minutes and 15 seconds. And for Echo, you're hoping that it only takes about 16 minutes and 30 seconds or so before these keys are both completed, and then you can jump into that 23 immediately. I will say, I was looking at the routing differences between the two teams. Echo does a far more aggressive first pull, which should allow them a little bit more leeway timer-wise. But you and I were kind of talking about time tiebreaker before the day started. I think that we're in a situation where, for Mandatory to win, I think that their best bet for winning this weekend involves them doing a 22 Bracken Hide. I think that for Echo winning this weekend, though, it involves either them also doing a 22 Bracken Hide or Mandatory not doing the 22 Bracken Hide and winning off of time tiebreaker, because it seems like Echo is going to be faster in this Azure Vault while also being faster on the rest of the field.
Yeah, I mean, there will be a very interesting decision about if you think it's going to come down to the time tiebreaker. At some point, you could opt to go for improving timers rather than increasing key levels. As Timber down for Dratno's guild team on the end of Azure Blade here does consume the battle res here, so no battle res for 10 minutes for them. Meanwhile, Mandatory 5 minutes left on the clock as they get Umbral Skull pulled here. Mode nearly dying to full damage, it looks like. All good.
5 minutes with the Lust is plenty of time. Like this boss is probably 4:15 to 4:30
even
at this
on a
key
plus
level.
22?
Yeah.
Right.
It's still going to be 4:15, 4:30.
They're going to potentially be able to time this if they play it perfectly. But look at the difference in splits between Echo and Mandatory. Echo are setting up with a 0-death run here. If they can keep that going, they're maybe looking at putting up like a 34-minute plus 22.
That's what I was saying, though. Echo's route is much faster than Mandatory's. Mandatory's isn't bad, but Echo's is still... I'm saying
so
like
Echo
a
might
minute
actually
faster.
Be in position to get... So Echo could get the 23, and the 23 is incredible as well, because say Echo get the 23 Vault, and Mandatory get the 22 Bracken Hide, we're not actually coming down to time tiebreakers in that universe, because our first tiebreaker is just highest level key done, so a 23 Vault is more valuable. It's kind of worth 2 points if the other team is going to 22s instead.
I kind of suspect that both teams are going to be putting up a 23 Vault. Now,
but can Mandatory do that with the route? I mean, I guess even if they didn't have all these deaths, there would be enough timer left for them.
I think without all these deaths, there's enough timer for them. These are pretty generous affixes. Raging. Mm-hmm. I don't think you call it raging generous, but I think that in terms of like timer wise, these are pretty generous affixes, and with Evoker players as this caliber that you have on this like world stage, I think that these teams are going to be able to deal with this. And look at Miscount in the bottom left also. Going to be able to only get a 2 chest in this 18.
That's fine. We saw Dratno's guild team do this, but then 2 chest the 20 as well, and that kind of gets you back into it. In fact, that sequence is maybe a little bit faster than the 3 into the 1, potentially. In theory, the fastest way to do this would actually be to 3 chest the
3 to 2 a
18, and then just 2 chest the 20. Yeah, that would be an extremely aggressive strat though to save like 2 minutes. But in theory,
so
it is the best use of your time. If you're confident.
Maybe this is why we're casters and not players.
It's one of those. It's just such a cooked perspective you're risking so much to gain so little, but it would be a really cool thing to see.
Mandatory pressing their Lust in the top left before that 50% burn happens. So typically whenever you're looking at this fight, You press all of your 2-minute CDs on the first set of crystals that spawn, and then you lust the second set of crystals that spawn. Mandatory pressed their lust a lot earlier than a lot of other teams. Oh my god, their clump. Whew, that clump is gross.
The lust carries into this, right? And the thing as well is, like, you're playing the Fire Mage, which Echo aren't playing the Fire Mage, but if you are playing the Fire Mage, you do kind of want to lust before the crystals because you want to get a big ignite on the boss to spread onto the crystals, which is nice. One thing about the Frost Mage that's nice, though, is that you have a personal lust on a Veins on one of the set of crystals as well, so you actually have a little bit more ability to spread out your damage between the different crystals. The challenge for Mandatory as well is that they do also need to make sure that they're killing the boss before the timer, but it does look like they are going to be well under. They've been allocating enough damage to the boss, because what you don't want to do is just save every single CD for crystals and then have the boss take 10 years, right? But it does look like they're going to be in this last crystal spawn, so as long as Mandatory can get through this, we still have Power Infusion and Void Eruption rolling for a little bit longer. Hopeful on fire as well. Couple of crystals still standing. That hardened crystal still shielded, but they've broken through that now, so the raid damage is going to stop, and they just have to kill these before that fracture cast finishes. They're going to do it with 5 seconds to spare. Easy for Mandatory. Now they just have to avoid Skylark dying. Cheat Death is on CD here, but they have 3 battle reses, so even if a catastrophe happened for their tank, they should be able to land the res quickly enough. The disaster would be if somehow Mode got threat immediately afterwards and got instantly autoed, but I don't think he would, so I think Mandatory have no way they could wipe from here. They're actually going to be able to finish this key with still a minute left, despite the 8 deaths and the reset here. I think you're right. The 23.
I'm telling you, this 23
is very important.
Okay, now the question is, how consistent can you make the 23? We saw Echo have to have like 3 or 4 resets at the very beginning of their 22 to get their first pull dealt with. Whereas Mandatory, I don't think have had a reset for the entire day so far. For the first hour and a half, they've had 0 resets on any of these dungeons. Are there going to be resets in the 23? Now, that is a question. How consistent can you make your 23? What are really the pain points? Because I do think that Mandatory has a little bit of an easier route technically to be able to pull off. They do a couple of things that are maybe a little bit more tricky. They skip the Vault Guards that are in the Azure Blade, or they play the Vault Guards that are in the Azure Blade room that Echo skips. But Echo does a much more technical first pull, something very similar to what we saw in Season 1 during the MDI, if you remember that.
Yeah, that was a very impressive strategy. That was much lower keystone levels as well than we are seeing now, but they're still able to make those aggressive pulls work out, even with the key reaching the ceiling here. But Mandatory are going to be taking a 10-minute break now after finishing that Azure Vault plus 22, so good time for that. They are currently in first place, although that will not hold for very long as Echo do not choke the end of their Azure Vault here. They're going to be putting up a run that's like 4 minutes faster than Mandatory's 22, and definitely proving that the 23 is possible here. I wonder if
this
Guild team are also on this pace. I mean, it's somewhat close to 2 deaths. I don't think so. Like, Echo would need to gain a couple of minutes, and they're on a 0-death run. I don't think there were minutes to gain for them.
I think that there's a world there where it was maybe 2 chestable, but obviously you don't even gain value. I don't think 24 is ever doable.
Yeah, that's true. It's a somewhat moot point. 24 would be really big. That would win you the tournament. But yeah, I don't think it's especially doable.
How are you feeling about the Guild team?
Feel
you like the
good
Warlock
for the Guild
pick?
team. I mean, look at their timer here. It's obviously going to be a slower plus 22 than Echo, but it's still going to be a 22. And honestly, it's still going to be a 22 done fast enough that the 23 is on the table. And for Drano's Guild team, if they can put up the 23 vault, that is very likely to be extremely good for them in the old tiebreaker situation. And then they'll have so much time left in their day to go and work on, say, 2021 Neltheris, 21 Uldaman. If they can get that scorecard, it's hard to imagine that not being good enough, at least for third. And, you know, if Echo and Mandatory end up choking some of their runs, that would potentially get Drano's Guild team into the hunt for first place, which that would be really big. This is the only team to not predict themselves winning, or at least in the top 3. So,
what was it that you said? They just got a lot of humility.
Yeah, they got a lot of humility, but they are locked in for sure.
I was talking to Corey a little bit after their broadcast day yesterday, and he was like, if we play like this every single day, we are an exceptionally good team. And I tend to agree. It's kind of interesting to see them being this Warlock pioneer team, too, where a lot of the other teams are just, you know, sticking to that tried and true mage, whereas they've played that Warlock in 3 dungeons now this weekend.
Yeah, the Warlock working out really nicely against these fortified keystones in particular. Fortified, no Sanguine, no bolstering, none of that nonsense. The Warlock is
That is
something
the
that
Warlock, yeah.
Yeah, those are unethical affixes. They'll be going away very soon in War Within, so don't worry about it. Warlocks will have their time to shine once again. Haters will say that Inferno is getting changed, so the Warlock will maybe function a little bit differently in Keys next expansion, but you know what? I'll
listen to the
launch
haters.
an early prediction that we are going to see some, maybe some Hellcaller demonology.
Af is good.
Sorry, Hellcaller Destra, rather, in some of these keys.
Af is unbelievably solid right now, too.
Yeah, dude, the Warlock hero talent trees as well are super sick as well. If you're a Warlock out there, you are going to be in for a good time come next expansion, which is imminent. It's pretty much as soon as we're done with this tournament, we're getting into that pre-expansion patch, and then we're going to be off to the races for the War Within ramp up. So,
Okay.
gotta activate. You gotta resub if you let it lapse. You gotta get back in there for the pre-patch event.
All right, locking back in on the TGP action, top left, probably the most important moment of the most important key that we're seeing right here. We have Echo in this 22 Azure Vault. They are going to be multiple minutes under. At this point, they could probably wipe and repull Umbral Skull and still be able to time this key pretty convincingly. It would be maybe a little bit unfortunate because they don't have the lust, but anyways, it would still be fine.
Yeah, I mean, compare that split timer to what Dratno's Guild team are about to put up here. Like, it's still a sub 30-minute Talash Grey Ring. You're still really happy about this, but this is 2.5 minutes slower than Echo at this spot in the dungeon. So Echo have just been on a run. The speed of which has been really impressive now does go down to it looks like the Arcane Eruption from Umbral Skull. He is able to res, and it actually looks like Mirez tanked the slam there from the boss with Dispersion, perhaps.
I think Maris might just be built different.
I think he might be, yeah. You can take him off the tank roll, but you can't take the tank roll off of him. Whenever Now goes down, he's yeah, he has that threat there, and he just lived it, no problem. So Echo are going to be able to get this boss pulled with one blemish at the very end of their run with that tank death, but still an incredibly fast run. They are going to have 6 minutes left of timer here. I was talking about a potential 34-minute timer. They are going to be sub 32 as they stop the clock here. What a ridiculously fast keystone, and the 23 is certainly on the table.
I'm making a request to production. Maybe they'll be able to fulfill it. I'm trying to see if we can get hardened crystal damage differences between the three flavors
I'd love to see the Warlock damage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Warlock versus the Fire Mage versus the Frost Mage. I would love to see all three of those if possible. That would be kind of sick to just kind of see the difference in the breakdown between the three of those. Because the damage profile isn't like that much different, but just like where they're allocating damage to, I think between those three classes would be kind of cool to see.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a very interesting one. Perhaps once the Dratno's Guild team finish up their run, we can generate something like that.
It would require them to finish their run first.
All right, so Echo have just finished off that 22 vault.
On a break. They got to come back, man. I like content.
So let's take a quick survey at what everybody else has been up to as well, because we do have 3 teams that we haven't been talking about as much recently, which are Maj in the top right. They are looking to put a 20 Uldaman on the board. Now, the 20 Uldaman is lower than the 21s that Echo and Mandatory have done, but it'll tie them up in this dungeon at least with the rest of the field, and their timer is definitely looking good. That is a team as well that once they do this key, they're kind of good across the board. Obviously, there are some 21s that they could improve on, but I suspect that we'll see them head to that vault after they get this finished. Meanwhile, in our bottom 2 teams, we do have Pedro's and Miscount that have they started the day by improving their times, or their key levels rather, in some of these other dungeons, but they've also now made it to the vault. Pedro's working on that plus 18. Hoping for a 3 chest, potentially still on track for that as well, a 0-death run for them, although I'm not sure that they have the speed for this. Whereas Miscount have only secured the 2 chests in the 18, but maybe on pace here for trying to 2 chest the 20 and getting that extra bonus key level back.
Yeah, you were kind of talking about what the teams did at the very beginning, or you mentioned that they went to different keys at the very beginning of the day. For Pages per Hour, they were able to get a Halls of Infusion 21 dealt with rather quickly. For Mist Count, they also went and did that Halls of Infusion 21, got that dealt with rather quickly. And then for Maj, they finally got the Bane of their existence, that Rack and Hide 21 dealt with, that we kind of talked about a little bit yesterday, where they had a lot of problems in that Brack and Hide, so them going into this Uldaman makes sense. They still only have a 19 put on the board. Do you expect them to put up a 21? I actually don't even expect all of the teams this weekend to be able to put up the 21 Uldaman. I think we're in a situation where...
Yeah, I mean, we've got 3 hours and 15 minutes left in our day. Every team owes some time in Azure Vault, potentially quite a bit of time as well if they think the 22s, the 23s are doable for them, which I suspect a lot of teams will think that. That key is also the most valuable because it's the highest level one, so it's the most valuable one for time tiebreakers. And then if you look at every team's board, most teams are sitting on a 19 or a 20 somewhere that would be easier to upgrade. I think that 21 Uldaman is going to be something that Echo, Mandatory, and maybe Dratno's Guild team will do. I don't think that the other teams are going to see it as a worthy use of their time unless they go on a killer run today where they just are only timing keys. But if teams are wiping, if they're losing any time in any of these other dungeons, I think
the
that
Dratno's Guild team
has to kind of just be left off the table there. Beautiful by Frosty. Yeah, he almost tanks the boss up on this spot here, which makes that stack absolutely beautiful every time. And now that the boss is sub 25, they can drag it off to the side here. They're going to have 3 minutes left on their timer here, so a little bit closer to the end of the dungeon than you would like, but still possible to get that 23 with a timer like this. And for Dratno's Guild team, that 23 would be really big. I mean, if they could come in and one-shot this 23, that would be an unbelievably powerhouse move out of them. And they do have that Warlock in here. Maybe that... I'm not sure if that makes it easier or harder in the 23. I kind of imagine it scales up nicely into the higher key level because you're just having these packs last so long that you're just spamming those rains of fire on, and the mages may be falling out of their cooldowns.
So it's there's a couple of spots that I think it's actually a little bit harder, but then every single time you do the trash pull, it's going to be a little bit easier. I think that Laymore in particular on like a 23 is going to be a little bit harder. You're not having access to that mass barrier to kind of help your Shadow Priest live. So they're going to be a little bit more reliant on things like Wards of Faceless Ire. The Warlock themselves is not going to die. Right. They could Dark Pact every single time on Laymore. But then I think that in terms of survivability on that fight, especially like since the tournament realm doesn't have a bunch of available tertiaries, it's a bit more challenging. Madge here having 6.5 minutes to deal with 60% of Chrono Lord Deus. They're going to be a few minutes under the timer here, so setting them up nicely for a good time tiebreaker. We're kind of making an assumption that a lot of teams aren't actually going to put up the 21 Uldaman, even though we know it's in theory possible, but we just think that it's not something that a lot of teams are going to be able to run back. So every single second here matters for Madge in terms of time tiebreaker. If it goes to that, say that these teams end up at, I don't know, 130 points or something like that. Like there's like a 4-way tie at 130 points. That time tiebreaker is going to matter. It's not going to be that number, but still.
Yeah, 130 seems like a lot of points.
126, 127,
I think
something like that.
130 is probably a tournament-winning number. I think that's what Echo and Mandatory are going for here, right? Like if we talk about adding a point to Azure Vault, adding a point to Braconite Hollow, that is 130 for those two teams. I kind of suspect that we're going to see like 127s from a lot of the rest of the field, unless they have that killer. See, that's the thing, is that we're talking about them doing these keys, these 21 Ultimans, these kind of things that are really hard. But every single team that's in our weekend here has the potential to one-shot these keys if they are playing perfectly, and we've seen it out of all of them. So I wouldn't put the 21 Uldaman off of the table for anybody, but I do think it'll probably be one of the last things they would do if they find a lot of success in the other keys in the next 3 hours, which... those other keys are starting to get very sketchy as well. And of course, there's a lot of Azure Vault time that the teams... You have to at least get that Azure Vault up at least into that 21 range, probably the 22 range, maybe even the 23 range for all of our teams.
Oh my gosh. I love the proposition of having a 23. The 23 is not something that we actually saw at all during Group A or Group B. I think this dungeon was tyrannical both of the Group A and Group B weekends, so that 23 was a little bit off the table. Azure Vault does have the most leniency in terms of like timer, but like we're starting the keys higher. These are the best of the best teams. There's been a little bit more time for practice. There's also favorable affixes, and I think that all of those things in conjunction with one another really open up the opportunity to have some solid attempts at this dungeon on a 23, and I think this will be super sick.
Yeah, I think this is going to be such an exciting end of the day here, because every single keystone that we're going to be watching is going to have a chance of success, right? We're not going to be watching a lot of these keys where it's like there's no way they can do this. They're just bashing their heads against the wall, but they're also going to have a huge chance of failure. Every single keystone is going to be a very volatile one. Once these teams, a couple teams do have some 19s on their scorecard that are still probably likely to be one shot on the upgrade. But aside from that, it's going to be all danger all the way for the rest of the day.
I got a ping about this. Really, Zelia not wearing his 4 set at the Azure Vault.
Huh. Interesting.
And
okay, well, that's
not I'm gonna level with you guys
surprising.
in the chat. It's not great.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
no
here's the good
tactical
news.
there's no tactical reason that he would not be wearing his force head. I think it's maybe he just doesn't need it. Listen, he
Here's
just
the
doesn't
good
need
news.
it.
They were able to put up a 31-minute, 30-second plus 22 Azure Vault without a foresight on their healer. Imagine what they could do once he does equip that.
Well, they're on a
set.
10-minute break right now. They're probably
Yeah.
watching the broadcast. Somebody's listening to us yap about some nonsense, and they're going to recognize that Zayla doesn't have his foresight on. They're going to put it on.
I mean, this dungeon is so the foresight for Resto Druid is a big HPS thing, right? It's like
Yes,
your,
it is a
your
massive
trees.
HPS thing. It makes your Grove Guardians cast a Nourish whenever you use an empowered a clear casting proc, basically. So it is a lot of HPS.
Yeah, so, but Azure Vault isn't a particularly HPS intensive dungeon, right? Like, the healing checks are mostly topping somebody before the next damage instance, but, so actually getting that's going to be nice for him because it means that he'll probably get some more cat form globals. That's going to be big.
Oh yes, the solace of Azalea doing more damage.
Yeah, I mean, that is an impressive feat, being able to do that without the 4Ps, but it is something that they're going to hope to not replicate.
Azure Vault, not the most healing intensive dungeon. I will say as well. Okay, we were trying to cope. I'm just starting to cope. I'm gonna stop right now before we're coping too
Yeah,
hard.
I mean, obviously the 4-piece is good.
It's not
Obviously, you
intended. He
wanna
should
have
be
that
wearing
on.
it. That's
Yeah.
where we could just end this conversation, I think.
Yeah. That's, I think, a fine stopping point there. All right, in the meantime, we do have Mandatory in the bottom right. They have finished their break timer and have entered the Keystone at level 23. That is a very, very high Keystone level. Watching these Laymore explosions is going to be quite sketchy. You can see everybody dropping to like 10% health with 3 defensives popped each. But they are going to be able to get through at least that stomp.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Drano's guild team up in the top right are wiping in their plus 20 Neltheris. This is going to be a go again. Minus 5 minutes for the DGT.
I was taking some notes before we came on. Mandatory pulls 26.5% enemy forces coming into Laymore. Echo has 32.2% enemy forces, and so there's a noticeably different route. Now, Mandatory makes up a lot of that count whenever they're doing the pull that's into the Azure Blade Room. Echo skips a lot of those Vault Guards, where Mandatory ends up playing all 4 of those Vault Guards that Echo skips. But I think the bigger and more notable thing that's different about these two routes is Mandatory is splitting up the ring trash into 2 separate pulls where Echo is able to do that all in one pull, and I think that is like a huge difference. But I think that there's enough.
There's still enough time to
I think
get
there's enough time to play the
23
other
done
one.
either way.
Yep, I
Speaking
agree.
of time, Pedro's in the top left are coming very close to that 3 chest timer, but they are unfortunately going to be just over on the other side of it. Meanwhile, Echo in the bottom left are going to be starting off their plus 23 Azure Vault. And we also have a break coming in from Madge as well. They've started a 10-minute break 2 minutes ago, so that is the current state of the tournament. We'll have to watch these 23s for Mandatory and Echo with a tremendous amount of interest. Whether they'll be able to even get these done, and if so, whether they can get them done quickly, are going to be very important variables when it comes down to which of these two teams is in
Echo's in the
position to potentially
23.
win the weekend.
Look at this.
Yep.
They're doing
Both
that,
teams, yeah.
first pull. So they wiped this pull 3 times on the 22 before being able to get it dealt with. This pull is very dangerous. They're actually snapping a lot more mobs than Mandatory. You see a lot of these lashers. There's a ton of trees in this pull, so making sure that they get as many kicks as possible. Zalia even talenting into that interrupt. Not something that's super popular for Resto Druids because you lose a lot of talent points to be able to pick that up, but it's something that you see from these TGP teams a lot, where the Resto Druids are really diligent and they have an explicit reason for talenting into that interrupt.
Yeah, we do have confirmation as well that Zalia does have Foresight equipped now.
All right, we're back.
For this plus 23 key, so we are so back. Absolutely. There he is. That's no problem at all. Intentional play to, it's kind of like training with like ankle weights on, right? And then you take them off and you feel lighter. That's what Zalia was doing, I think, with that Foresight being missed in the plus 22. Meanwhile, Mandatory here up in the top left. Nearing the end of Laymore here, 0 deaths in this run so far. The next stomp comes out. Defensives popped. Mass barrier used by Hopeful on that one. That's going to be just enough to let them get through.
Yeah. So the Shadow Priest is the player that's the most likely candidate to die during this. And so they're going to rotate things like Desperate Prayer on one set, and then they're going to use Zephyr on the second set, and then they're going to use like Mass Barrier on the third set. And then you're able to cycle those cooldowns infinitely because this that AoE is on like a 50 some odd second timer. And so the Shadow Priest then can also get wards of Faceless Ire on sets that they don't necessarily have anything, or say they need to double up the Desperate Prayer plus a ward of Faceless Ire, you're going to be able to have that as well. And so this is going to be a very important and pre-calculated set of rotational CDs to make sure that people are able to live. We have this bottom third. It says previously plus 22 Azure Vault resets. Echo 3, Mandatory 0, Dratnos Guild Team 0.
Yeah,
It's good for the Guild Team.
That's a good statistic if you're a Dragonflight Guild Team fan.
Keep flying
which
that
I have to admit
statistic.
that I am. We do have one reset in the 23 now for Echo. So far, 0 for either the Guild Team or Mandatory. It's going to stay 0 for the Dragonflight Guild Team for a while as well, because they are not doing that 23 right away. They
Echo reset already.
are opting for for more points, more easy to get points in this plus 20 Neltheris instead.
So Echo having a reset is totally fine. Whenever we were talking about it before, they play a more volatile first pull, but whenever they're able to get through the first pull, it just sets them up so nicely to be able to time the key, assuming that they're able to make it through Laymore. It sets them up in a way that these other teams aren't going to be set up timer-wise. Now, obviously, I think Dragonflight and I kind of agree that there's enough leeway on the timer to where it's fine, but whenever you're going down to time tiebreaker, this route from Echo, it's looking pretty good here.
Yeah, again, the mandatory path to victory, I think, is increasingly likely going to be winning by a point as they have more and more of these dungeons where they're just a little bit slower than Echo, because looking at their scorecard right now, they're only substantially slower in the Brackenhide, but if they also end up being slower in the Vault, then the path of going back and improving the time in the Brackenhide starts to become a lot more suspicious, and instead I think it's definitely going to be go get the 22 Bracken and hope that Echo are unable to match that. But Mandatory, as long as they're staying on these 0 resets, getting these dungeons done first try, that is going to free up for them a lot of time at the end of the day to work on getting an extra point somewhere.
If they have 2.5 hours to be able to attempt the Brackenhide 22, I think that will let them get to it. I think that a lot of the difficulty of that entire dungeon is based off of Skylark's ability to be able to live that key, and just getting him to the point where he's able to come over that line. I think is super important, because Skylark is a world-class tank, and playing without a cheat death in that dungeon is insane. They're playing fully offensive, so if you can get them to the last boss, I think that Mandatory will be okay. But they have to throw enough attempts at it to be able to get to there. And look at this top left. So what Mandatory is doing here is they do 2 ring pulls, whereas Echo has historically only done 1 here. And so Skylark here is setting up this first pull, doing a Warnstone skip across the gap. Now all the mobs will evade for a couple of seconds, and since he Warnstone across that gap, then all the mobs will snap to him, getting stacked up and making this pull setup really easy. Now the downside of setting up this pull like that is that it's kind of slow. You're walking backwards, you're Warnstoning backwards. You have to do a second pull in this area, whereas the alternative is what you see in the bottom right here with Echo.
Yeah, Echo did end up having a death there on Zalia, but they actually avoided using the B-Res and instead he's just running back. But now Clix is getting shot by the infused ground. Swirlies gets stunned as well. This is going to be another reset for Echo. All good. Again, -5 minutes. No biggie for Echo.
Exactly.
All good.
But now look at Mandatory in the top left. It's because they're playing a little bit of an easier route. They're having an easier time. They just snap that pack, and while maybe it is a little bit slower, hey, they're able to do it consistently. They're making sure to get their kicks dealt with. They're making sure to CC those crystals. They're making sure that Skylark is kiting out of that crystalline eruption. These tomes are being dodged. All the sleeps are being interrupted. Everything that has to go on in this pack to make it consistent, it's easy to happen, and especially once you have it set up like this. And they have a lust that comes out. I think that another thing that I noticed is I think that Echo has a much better second lust than Mandatory. I don't think that this lust is necessarily bad, but it's I wouldn't say it's optimal.
Yeah, there is a really good feeling about doing a pull that's only possible with Lust, right as your Lust comes up, right, and then hitting the Lust, and I think that is absolutely a strength of the Echo route. As Dragonflight's Guild Team here, having 2 deaths towards the end of Magma Tusk in this +20. Now, here's the thing. I think you can still finish this key even losing time like this in the +20 level. So yeah, they're not going to bother resetting this at this point because the boss is so low. You definitely res the non-Aug Evoker in this spot. You finish the boss, so they should be doing okay.
Hadros had a lot of deaths on Forge Master yesterday and still were able to time the key. It's something that you might have to go maybe a little bit aggressive towards the end of the dungeon, but I think that your analysis is spot on. I think that this dungeon is definitely still timeable. This is probably the dungeon that changes the most between Tyrannical and Fortified and Neltheris, where it's like
100%.
The bosses are so hard on Tyran, and then the trash, it just melts. And then on Fortified, you're getting completely owned by Hunters and just destroyed under to 0. and but the bosses are like pretty easy. Okay. I think you still go with this, even though it's 3 deaths.
No problem. That extra death is, I mean, that death cost them
That's 5 seconds.
pretty much just the 5 seconds at that point. So all good, no problem, because there should be a couple of minutes to give in this plus 20 level. So,
Dude.
yeah, Timberbot using that flap to get down from the magma tusk room there. There's a little bit of value for that Moonkin form that you're such a big fan of.
It's kind of messed up how they are also making deaths cost 15 seconds in the war within. I'm so bad about dying sometimes. It's
Yeah, this is going to be your last expansion of getting invited to keys, huh? Starting
okay, not that, man.
starting over within, it's just you're gonna have to be full-time caster. That's gonna be tough.
As they say, those who can't do cast the TGP.
Absolutely. All right, we have had a death coming out for missed count on their Umbral Skull. It looks like he has a family cat.
Yes.
Yes. So Viscount are in this plus 20 Umbral Skull here as Echo resetting once again in the bottom right. But Miscount are playing for this 2 chest in the plus 20. Not only are they playing it, they are smashing it. Miscount looking like that team that some of us predicted to win the whole weekend in this plus 20 are going to be putting up the 2 chest result in here. That's really good for them. That's absolutely what they needed to stay in contention today.
I think that missed count, like they just had such a bad and unlucky day one. It was a combination of poor play plus a little bit of bad fortune that set them so far behind on day one. I think for them, it's like, even if they get like a third, that is like a first place finish for them, right? Like from the spot that they were in on day one, they were playing from so far behind timer wise due to some of the mistakes that they made on that day one. And like you were saying, I think that the team has the capability of being this world-class team. But they obviously, if they're able to 2 chest this, that sets them up really nicely to be able to get into that 22. They're just playing from behind a lot in terms of timer, for how much time they have remaining in the weekend to even be able to put up some of the highest level keys. Because after they do this dungeon, they have to go do this dungeon on a 22. They also have potentially a 21 Nelthris that they can go back and put up. They have a 21 Uldamon that they have time. If they have time, they can also do.
Yeah.
So that's another thing as well. Ooh, Echo with another
their fate
reset.
At this point, it's still mostly in their hands, but it's absolutely true that if you're a Miscount fan, you are hoping for Mandatory to not one-shot this plus 23 up in the top left. Because if Mandatory can do that, they are just going to earn so much time left in the day. They're going to be at 129 points with a 23 as their tiebreaker.
Oh my god,
there is an Icy Bindings cast that goes off for Mandatory, but a beautiful MD, it looked like, from Stove, instantly rescuing them all from that route that can be so deadly. So they've managed to recover from a cast that, when it goes off in my runs, typically is a wipe.
It's a wipe in most people's runs. All right, so Mandatory has all of their ring trash dealt with, and that was kind of what I was saying earlier. Echo doing that in one pull, Mandatory doing it in 2. It's maybe a little bit slower. This is probably the hardest trash pack that Mandatory is going to have to deal with right here. Is this Vault Guards, primarily looking at Skylark's HP in the top left, making sure that he's going to be able to stay alive during these Vault Guards. He can dodge the Ice Cutters if he's backstepping appropriately. Also maintaining threat on all these mobs can be a little bit tricky at times, but also this Lieutenant, just how much damage that Lieutenant does to you while maintaining all the kicks on the Icy Bindings casts. That's the main focal point of how difficult this pull is going to be. You even see like an instant Iron Bark on him as he's gathering, because the Venge, they can die during the gather. So you're actually seeing them CC chain a lot of these mobs too. Look at that. They're canceling those Ice Cutters from those Vault Guards, allowing Skylark to be able to establish threat just a little bit easier on this entire pack before he's going to like kite away, because he's not going to be able to tank this Lieutenant for forever.
Yeah, exactly. The idea here is get threat, do a bunch of damage, generate a bunch of souls, have a good time for a little while. Once you're out of ways to stop those Ice Cutters, you are leaping away and you are out of there. Yep. Looks like Skylark already starting a little bit of that backpedal.
Oh, we practiced cheat.
That's okay. Okay, so now we can stay in for longer. Hey, we're in meta. These Ice Cutters, they are actually at the plus 23 level. I bet they kill you through meta if you're not careful. So you may have to.
Oh my god, he's dropping so low.
Yeah, right. There you can see.
This is where we get out of here.
Out of there. That's enough of that.
No more. It's okay. Those Ice Cutters have nothing to do with me anymore.
Yeah, there's a crystalline, or one of the breaths as well, the Spellfrost Breath, which is rangeable as well. Another scary one, a little bit less likely to one-shot you, but it does do so much damage over its duration.
This team is very smart. They're actually utilizing kicks on the Condensed Frost casts as well. So a lot of times you don't see people kicking the Condensed Frost cast, but on a 23 Fortified, the ability to be able to kick those is actually saving Skylark's HP a significant amount. So he's able to just generate a lot more HP. Once this Lieutenant goes down, I think that they're going to be able to stack this pack back up and continue to have a little bit better cleave. That Lieutenant mob is certainly the one that is the most scary for the tank.
Yeah, it does look like they've managed to get through most of the danger of this pull. Mobs are entering that raging threshold, which does mean that they won't be able to rely on stops like Dragon's Breath or Chaos Nova, except for once when Maystein uses his overall oppressive roar. So they have to make sure they actually have kicks ready for every icy bindings, but it does look like they've managed to get through now the worst of it. So those mobs going into Bouncy House there from the Upheaval and Evoker racial combo.
And we have terrific news in the top right-hand corner of the screen. Echo have wiped to this pull, I want to see 4 or 5 times. But now
it did go down on this one, but they've managed to have him run back without even using a battle res, so that is great news for Echo.
Yeah, you're down to pay a 5-second penalty for this count. Again, whenever we were looking at the difference in the 2 routes, hold on, let me pull back up my notes. Mandatory 26.59% enemy forces on Laymore. Echo is going to end up having 32.2% once this last tender goes down. And just adding those extra mobs into this pull, it changes the texture a lot of the remainder of Echo's run, and it's very dangerous, but I think that we talk about front-loading the difficulty in the TGP a lot, and how much that helps you in the long run, and because resetting the dungeon 5 minutes into the run is a lot more viable of a strategy than resetting it 15 or 20 minutes into the run if you have to backload your difficulty, so you'd rather just like front-load it a little bit, even if it's less consistent sometimes.
Yeah, the thing is, Echo also have difficulty in the middle of their dungeon, right? They also do a massive snap at that 13-minute mark. So,
but that pull that Skylark just did is a lot easier because they don't have the vault guards in there.
Right? Yeah, it's a trade-off, right? You're never. Very rarely are we going to see teams choose to do something that's strictly worse than what another team is doing, right? You're always getting some little benefit at the cost of some downside, and often it is the difficulty, the coordination, and in some cases as well, we got to remember that the 3 teams that have pushed up that 22 Azure Vault already have done so with different compositions than each other. We've seen 3 different kind of DPS filling out that last slot. We've got that Frost Mage, the Fire Mage, and the Destruction Warlock all featuring for our different teams in here, which that can sometimes inform what you're able to do with pulls as well, right? There are some pulls where just oh yeah, we have a Destro Lock, right? We're going to melt this pull fast enough that our DH is going to be able to survive the through their CDs, and we're going to be stunning a bunch of mobs for free. Oh, we have a Frost Mage, right? They're all in a Blizzard. We can do a nice little mini kite, that kind of thing. Or oh, we have a Fire Mage, right? We just dump all of our damage into this Lieutenant. The Ignite spreads, we get some extra value. All of those sorts of considerations are coming into play here as well for the teams.
Yeah. I have some splits for Mandatory in their Azure Vault 22. They killed Azure Blade at 19 minutes and 51 seconds in that 22. Obviously, they had a wipe on Tail so we can't really compare splits beyond that. But they were gonna be substantially under. What timer do you think we need to be able to kill Azure Blade off at to be okay on the timer? I'm thinking 22 something.
Yeah, I suspect that 22 is good. 23 is maybe fine. Echo are not fine up in the top right. They've had Zalia and now Gingy perish on Laymore. That's going to mean that they will go for a quick reset here.
They have to do the first pull again.
The 5th reset for Echo in this plus 23 Azure Vault. Could this be the a keystone that Mandatory can do that Echo can't do?
Okay. If Mandatory is one-shotting the 23 Azure Vault, Echo is able to do the 23 Azure Vault, and you can take that to the bank.
A Draconic Image cast goes off for Mandatory, but Hopeful able to preemptively defensive it as it's targeting him. Incredible adaptation there. That one-shots every other mage I know, but I guess it procs Cauterize if they're playing Fire like Hopeful is, but he does manage to even preserve Cauterize despite being targeted by a cast that should not go off, but that is just that's how you one-shot these keys. It's not that you don't make any mistakes, it's that you come up with these adaptations on the fly that all your players are locked in and don't let one mistake turn into a wipe.
It's one of those things, too, that you just, as a DPS, you just get tunnel vision whenever all of the DPS ads come out, and you forget that you're supposed to kick that Draconic Image, and you let it go off. So you legally have to kill all the Draconic Images before the intermission starts. Otherwise, you're just not allowed to kick anymore. Those are the rules.
Yeah. I mean, the intermission, right? You've got swirlies you're dodging, you've got orbs you're dodging, you've got ticking damage on you. You're just running out of brain globals, as we call it, that allow you to actually do anything else with your time.
I think this comp is actually pretty sick for this intermission phase. Being able to just stay planted inside that efflorescence from that Resto Druid is actually saving you a bunch. Dude, Mandatories just press their lust. Are they able to beat this intermission?
39% on the boss. It is fortified rather than tyrannical. These phases
think they're
do
gonna do
last
it.
quite a
Oh my
while
God.
as well. I suspect they have this as well. In fact, it doesn't even look particularly
Do they
close
need-
here. They have
do they
so
need
much
lust?
damn.
Yeah.
Well, you want to press this lust around this time anyway, so you're going to get 2 more good ones, right? Like if you want to be able to hit lust at
Okay.
50% on Umbral Skull, I think you kind of want to be pressing it now.
That's a good point. I'll
anyways.
concede that. That's you're absolutely spot on with that. I'm sitting here
I
thinking
think
about
they are going to maybe need it as well. It's going to be kind of close here. 14% on the boss. You can see about 30% energy, or mana as it is in Azure Blade's case. They are going to use Sigil of Misery rather than killing this image, so they are committing to the boss. You can see Skylark pulling the boss to the edge of the room so it has a longer travel time. I take it back. It's not going to be close. They're going to kill this boss before it even starts running towards the middle of this room. Skylark going to leap out so that he doesn't get hit by that cleave. And yeah, they're comfortable just bringing the boss even towards the middle here because they know that it's not going to finish that cast, and they
Cool.
just need to start moving towards the end of the room.
This is big.
2250 is the
Deathless.
Azure Blade split. How are we feeling? How are we feeling about a 2250 Azure Blade? I think we're feeling okay.
I'm feeling okay about this. I will say it's gonna be slower than Echo. However, there's a lot of room if there's a lot of room to be slower than Echo and still time this dungeon. Mandatory are currently deathless. I suspect if they continue to maintain 0 deaths here, they are going to be more than fine. You need approximately 10 minutes for both Taylash and Umbral Skull. That's about the time that you want to budget for both of those bosses. And assuming that you're able to make it to both of those bosses with anywhere near 10 minutes, I think that you're totally fine. This 23 level is going to be a bit rough, and look at how big Mandatory is going. They are going all the way down the stairs. They skip that first breaker, and they grab this breaker that's at the bottom of the stairs here. How far is Mandatory going to go? And they're going into the frog room. Now, what you're going to see here is Maystain's going to put a player, probably Stove, on top of this book. He's going to put them on top of the book with Rescue. The player mode probably is going to then Wernstone to Maystein, and then you're going to see Stove gripping up Hopeful on top of this book, and that's going to allow the entire ranged group of Mandatory to not have to move at all for the frog leaps, and that is huge.
Yeah, avid readers, all of Mandatory, all up on top of that book.
Literary
Skylark
scholars.
Yeah, the only one who's going to have to deal with these mechanics, but on a plus 23 fortified level, Skylark is in a tremendous amount of danger on this pull. Luckily, there are a lot of extra frogs here. The frogs are nice because you're just kind of farming souls off them, but you can see Skylark's health just yo-yoing
The
up
looters.
and down. War to Faceless Ire, Fell Devastation, both committed to try and keep him alive here, as he's also kind of slowly backpedaling around. Doing this is kind of a mini kite where you're actually avoiding a bunch of auto attacks. You can see a little sigil of chains there, just taking them 10 yards away from him. Darkness used proactively as well. Darkness at its best when you're being autoed by this many mobs. But now he's kind of out of stuff for a little while. Chaos Nova, I wouldn't be surprised to see press soon so that he can kind of dodge and juke around to the side. But he has made it back to another Fell Devastation. These mobs are still so healthy is the thing. He needs to keep this going for another 30 seconds.
Why did Hopeful come out of the spot on top of the book, I wonder? I wonder if he's trying to get those breakers to target him instead of Skylark and trying to... well, actually, that's not even how that works. So I'm interested in why Hopeful came out of the spot. Maybe it was just to, like, DB the mobs?
Could be, yeah. We see DB and Blastwave both still off CD for him there, but it does look like he's back on the spot now.
He got back up. He got rescued back up. I wonder why he came out.
Maybe there's a button that...
Oh, it might have been an Afflicted. Okay, it might have been an Afflicted that spawned far, and he had to come out and go
Okay, yeah.
dispel. And then
That could make a lot of sense,
He's
yeah.
probably the optimal person to go out, and then Mason can come and rescue him later.
Yeah, Mason, speaking of which, is now down and does come down to just quickly cast some spells and then Verdant right back up. As, yeah, the range for the Evoker here is a little bit tough as well. You can see Skylark really trying to make sure that these mobs are within that 25-yard range of the Augmentation Evoker, but not always possible
Dude,
as well.
This pull lasted so long. This is...
I bet they got so much count out of this. I mean, this finished their dungeon, right? They did it all in one pull.
Hey, like I was saying, timer on this dungeon, 37:30. I was budgeting 10 minutes for both Taylash and Umbral Skull. We're going to have more than that.
Yeah, exactly. They needed, 4.5 minutes for Taylash, 4 minutes for Umbral Skull in the 22. So if we add an extra minute total to that even, they have more than enough time for this.
Yep, I'm
Wow.
feeling really good about the spot.
I'm feeling really good about the spot, too. And I'm feeling really good about another caster swap, as usual. So, Dratinus, go enjoy your lunch or whatever you have planned. And Nagura, welcome back after that really incredible pull from Mandatory. That is, I thought Skylark was going to die about, I don't know, like a dozen times during that pull, but managed to cut it out. It was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, this whole run by Mandatory is just absolutely impressive. because they're doing this 23, and it looks so easy for them, really. Like,
Yeah.
looking at Echo having to reset that key for what I think is 6th time at this point, or at least 5 times. And Mandatory just cruising through that 23 with 0 deaths. Incredibly impressive by them. And yeah, they only have the 2 bosses left now.
So kind of setting this up for the audience, and I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on it as well. Echo is playing a lot more of an aggressive route that if they're able to time this dungeon on a 23, they should be significantly faster than Mandatory. We know coming in today, they had about a minute and a half ahead of Mandatory in terms of time tiebreaker, and if they're faster in the 23 Azure Vault, do you think that means that Mandatory is going to have to time Brackenhide Hollow 22 to win the TGP?
I think it's going to be very difficult for Mandatory to beat Echo in a time tiebreaker, considering like the runs that we already have on the board and Echo's route that they have in Azure Vault. So I do think that Mandatory, if Echo times this key soon, then Mandatory will have to probably get score somewhere that Echo cannot get. But then at the same time, Echo has to time this 23, and they have to time it cleanly, right? Because yes, Echo has a little bit of a faster route in comparison, but Mandatory has a 0 death run right now.
Oh,
and
this is perfect,
doing
yeah.
just really well. So if Echo has a death here and there, or does something that isn't as efficient, then they might just be losing out on the time that they would gain from having like a little bit of a faster route.
The timer for Mandatory here is Omega fine. Zyro's doing
Yeah.
some caster math. Zyro's doing some caster math in our chat. He said that in the 22 there was 8 minutes and 48 seconds that was needed during that 22, and Mandatory is gonna, we're going up a key level, but they had over 10 minutes whenever Tailash Greywing was pulled, so their timer is going to be really fine. They might even be a minute and a half under on this 23.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to see. I do think that, of course, Greywing adds a little bit more extra time on top on the higher key level, just because you're getting those extra intermissions where the boss goes in the middle and can't really be damaged. So we'll see how much time that adds. Umbral Skull, though, on the other hand, shouldn't be that much slower on a 23. So we'll see how that works out for them. But yeah,
Basically, you just can't wipe the Umbral Skull. I think that's
Yeah.
the rule here. No wiping Umbral Skull.
And Umbral Skull is very difficult. I mean, we've already seen people have issues with the Grey Ring as well. Just because, you can get a little bit unlucky with the fixate. If the same person gets fixated a bunch of times in a row, not having any abilities to get rid of this Icy Devastation cast, you can see it on Macy right now. Shield being used to be able to have him survive. But so far, they're looking good. And then, of course, also the Frost Bombs just doing an insane amount of damage, plus the AoE from the intermission as well.
Yeah. Echo looking in the top right. I think they've maybe reset this dungeon six or 7 times now, and we were throwing a lower third that had the number on it. I don't know what it said. I think it might have been
Something like that,
6. Yeah. It looks like they're going to be able to get through this pull finally for the second time. So the first time they made it through, I think Gingy and Zalia both died to Laymore. This will be the second time of them being able to conclude this first pull. And again, they're going into this boss into Laymore at about like a 7 or 8% enemy forces ahead of where Mandatory were on this boss. So it's a much more technical pull that they're front loading. That's why it's taken them so many attempts.
Yeah, I do also want to, again, take a look at Mandatory's timer. So there's 650 left at the border right now. Still have to do 20% of Grey Wing. And Syra said that the last boss, Umbral Skull, took 4 minutes and 5 seconds for Mandatory in the 22.
Okay.
Which, as you said, definitely means they still have enough time. Of course, it's going to be a little bit slower than 4 minutes 5 because of the higher key level. But I would assume it's going to be around 5 minutes for Mandatory then. So as long as they have 5 minutes, once they pull Umbral Skull, they should be okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you even need 5 minutes. I mean,
Probably not, yeah.
if you have more than 5 minutes, you're timing the key, assuming that there's not like a catastrophe. The downside of Umbral Skull is what I will say: the Dragon Strike ability can kill any tank, any world class tank at any given moment if they don't have enough stuff pressed. There's also a little bit of damage variance on that Dragon Strike ability, so sometimes it'll one shot you when you're like, I thought that I had enough pressed, and so it's a very scary ability. And dude, look at this. Mandatory's going to have probably 5 minutes and 35 seconds going into Umbral Skull, and this is gonna be huge for them. They're positioning well to be able to one-shot a 23 Azure Vault. This is going to be a world record dungeon, by the way. So just for the audience, this is a world record dungeon, and a dungeon that we only ever saw get done on a 22 during group play. And mandatory, if they're able to one-shot it,
21.
would be...
No one has even
Was
had
it only
the
done on
22.
21s?
Yeah.
Oh my God. What?
So it's absolutely insane if mandatory can one-shot the ski. We did see a death on Echo here on Gingy on a
you're
stump.
right.
So they can rest that back up, but they have to be a little bit careful now because, of course, we did see them wipe on Laymore before on this 23, so don't want to have that happen again. But yeah, mandatory on Ambral Skull, they definitely do have the time, but so many things can go wrong on this. They can wipe to the crystals, they can wipe to Skylark, just going down to that tank buster. Did quickly also want to point out Dreadnought's guild team on the bottom. Never mind.
At the bottom.
Dreadnought's guild team on Warlord Sarga in that plus 20 Ruby Life Wolves. Thank you, production. So it looks like they are timing it plus 20. Of course, we've seen other teams do the 21 in Neltharis. So DGT does have to do the 21 after as well. But looking at timer, it is looking good for them. So I have to pull some trash onto the boss later on, though.
They're looking like they're looking like they're going to be in a good position to maybe battle for third, I think, this weekend. That Oldemon 21, Nagura, it seems like there might only be 2 teams across the entire weekend that are even able to do that dungeon on a 21.
Wait, what? Which one's on 21?
Oldemon 21. Oldemon 21.
No. I don't think so. I don't think Oldemon 21 is something... Mandatory!
Oh my god! The crystals went off! The crystals went off!
The crystals
oh my
went
god!
off! Oh no, that's a reset. They don't have enough time. Oh, this is a disaster. But Mandatory was looking so good for them.
They had 0 deaths!
Oh,
Dude!
they were doing so well.
They just lost 35 minutes! Oh my
what a
god!
disaster.
Dude, don't fly the lower third that says 1 reset now! You're just rubbing salt in the wound!
No.
That's toxic!
Oh no. That is so sad for them. I mean, they were so clean. They were so clean. And then they just did not manage to get the crystal done. If we can get a replay on that crystal spawn just to see which one maybe went off there. Maybe the spawn was a bit bad. Maybe they didn't manage to spawn them all close to the boss, which on such a high key level definitely is going to have gonna be a big problem. And yeah, NL 23, these crystals just have so much HP. There we go. We have the replay.
Oh, dude. Okay, so whenever you're not able to tank the boss, whenever you're not able to tank the boss on the wall, you can get like a really bad shadow crash. And if you don't have like a good shadow crash, that crystal that was in the back of the room just wasn't able to get cleaved by the Shadow Priest enough, and they were a quarter of a second away from even being able to have that killed off.
Like a half a second more, and this crystal would have died as well. Oh, they were so close. Oh,
Dude,
that is so sad.
35 minutes down the drain. Ooh. Oh my god, Echo has a tree. Echo has 2 trees.
Oh no, the boss is dead.
Kill the boss. Okay.
Yeah, that could have been a disaster if that stump goes through. They die.
Okay.
Yeah, that could have been a disaster if that stump goes through. They die. They don't have a cheat death available. But yeah, Echo first time getting through Lamer here in Dare 23. All of a sudden, because mandatory has this wipe there. No, Jotto's guild team had a wipe too at the very end, bottom right.
What
They
happened?
did not manage to finish off Warlord Sarga. No, oh my god, so many disasters happening in such a short time frame.
Can we get a replay on that too? What did they do? What happened?
They did still have to pull trash on top of the boss. I assume that's what went wrong.
Dratnos was hexing mandatory in our group chat, and now he just types in all caps ARG. What does that even mean?
Yeah, but yeah, all of a sudden, with mandatory not timing that 23, right? Echo being able to get through Laymore, they might be able to time the ski first. But now we got the replay from the Sarga attempt. Oh
my god. Okay, so what happened was that typically you precast some of those gold pile abilities to be able to break that shield instantly. Maybe somebody missed. Maybe they didn't pick up enough of those weapons. And so they actually had that dot rolling on the entire group. While that dot was rolling on the entire group, Timber also had the molten gold dot on him. And once he died, while that group has that stacking dot that's on them, the moment he dies, then the rest of the group is going to also be dying. That is very unlucky is what I would describe that as.
Yeah, I don't know. Should I leave again? Like, I feel like I came onto this bastard desk, and now all teams started wiping at the very end. I'm so sorry. Wait, but Echo all of a sudden managed to get through the first boss.
European bias,
what does this mean?
European bias, perhaps. I see.
But yeah, Echo now done with that trash pool after Lamore. They're going to be gathering up that snapping pool in just a moment.
This is what I like about the Echo route a lot. So whenever we were talking about the mandatory route, how they have their second lust set up in the entire dungeon is like kind of weird. Echo is able to do one, a slightly more aggressive snap that's in this ring area, and two, they have lust for it on pull, and that actually sets Echo up really nice to have that second lust. And I think that it, like, just watch how they're going to have this set up. It's set up in a much different way than mandatory, because mandatory is like Skylark's like back pulling. They do this ring area in two separate pulls, and so right now we're going to see now he's gliding down to the bottom, and he's going to pull some of the trash that they have for the snap, and then he's going to Wernstone up to clicks. And whenever he's able to Wernstone up to clicks, that's going to have no path available for these mobs that are down below him. Then they're going to snap up top towards the rest of the group. Evade out for a couple seconds, but then that's going to... oh, look at that route, too, to have the pack even better group. This is like a great grouping by now, and the side of Echo.
And it's looking so clean, but but now it does go down just as I say that. And that is going to be a full wipe. That's a reset for Echo.
Okay.
This pull, though, yeah, this pull is so difficult.
You gotta go. you gotta go. The police are coming for me, but I think you gotta go.
Pedros, please don't wipe. Oh man, this is such a disaster for all the teams though. This is like this midway point through the tournament day here in this global final last day, just causing so many issues. Maybe we need some more breaks coming through. We just take some breaks, drink some water.
Mandatory after they wiped, they sent a 10-minute break. Do you think that's like a tilt break, or do you think that was pre-planned?
I don't know. I don't know at this point. It's good though. I think I like seeing some breaks coming in, especially if you have a wipe like that at the very end of a dungeon. Just getting a break in, resetting, even if you don't think you're tilted, I think it's good to just make sure that you're not tilted, right? Because sometimes people are like, no, I'm not tilted, I'm fine. But then you're like, okay, maybe a break was a good decision.
I'm generally the good vibes guy of the group. Dude, sometimes I can't even avoid getting tilted myself. I'm just like, I need a break. I will be back later.
We do have miscount on the bottom right, though. In their
this is good for them.
22 on Azure Blade. Yeah, they're looking really strong. They only have one death on the board.
All the hexing is very good for miscount to be able to catch back up.
Yeah, I agree. I think miscount has been playing really well today. Being able to get those keys done that they had to catch up on. And now already being in the 22 in the Azure Vault. Definitely a very good sign for them.
They also get 2 points here if they're able to time this key, and then that will actually put them in front of Dratnus Guild Team and allow them to take the third place spot.
Yeah, that's actually that's crazy. They're doing
Where's
really
Madge
well
right now?
I think Madge was in Azure Vault. Oh,
okay, they're on break. Okay. Hold on. Allegedly, they're starting a queue right now. They 3-chested their 18, but I don't... Okay, then they took a 10-minute break. And I have a suspicion that they're going to be in the 21 here. Yeah, okay, so they're now in the 21. If they're able to get 3 points for this, Madge trying to mount a big comeback. They had a very unfortunate day 2, is how I would describe their day 2.
Yeah, their day 2 at the very end definitely didn't look good, but thankfully they did manage to time that 21 Brackenhide earlier today after not having too many resets. Definitely good for them. We'll see how they're doing this 21 Azure Vault. The fact that they managed to 3-chest the 18 is a very good sign for them. It means that they have a really good route. Also, Dr. J playing Frostmage here. Interesting. So look, like Dr. J was not changing to the Frost Mage in a lot of the other dungeons, but in this dungeon he is sticking to the Frost Mage.
Okay.
While the only other teams that have been doing that is both Echo and Miscount.
Yeah, a lot of. Actually, it's kind of interesting. The frost versus the fire doesn't feel like there's like a major difference, but Dragon's Guild team was playing a warlock in here too. That was kind of wild to see them shake it up so much. All the fortified dungeons this weekend, Dragon's Guild team busting out that warlock.
I think it's kind of like the Frost Mage on the higher key levels for like ease of kiting. Whenever the tank does have to do that, it does make it nice. But then at the same time, Demon Hunters are really quick and they don't necessarily need the Frost Mage slow.
I do think it's really good for the Tail-Ash Greywing area, those Vault Guards. If you're able to actually get a slow on them, that actually significantly reduces the amount of Ice Cutter casts that can hit your tank, and that is actually a pretty big deal. So I think that what you're saying is absolutely spot on. Both Fire and Frost do a decent amount of damage to the crystals. I think that Fire will do a little bit more damage to the surrounding fractured crystals, whereas Frost does a little bit more damage to the hardened crystal. But I think that, the Shadow Priest is the main character of that pull in 10 times out of 10 situations anyway. So, the supporting cast isn't the big deal there.
It looks like Echo did have Celia go down on that trash pull right before they pulled Laymore. So they did have to use that battle rest to get him back up. But maybe able to recover here. Means they don't have a battle rest available for this boss, though, which
now
we've seen them have issues with before.
Gosh. Now almost died there. Vintage Demon Hunter is able to do a thing where they VR Infernal Strike away from the boss as the frontal is going out, and it'll actually allows you to dodge that frontal cast. If you actually get hit with that frontal as that dot is on you, that brand dot from Laymore, you can pretty reasonably die. And so now is doing a really precise movement to make sure he's not able to get hit by that frontal. But at the same time, he's also got to aim the frontal in a good position to where it's going to hit all of the trees.
Yeah, having a tree survive here for a stump is definitely going to be a disaster.
If you die,
23 key level, you're definitely going to die because the defensives that they're using are already required to be able to survive the stump with no trees alive. So any extra trees definitely means they're going to die unless you have any sort of cheat deaths available. But Miscount, bottom left, finishing off Azure Blade here. Still very clean run by them. They have the 2 deaths on the board. And we're going to see a difficult pull by them in just a moment where they gather up all of these frogs and the breakers. But Miscount looking strong. Watch Miscount just come from the bottom and just like overtake Echo and Mandatory at the very end by doing this 22 and then one-shotting the 23 after.
Okay, now that would be big. They had such a bad day one. I don't know if they're able to come all the way back and win. But if they one-shot this 22 and one-shot this 23 and leave themselves with enough time, I'm not saying it's likely, but I'm saying that there is a chance.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Right? We're now at this key level. Like, look at all the keys that are done on the board. Look at that scoreboard. The key levels that we're doing right now are in such a, like, any tiny mistake means you're gonna deplete them. So it is very possible that the teams that have performed so well so far, like Mandatory and Echo, it is very, very possible for them to not time any more keys from here on out, in theory, right?
Yes.
So there, of course, is still opportunity for a team like Miscount to come back, or Judgno's Guild team as well on the top left. Of course, it's a little bit unlikely considering that they have to catch up to Mandatory and Echo first and then overtake them even. But seeing Mandatory wipe there at the very end on this 23 definitely makes me think that it's possible for sure.
I'm a bit worried about Mandatory now. Wiping 35 minutes into the Azure Vault, the more I'm just sitting here thinking about it.
I believe. I don't think they can do this without Ogre.
Yeah,
right?
you're dying here. You just don't press your defensives. Mandatory also resetting the Azure Vault. I think that Mandatory having to reset that Azure Vault 35 minutes into the dungeon is like really bad for them because their time tiebreaker versus Echo is like really bad. They were down 1.5 minutes of time tiebreaker coming into coming into today. Obviously, that doesn't take into account the Azure Vault. We think that their route for Azure Vault is slightly slower, though, meaning that Mandatory is going to have to win. If they want to win, they'll have to either redo some of the dungeons that they have bad time tiebreakers in, which is possible, or the alternative is they put a +1 on the board over Echo, which also is possible. But I think that Mandatory is posturing to be going for the +1 to just kind of box Echo out of even being able to win the TGP. But how many hours of attempts are they going to need to be able to time that 22 Braconite Hollow? That's kind of the question. And how much time are they going to have after doing the AV? If they're able to get the AV done now and they have 2 hours of attempts at that Braconite, I think it's possible that they time it. But if it takes them too much longer, then I'm starting to get really worried.
Yeah, I do agree. We did see Miscount did finish off, or was about to finish off that frog pool in their 22 run. And Match on bottom left, they are currently on Laymore in their 21 because they have 3 chests at the 18, which is really good for them. But there we go, Miscount. They're done with their enemy forces. They have more than enough time left for this 22, but notably their splits are a little bit slower than both Echo and Mandatories on the 22. So,
AJ died.
Oh, and AJ does go down to a breaker.
How did I get him res?
That's actually a little bit of...
Okay, Yargi's range on him.
There we go.
Okay, we're good. Oh, Savior also got deployed. Dude, I've seen more Saviors in the 3 weekends in a row of TGP than I've seen this entire expansion.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is something that's... I honestly don't know why people aren't using it more on live servers, because it is like a really good tool. I guess the reason is because on live servers, usually when you full wipe on a high key, you just deplete. Well, in a TGP, they're somehow so fast that they can continue the keys sometimes. And of course, they also have to level up lower keys as well.
I think the Savior is locked behind, like, a bunch of knowledge points in engineering or something like that. I wish Dratus was on the desk. Dratus was 100% no. But I think that the ability to be able to craft it's locked behind, like, knowledge points in the Engie tree or something like that. It's something weird.
If that's true, if you need knowledge points, then we all know that and plus gamers
I'm lazy,
like
so I will not
time leveling up professions.
I'm not a profession guru. I'm a mythic pluser, please. the cross section of those very, very small. Oh, Mandatory wiping again to Mystic Vapor's Cast going off by the Conjured Lasher.
Echo 2.
Hold on, I have to look at this. Is Mandatory changing their route? I want to see exactly what they're pulling, see if they're actually changing their route.
Okay, while you check the routes, I'm going to take a look at Miscount. They're still fighting Grey Wing. As I talked about before, they have more than enough time to finish this key. As long as they don't have any disasters happening. They only have 1 battle rest available because they had some deaths earlier that they had to commit battle rests on. And we do know that those last 2 bosses can be super dangerous. So we'll see if they can finish this boss up and Umbral Skull as well. So far so good though. And we do see Match...
I can't tell.
about to... Well, I want to see if Match is doing a snap here as well. So Match on the bottom left. They finished off Laymore, did this trash pull after Laymore, and now this is the area where we've seen a lot of snaps from the other teams. See if Match is also doing something similar.
Yeah, there's a question of, are you snapping? There's then also the question of what mobs are you snapping? Then there's a question of how big you're snapping. We see some teams do 2 separate snaps. I think we saw Dratno's guild team only doing like 1 smaller pull. And then we see a team like Echo doing 2 rings of trash in 1.
Oh, Match is doing the same. Match is doing the Echo snap.
Yeah,
and there we go.
I like this.
Wernstoning up.
So it's very scary, but it's the most time efficient. But you can die here. Lamike pressing Fell Dev, while also having those 2 wards of Faceless Iris pressed on him as well.
Yeah, this is what we've seen Echo wipe to earlier when they got the furthest into their 23. This is the furthest they got, and as soon as the mob snapped up, now basically got one-shot almost immediately. So really good for Match that they're able to survive this. It is a 21 key notably. But looks good so far.
Resets in the 23 Azure Vault, Echo 10, Mandatory 3. Skill Team notably not ran that dungeon, so of course they're gonna have a 0. But still 0 nonetheless.
Yeah. So Judge's Guild Team actually doing the best so far in that 23 Azure Vault.
Yeah, you can't. Statistics are made to be misled. How they work, right?
All of them.
All of them, yeah. Very good.
I don't believe
yes.
in statistics or numbers.
I don't believe in numbers. You can. It's one of your quotes of all time for sure. Okay.
No comment.
So I can't tell if Mandatory is changing their route, but I have the count numbers from before. Mandatory had 26.59% whenever they pulled into Laymore. Echo, on the other hand, has had 32.2% of count whenever they pulled into Laymore. I saw Pedro's Per Hours playing the same route that Echo did, also had that 32% mark whenever they were pulling into that boss. But this pull looks like it's a little bit larger for Mandatory than they have been playing, but it's difficult to tell if it's the exact same mobs that Echo is pulling or not.
Very interesting.
Ooh, Echo wiping again. Dude, this pull is just so inconsistent. While it is very good, it makes your route very fast in the long run. Causes you 11 wipes sometimes, though.
I'm actually surprised that they're doing this pull, considering how inconsistent it is. I know it's at the very start of the dungeon, right? And, I mean, it's also possible they just got really unlucky with something, right? Because clearly they have practiced this before.
Well...
And maybe they're like, okay, 80% we can do it, 20%... then maybe for some reason they had the 20% every time, which,
I wonder if it's raging.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's raging with the lashers.
Yeah, actually, good point. It could be raging, yeah. It could be.
Like, they gotta get the God Soothe or something like that on all of those lashers, and then if you don't get the God Soothe, then your Incapacitating Roar misses one mob, and then you get debuffed on your entire group and you die. I could see that being the issue.
Yeah. Miscount, top right. They've been looking at Umbral Skull for quite a while now.
They're eyeballing them. They're waiting for their lust.
Yeah, so they probably know... Okay, so this would be very bad for time tiebreaker, right? Sitting there waiting around. But if they think that 23 is doable for them, then waiting around and actually playing it safe makes a lot of sense, because then the time in this 22 actually does not matter. It's going to be completely irrelevant if they get the 23 afterwards. So playing it safe here and making sure you have your cooldowns, whatever cooldowns you're waiting for, defensive or offensive, I think does make a lot of sense.
All right, Mandatory was actually playing the same route that they were in the past, so not adding any more of those lashers into the mix. Instead, just continuing on with the route that they played in the other 23. And while you were talking about like the aggressive route in this dungeon and stuff like that earlier, there's a question as to whether or not it's necessary. Like, is that something that you are actually required to do to even be able to time the key?
I mean, it's really hard to tell, because I do think the difference between a 22 and 23 is really big. So I'm not sure if you actually have to be like perfect or not to get it done, or if you need to run like the super risky route. We did see, of course, Mandatory reach the very last boss and they had enough time, but it wasn't insane, right? They had like a minute. They would have had a minute left at the end, I think.
Yeah. A clean run, like a zero death run.
Yeah.
Which is big. So.
Yeah. So, I guess you don't have to do something super crazy. But, Echo wiping again on this very first pull that they've wiped to around 6 times at this point. Stove going down a Laymore as well for a Mandatory.
It's far more than 6. We're approaching double-digit territory to that pull.
I think on this pull 6 times. Oh, okay, I got... Okay, more like 10 times then, because once they wiped on Laymore, and once they wiped on that trash pull in the ring, so I guess all the other 10 times it was this first pull.
You might have only seen it 6 times. The Dreadnoughts and I were watching it for a little bit too.
Yeah, I just thought they wiped like in other situations more in the rest of the dungeon, but nope. I think it really was just this first pull.
They're getting corpse camped by these mobs a little bit. It makes me worry about their ability to be able to time this dungeon on a 23. I do think that like once they get through Laymore, hopefully they see to the end of the dungeon. But I mean, the end of the dungeon is not even like a assured thing. Like, we saw a Mandatory wipe to Umbral Skull. Umbral Skull is not easy.
I mean, it would be for me. I don't know what Mandatory is doing. I would have soloed that as well. So.
Aha!
Miscount on the top right. They are fighting Umbral Skull under 22, and it is looking really good for them, as they did apparently wait for Bloodlust earlier. But unfortunately, Judge's Guild team, having a death on Timbermon, they have 3 battle rests available, but they have to use Engineering Rest. There we go. Timbermon now back up. Thankfully, they actually had the fixate on the Shadow Priest to be able to get the meld off while they knew it was that. That was actually really lucky for them. If it would have been on Terrascent, then that might have been a wipe for them.
Let me see if I have Nelthorus splits from yesterday in this dungeon. So we're looking for we're looking for about a 23-minute timer on Forge Master. Of course, there is some count differences between the teams whenever they're playing this dungeon. However, I think that Dragonflight's Guild team is going to be in a decent position to be able to time this dungeon on this level at least, especially since they're going to have like a 22 some odd timer. It's also number 13, if you're keeping track at home. Can you guys type that in chat? 13. We'll just keep counting, okay? We'll keep counting, all right? That's the game we're going to play for a little bit.
Mandatory top right, able to finish off Laymore though. Getting one more stomp that looked a bit scary. Even though they did have a death there halfway through the boss fight, had to rest up someone. I forgot who died, but either way, they did manage to move on. Really good for Mandatory. They actually ended up resetting this dungeon quite a few times now early on as well.
They almost one-shot it, by the way.
Yeah, they almost one-shot the key. Wiped an Umbral Skull because of a crystal going off. The very, very, very end. Then had to reset the dungeon a few times early on, and now they're past that Laymore room that is so deadly for Echo at the moment.
So looking ahead for Mandatory, the next 3 polls I think are going to be, I don't want to say easy, but I think more consistent for them than some of the other stuff that they have to deal with. And then the poll that's in the Taelash Greywing room with all the Vault Guards, that is one that can cause a tremendous amount of problems for them. You're basically 50-50 whether or not your tank is going to be able to survive against all those Vault Guards. But the next couple of polls, we're going to continue to see Mandatory progress through this dungeon. It is a very challenging endeavor, especially just tanking the white swings from these mobs on a 23 fortified. They just completely own your tank. And so that's why you're seeing a lot of defensive play from all of the tanks this weekend.
Ooh, looking at Miscount on the bottom left, also going into that 23 Asher Vaults. Wow. All right, so technically they have some keys that they could do to catch up to the other teams, like the 21 Neltharis, for example. And of course the 21 Alderman, which I do think the 21 Alderman is going to be a bit difficult for Miscount. But yeah, I love to see that 23. For Tiebreaker in particular, the 23 is super important.
I'm looking at Mandatory's first boss split. They are 30 seconds behind where they were in the previous iteration of the 23. Like you pointed out, they had a death. Stove actually died on his CDs. And so losing 30 seconds on that boss split is not great, but I do think that they still have a little bit of time to give. We saw in their previous attempt at the 23, they were going to be about a minute to a minute and a half under. So there is some time that they have for leeway, but there's not a ton of time in this dungeon that you can give, especially once you're starting to push up to this world first keystone level.
Yeah, definitely have to hurry up with the amount of HP these mobs have and the bosses as well. Notably, the bosses are going to be approximately the same amount of HP as a 21.5 Tyrannical. So
can we get eyes on Mandatory here on Skylarked? Look at the snap. The snap is sick.
And this snap is really cool. Stove actually not in position just yet to grip Skylarked over. Yeah, we're going to see some gathering from Skylarked here. Then Wernstone up to Maystine in just a moment. And then we're going to see the grip come in from Stove on that Shadow Priest. There we go, Wernstone up. Grip coming through. And that's it. Now they're line of sighting all of the mobs here.
Do you think that this poll...
more space.
Do you think this poll and the way that they're setting it up is any good?
I have a feeling that this makes it somehow safer. I initially thought maybe because they have more space, but I'm not sure that's it. Like, yes, the corridor is a little bit bigger. I don't know. Maybe it makes it safer on the tank, because I do think the tank surviving this pull is something that we've seen a lot of problems with. Maybe it yeah, maybe it's a room plus it somehow being safer in a tank. Not sure.
I think it's definitely slower than some of the alternatives, right? Because we saw Madge, we saw LeMike setting up a similar pull to what we saw from Echo. Both of those two teams are able to have very similar pulls in their on their ring trash. But as a result, like, it's a little bit better of a lust too, because I just don't think this lust from mandatory is that sick compared to some of the other teams. I don't know. It's tough. Tough to say. It's tough to quantify like how much of a time loss this is compared to some of the other routes.
I just like this mandatory route so much more for the pure reason that their first pull is easier. Just after seeing Echo wipe on his first pull, like what feels like a million times.
13. The number's
really
13.
I just really prefer the mandatory route over that. Like, yes, I know that in theory the Echo route is faster, but does it matter if you have to wipe on the first pull for an hour? Not sure. Match though, unfortunately, did have a death there. As they're gathering up that Frog and Breaker pull on the bottom left side of the screen. They are in the 21 Azure Vault, and Shella is currently jumping up that book and is now gonna rescue Soda on the Shadow Priest, and now we're gonna get a grip onto Royben as well. So now the range are up here, except the mage, Dr. J, being able to stay down. Ooh, Soda
my god.
No, down.
That entire group got
also
shoulder
dying
slammed.
on Azure Blades.
Oh no.
Issues for all teams again. Drogo actually, they don't have a
they
rest.
wiping?
Peters does not have a rest.
Are they gonna wipe this intermission?
Ooh,
Mandatory wiped as well. Oh my god, dude, everybody's dying.
No, match. They do have one more battle rest available. They could get There we go. Royben is back up now. They might be able to recover, but it's going to be so difficult. Oh no, Royben released.
Pedros can't rest Drogo for 25 seconds. Oh my god, Sang is dropping so low too.
Phase. They're taking so much damage here in this intermission. Ooh, this is going to be so hard for them to survive without their healer.
Everybody's wiping at the same time. What is going on? 15 seconds until you can get Drogo up. I don't know if they're going to live 15 more seconds.
No,
I don't think they're living 15 more seconds.
That's Sang going. That's it for Pedros. That's going to be a reset. So unfortunate for them. Match though. Let's focus on match. So Royben did release. One thing to note though is I think that they skipped a break at the very start, so Royben can't actually go back to the group. Royben is sitting there, does not have Shadow Melt available, so she cannot walk past the breaker and then melt. She has to wait for her melt to come back up while the rest of the team is finishing this pull by themselves without Royben there. Now, good to note is that this pull doesn't actually do that much unavoidable damage to your group. Of course, Mike is taking a lot of damage on his tank though. So not having Royben there for additional defensives and some extra healing can be dangerous. Thankfully, tanks and Vengeance Demon Hunter in particular, very capable of being able...
She doesn't meld for 20
She doesn't
seconds.
have melt, yeah. And the breaker casts going through. I mean, they can maybe do it. As I said, this pull not really doing that much damage to a group. And yeah, Vengeance Demon Hunter there, they don't need healers.
The key's still timeable too.
Yeah.
I think their timer is looking more than fine, assuming that they're able to make it through. It's more just she can
walk past with melt. Like, is she? Oh yeah, she can.
Kinda.
Nice, she got it. She got it.
The answer is yes, but it's not easy.
Yeah. You can flap over, right? Because you can Moonkin form flap over, and then melt. I don't know if she did that.
I mean,
Shella does go down though to a shoulder slam. Oh. They have a rest. If they want to get Shella back up, once Royben is back, she can actually just cast a rest on Shella here. If she feels like it. But Royben,
I think she'll get combated here by all these mobs. Oh wait, hold up.
She got it.
Let her cook.
Nice. Okay, this is a pretty significant time loss here for match.
Royben's AFK.
They're at 21.
This is fine. The state of healer.
Oof. All right, I think they have recovered here. If she can get back up to the group, or is there still a breaker alive? No. Okay, so they're only a Frog's left. They're fine.
She's looking like me right now, running around chicken form, moon firing. All right, now we gotta heal a little bit. Okay, so Madge is fine. That was really scary. would have been quite unfortunate to lose 25 minutes in this dungeon, but a nice recovery by them.
Yeah. That's definitely.
Ooh, Echo's killing Laymore. Hold on, Echo's killing Laymore. We're back.
Some improvements for Echo.
There
we go.
There's a tree, but it's okay. We're not getting the stomp. Don't even need to kill that tree.
Miscount on the bottom right also threw that first trash pull and dealing with Laymore. They notably had 2 deaths. So 1 battle rest being used and 1 release on the trash pull earlier. So not going too well for them. Looking at the split too. They're already 8
infinite
minutes
count.
6 in. Yeah, they have so much count actually. Yeah, look at their split. 805 for Echo and Miscount still 27% at 815.
I think they have to do a second pull of trash. I think that this has to be broken up into two trash pulls is why the count difference is what it is. Which is fine. Like, sacrificing time for count, those are just the decisions you have to make at some point.
Yeah, I think so as well. We do have match now. Finally done with that frog pull that they had so many issues with.
The world's longest frog pull.
Yeah, they still have that 1 rest because they didn't end up resting Royben.
Jelly, yeah. Or Royben, yeah. I don't know if Royben was able to even get res there. Was she?
What did you say?
I said I don't know if Royben was even able to get resed in that position, was she?
Oh, well, I think she was on top of the book. So technically she would have been able to get rest.
Stove just died to the infused ground, and Mandatory's going again. Unfortunate. That infused ground, pretty nasty. It actually ticks you instantly if you're standing in it. And apparently 23 is the keystone level where you have 0 leeway, and it 100 to 0s you. Looking around the horn, Echo top left, finishing off their second trash pull in the dungeon. Doing a great job here. Their next pull is going to be a massive trash pack with Lust. And so we saw this is basically the furthest that Echo has made it in the 23 so far. So they're going to be Warren stoning here. Now is going to be gathering a bunch of mobs and making sure that he's going to be able to stay alive. Top right here, missed count. Able to finish off Laymore again, 926. They sacrificed. They had a couple deaths, but they also have a little bit more count coming off the first boss area. So that's going to translate nicely for them to be able to get count later on. Madge in the bottom right. Avoiding catastrophe on that frog pull. And then pagers per hour kind of silently chugging away at this 22.
Yeah, I do want to take a look at Echo here because this is the pull that they wiped to when they got into the dungeon, like when they were the furthest into the dungeon before. So this was the same thing that happened earlier where they now gathered everything up, used the Wernstone up, the trash snapped to him, and then now it did go down. So we'll see if they manage to get through this pull this time around and if they manage to approach an area of this dungeon that they've never been to before. So we'll see if it works out this time around. Now we're still alive so far.
Going places that Echo has never gone before. The second boss of Azure Vault, perhaps, on the table here. All right, Lust is going to be pressed here in just a couple of seconds as they have everything getting gathered. They do a nice job of rooting the mobs in place to make sure that patrol is in a nice spot, and the Shadow Priest cooldowns come out at the exact same moment of this Lust. I think the gather is by far the hardest part here, so now Echo looking in a great position to be able to take this run deep.
Yeah, definitely looking very good. Miscount also gonna be approaching the same pool, so we'll see if Miscount can execute the same thing that Echo is about to execute in a moment. I do think they're past the most difficult part already, but this trash pack is living a long time.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah, that is true.
You think Miscount is not doing it?
I don't think they need the count.
Oh, wait. Oh, so...
Oh my god, Zillia going down
actually...
by the unstable power. How bad is... That's probably fine. He releases. He doesn't even get res. He
release, yeah.
Yeah. You want his interrupt for one of the Icy Bindings cast. That's what he looks like he's assigned to here with that Skull Bash talented. If somebody gets slept, it could become problematic. Ooh, a really good soothe here. Nice kicks on the Waking Bane. I think this is going to be okay for Echo.
It does look good. But yeah, these mobs just seem to be living forever. Sally now back with the group, being able to assist with some healing, but also using AoE disrupts like Incap Roar, for example. Miscount, notably not doing that snap that we talked about earlier, right? So Miscount having so much trash before Laymore, that's why their split is so much slower compared to the other teams.
Yeah.
So they're...
That's what I was saying. I didn't know if they needed it.
Yeah, they're potentially going to be a lot quicker between Laymore and Asherblade just because they don't have to pull as much trash as the other teams.
Seems like that's the case. Looks like a Dratno skilled team making their way towards the goulash. I think we saw this a little bit yesterday too.
Yeah.
But as we do our double caster swap, that's right, I said double caster swap. Mason's ironic, subbing in Nagura and Tettle's taking a break. But it's 1 p.m. Pacific time. It's a good time to pause for a moment and not pause the runs, we can't do that, but pause our discussion of the runs for a moment to talk about where we're at so far in the day, obviously unless something else is more important is happening. But let's recap a little bit if we got a moment.
Yeah, let's absolutely do that because we're going to be taking a look at our leaderboard here since it has changed quite a bit after yesterday. Notably, I think missed count, I think Tamizaro is the big story here. If they can somehow claw their way through that 23 Azure and other teams can't, as we are seeing a reset here, then they might just take it all after having a really rough tournament so far.
Yeah, that wipe was Doa's fault. It wasn't us, by the way. There's been a lot of cursing and jinxing going on. They wiped while you were talking on
Curse
the
of Ra.
transition,
Not intentionally. Like, I mean, no, you got it wrong. The caster curse is a real thing, but the host bless is also a real thing. As
It
hosts,
definitely
we only
can be.
are able to bless teams and bring nothing but good vibes and good luck to the teams out there.
The curse
Yeah, that's
of
right.
Dora.
Not like any of the shenanigans you see at the bottom of the screen. No, nothing like that.
But like you mentioned,
Can you do more of
miscount.
it?
I could try.
I feel like we need more host blessing if that's really how it works.
My power is not been strong enough to help anyone finish a 23 so far, but we'll see if we get there.
Try harder.
I'll keep trying.
Definitely need it. As we head
Send
into
me
the
your energy.
high key section of the day, we've already seen Echo and Mandatory just bashing their heads in on this 23 Azure Vault. Another reset going to come out for Mandatory here on that first pull that's causing so many issues for Echo as well. We saw Miscount wiping their first attempt. Notably, though, they got pretty far into the key. They were into that ring area before the second boss. And Miscount, like you mentioned, Migs, they're definitely the highlight of the day. They were the highlight of yesterday, too, after a terrible day one, pushing up their keys. Remember, at the end of day one, they were 5 points behind our leaders, now only 2 points behind, and if they could be the first team to get the 23 down, go into one of those other keys that they can push up a score in, they could actually just have an outright lead on the competition based off of high key tiebreakers. So surprisingly enough, they're still in the competition.
They are, but we'll have to stay on the floor here and be realistic. They also need to still do that 21 Uldaman that both Echo and Mandatory have, even if they manage to do that 23 AV that the others maybe cannot do, right? That's kind of the double condition for them, that they need to figure that key out. And the 20 Uldaman for Miscount was rough. If you didn't look day one, that was a key they were struggling with a lot. So that is the one thing that scares me for their perspective. But we do have 3 more teams outside our top 3 that could still claw back some placements. So of course, starting us off here with DGT, who are on the same count as Mist Count, they also need to do that Uldaman 21, and they have that Warlock, and they looked pretty good in there.
Yeah, and it was actually a key that they put a little bit of time into, right? If you remember at the end of day one, they spent their overtime doing some attempts in the 21 Uldaman. We questioned it at the time, but maybe that'll come back, that experience will come back and help them out if they decide to go for that today. Right now, after finishing off the 20 Nelthers, looks like they're going to be heading back into the 21 after their current break timer ends. That's probably the easiest +1 they have left to go for. But again, right now they're competing with Miscount on the same score. They're both on that 126. But Miscount currently has a massive advantage in the time tiebreaker with almost 5 minutes of time advantage overall. So I think it's really going to come down to a score tiebreaker between the two teams to see who will compete for that higher position, but still have 2 teams at the bottom that are still trucking away, still trying to catch up. Pedro's per hour and Madge haven't had the cleanest of days over the past couple of days, but after getting through, the Brackenhide for Madge and some of the other keys for Pedro, they're still competing, right? Every single score increase has a potential for a pay jump, and in the global finals here, Every placement is a massive, massive payday, so you really want to play for every single point you can.
Absolutely right. Of course, we just saw Madge finish out that 21 AV on their end in the top left corner previously, so they're probably now also moving towards that 22, I would assume, or maybe they're taking a look at the Alderman or the Neltharis or the Halls of Infusion. All of those keys, they technically can still get a score in, so they're definitely talking about that right now. And at the same time, we do have Pedro's working on their 22 right now in the top left. And of course, if they can get this done, I assume we'll also see them in the 23.
Yep, I agree. Going to be going for that the second they get the possibility to. I mean, the 23 is just... It seems to be, of the keys that most of these teams have available in their +1s, not only, well, it's not necessarily the easiest to go for. I think there are some 21s they could go for that might be easier. For instance, for Pedro's, they could go for the Brackenhide. But the thing is, if you're able to put a 23 on the board, and your competition does not, our first tiebreaker is highest key level, so that 23 would trump any and all tiebreakers. You really would love to get that down, and I think all of our teams, regardless of where they are on the leaderboard, are certainly capable of getting that key down. So it might just be a scenario where almost every single one of our teams are going to eventually just be in this Azure Vault going for the 23 until they either time it or the time runs out.
So that's actually a question I've been thinking about. If at some point the teams think, okay, the 23, while it is possible, it's so volatile that it's really hard to achieve, do you just go and maybe do the Brackenhide instead if you're mandatory? We know they can do that Brackenhide. They were in there yesterday. They got to that final boss, and I think they can absolutely do that key as well. So I'm wondering when and how that is a consideration, but of course the 23 would trump any 22s, and in that way that's probably the higher priority for them right now. Definitely interesting to keep in mind though that there are some other keys on the table that they could be looking forward to, and we've been seeing what an absolute truck of a key this AV is.
Yeah, it's actually kind of insane looking back on it that on their first run, Mandatory actually was on a perfectly clean run throughout the entire key and only ended up wiping to the first set of crystals on Umbral Scroll. Are those crystals actually going to be a difficult portion of the key, or did they just get unlucky spawns that one time? I mean, that's something we're going to have to consider in the back of our minds. Even if you can get through the key, are crystals actually going to be difficult to deal with? I mean, we've only seen them once, so it's hard to draw a conclusion from that. Hopefully we'll see a team there, relatively soon, so we can get a better idea of how that is. But I mean, that's a pretty scary concept if you're spending all of this time in this key on 23, and then you get to the last boss and you realize, wait, this might not actually be possible. Not sure what the deal is there. Quick death from Crims there on Pedro's per hour, able to get the battle res on him, and he wasn't in cooldown, so it's not the costliest of deaths. The only way that'll come back to be an issue for them is if it actually uses all of their battle reses and they end up not being able to battle res someone during a boss. We have an updated reset count on the botter there. Thank you, production. We have 16 for Echo, 8 for Mandatory, and 2 for Miscount, and I suspect we're going to keep going up there.
Oh, I think so too. Just the way that Echo in particularly approaching this first poll, it's absolutely mind-boggling that you're still doing that to me. It's so volatile, it's so dangerous, and I think Nagura and Tels were talking about this just for a little bit, Raging making it so much more difficult as well. So I'm curious at what point they say, okay, maybe we need to take this just a little bit safer. At 16 point retries 2 minutes in, I'll let you do the math. You've already spent a fair amount of time in that key just resetting, even though it is front-loaded difficulty.
And, as we were talking about the battle reses for Pedro's per hour, they ended up having to expend the other one that they had, and now they don't have the second one to get their DPS player back up now. So that earlier death is costing them here. This trash pack is going to take forever to kill off with just the Fire Mage. Now the question then remains, can they finish off the remainder of this poll with just the Fire Mage and still have time left to time the 22? I'm not sure, and we're not going to have to find out. Icy Bindings goes off, everyone goes down. It's going to be a reset for Pedro's per hour in the 22.
It is, and we are seeing a lot of the same across the boards. Mist Count retrying here as well as he just entered Laymore. At the same time, Mandatory right below them with 1 death already on the clock here. Didn't need to use that Battle Res mode, just released and walked back to the group. But you can see how much damage this 23 Azure Volt is really, really doing. It's an absolute banger of a key to me. I think it's so great that we're seeing it, but at the same time, I'm also pretty scared. And Dratna's a skill team. They're just saying, nah, okay, we'll just claw our points back. You know, we'll try our best. We'll get all the other keys everybody else has done, and we'll only go into that AB 23 when we absolutely need to.
It's actually a really interesting puzzle piece, to figure out how to live through Lamore, because not only we kind of tend to lump the explosive brand consuming stomp combo into one thing that they have to live through, but for every single one of the DPS players, it's 2 major points of damage that they have to live through. On a 23 fortified Lamore, the consuming stomp, the explosive brand, the first part that does less damage hits you for 2.7 million damage unmitigated. Now, it might be a little less due to versatility, but your versatility can't really get that high. So, not only do you have to live through the 2.7 million explosive brand, but about 10 seconds later, you have to live through a 3.6 million damage consuming stomp, and that's with 0 flowers active. 1 flower active, it goes up to 4.3 mil. Which is probably just going to straight up kill you. So they're figuring out these little puzzle pieces on how to live through this mechanics, and that's why you're seeing players just going down seemingly randomly on Lamore. If you aren't perfectly topped and you don't have the exact right personals up every single time, it could very easily result in 1 or 2 player deaths, and you'll end up going again. Not only that, but the trash pulls, all of these lashers stacking up on top of the tank, if you don't perfectly cleanse all the ranging at the same time, you'll get stacks on your team and just instantly die. Let's see if Pedros per hour can get this first pull done cleanly, though. I mean, this has been one of the major pain points for Echo. Now, albeit they're in a 23, but this pull's still very dangerous in a 22.
It absolutely is. I just quickly want to note that the Lamore split for Mandatory in that 23 that we're seeing is super fast. 7 minutes, 8 seconds is definitely something we'll have to look out for as the other teams are approaching it. You can see that Missed Count is currently on that 7-minute mark, and they still have 40% more boss HP to go. So definitely a very, very good split that they're clocking in right here. But for Peters per hour, everything seems to be going well in this very first pull. They're making sure that they're not getting any of these extra casts through, and they're also, of course, making sure that the raging does not hit too much. Due to having that augmentation evoker, they're able to take some of these down, so should be working well. I'm fired up, taking some extra hits here as the group drops lower and lower, but the trash is dying off slowly.
Looks like they still have a couple raging lashers, but as long as you know those are raging and you can get the interrupts on those, you should be fine. As I say that, 1 cast does go off, and look at how much ticking damage just that 1 stack of that debuff does to their team. Drogo able to keep everyone topped, but only barely. Cannot really afford to have another one of those go off, but I think they should be able to get the remainder of the soothes on those lashers and get through that first pull. And let's get a little more of a breakdown of why that pull is so difficult for the teams to get through. Mandatory, though, on a good run through Lamore, like you mentioned, solid split, setting up to do this Wernstone snap. Skylark going to take the Wernstone back, get gripped, actually rescued, sorry, by his augmentation of
And here comes the trash.
Tiny little grip, and there is the snapped trash. Can they get through this pull? Skylark's had a good record of getting through this once it's snapped on top of him, but still, it's one of those scenarios where you really need to make sure you want to push everything as evenly as possible to get the raging dispels, and yet another reset for one of our teams with Lamore almost going down 12%, just dying to the final combo of Brandon Stomp. It's just a difficult start to the key.
It absolutely is, and Lamore is a large lad, so to say, so teams will be continue to work at that. But for Mandatory, we really need to watch their run as more and more teams are taking the final bits of their required breaks that we make them do throughout the tournament. They should be finishing out in the next 45 minutes or so, and then everyone will be safe. But Mandatory here chewing through all of that trash that they snapped onto this area. They do have more room in this area, which is why I like it better than the ring. But I think compared to the snap that Echo does, Echo's just feels faster. How do you feel about the two?
In terms of just the snap in this area, and actually just overall in the general routing in the Azure Vault, Echo has, their route is just better. It's faster. It will save them the most time possible. The only problem is just the volatility of the first pull alone is costing them so much time. I mean, the reset counter shows everything right now. We're at, last time I checked, we were at 16 resets for Echo, and I believe 8 for mandatory. And to a certain extent, when it's costing you that much time to reset the key, you might want to go back and potentially make that first pull easier, because it seems like the time is there on the 23, right? We already saw Mandatory's route, although slower, will give them enough time to time the key if they're able to do it again. So it's really just about consistency at this point. The team that's most consistent with their pulls will be the one to get the 23 down, and right now it's just not consistent for Echo. I have no doubt in my mind, though, that if both teams do actually end up timing the key, Echo's run will be faster for them. It's just a question of whether or not they'll actually be able to get it done.
No, I agree. I think that's exactly the question you have to ask yourself. Would you rather have the fastest run but a very unreliable route, or would you rather have a route that's a little bit more reliable but definitely slower? And thus far, none of the routes have yielded results. So I think at that point, you're probably saying, okay, we'll just keep trying and we'll rush against the wall with our heads first to try and take it down our way. But once Mandatory actually locks in this 23, and if they do, I think Echo will need to maybe look and see if they want to change anything. But for now, Mandatory in that second ring, working out the rest of the trash count here right now. Just a quick comparison. I was looking up the 22 boss splits. We had the fastest one for Mandatory with 6:37, and then Echo followed right after with 6:58. But of course, we know they pull the trash a little bit differently, so Mandatory taking a little bit longer throughout the far end. But with 7 minutes 8 seconds on Laymore, they should be very much on track in this 23.
Yeah, absolutely. Scary moment there for Dragon's Guild team on the gather of this pull. Timbermaw went down to a melee from one of those phoenixes flying around that your range DPS have to tag for you as a tank. Fortunately enough, they got the gather done cleanly, got the stun off from these chains, and 4G was able to keep the team topped with Vampiric Embrace while Timbermaw ran back. Scary moment, but able to get through it, notably saving the battle res. That's huge for them in this key. There is so much danger in the middle section of the dungeon after you deal with Chargath, so the fact that they're able to hold on to that one bodes well for them in this key, and getting this +1 on the board would very, for the moment, put them back ahead of Missed Count. Again, though, Miscount working on that 23 Azure Vault. If they're able to get that key on the board, it would give them the tiebreaker trump over Dratno's Guild team, which is definitely good for them. I think Dratno's Guild team definitely could go back into the 23 Azure Vault. I'm just not sure if the Warlock pick is what you want to play in the 23. We'll have to find out if they potentially will make a change when they head back to that key.
So why do you think are they actually playing the Warlock here? I mean, of course, we've seen that they like the Warlock generally better. They also played it in the Agathar Academy and, like I said, in the Uldaman. In the Uldaman, I think it's generally agreed to be the better choice, but why do you think they're opting for it in the Azure Vault as well?
I think it comes down to the raging management. I mean, one of the things that we're watching happen a lot on these first couple of pulls is mobs not all transitioning into raging at the same time. So ideally on this first pull, your ideal scenario for how it would happen is you gather everything up, you start doing AoE damage, you push all of the flowers into their raging range at the exact same time so that your Oppressing Roar from your Aug Evoker can soothe all of those raging effects, and then you can go back to AoE stopping them. With Mage and Shadow Priest, there can be a little bit of inconsistency in damage, especially if one of those mobs doesn't get dotted at the start of the pull. With the Warlock, however, with the amount of burst AoE that they have doing consistent damage to everything that they hit with the Rain of Fire, you have a much better chance of doing smooth damage and pushing everything into raging range at the same time. So, in a perfect world, if the Gather is good and the Rain of Fire has hit everything, it should be easier to get that soothe off. But in concept, I don't know if that's actually how it works. I don't know. We'll have to see if it works for them on the 23.
Well, we'll actually need them to go there first. That's the first thing. But Echo, back in that 23 bottom left corner, Zalia dropping really low as they are using all of their stops to try and deal with this extra trash here. We already saw Sigil of Silence being used and then some as they're chewing through these lashers. But slowly but surely, they're going to be enraged, and that's when that overall you were just explaining is going to come in and has to be on time to get as many of them as possible, which means they also need to be on somewhat of the same HP amount so that they can do that. Last tree spawning here as Echo maybe making it through that first lethal pull.
Good knock-up. They've got the soothes on most of the lashers. I think it's actually on all of the lashers. I don't see a single raging angry skull
Mandatory.
above those lashers. Actually, there are a couple of them now. Can they get them down? Not sure. In the meantime, though, mandatory. Just another wipe for them to this trash in the Azure Blade area. So unfortunate. 17 minutes into the key, and that's just more time lost. It just goes to show you, we think that the 23 is timeable. But at this key level, with this scaling, with everything doing, 700% more damage and having 700% more HP, the way that keys scale, every single pull is just so difficult to live through.
Gingy?
It's so much damage on the squad. Gingy is dropping low, but I think he's going to be okay. Scary moment for them, but able to get through it. A wipe at this point, a player death at this point wouldn't be a reset. It would really have to be the tank going down at this point, I think, for them to have to full reset.
So I'm actually wondering, Echo just came back from a break, right? And to me, this pull looked like they were doing less, actually, than what we saw them do before. Maybe that's actually what just happened and why they're getting through it so cleanly. We'll have to look back and compare the two polls. We only saw the ending of this right now, but looks like they are adapting and saying, all right, we have the time. We can actually take just a little bit longer here in that first pull and make it safer instead. And that is going to be it. They're finishing out on that last little tender there and going into Laymore.
I'm going back and looking at the VODs just to compare the trash count on their previous attempts on this first boss compared to what we just saw. Right now going for 32% count, whereas before on Laymore,
No, I think that's the same.
they're on the same count, so it's the same pull, but maybe during the break
Wow.
they kind of went through and thought about how they could make that pull go more consistently, and whatever they did during break, the first attempt back is looking good for them, so let's see if they can capitalize on that break timer, get a little bit more consistent with this first pull and get this key done.
I mean, that's amazing. If they can manage to replicate this, then they're in a great spot here to have a smooth run. But of course, we know that this key has more danger waiting around the corner. Lamer himself, we were just talking about it, lots and lots of potential for just group-wide damage, that if you don't have something ready, you are most likely on the floor, so they're making headway through that. And then I'm curious how that snap is going to go, because Echo Snap has been looking so clean thus far for the most part that I'm really, really eager to watch them do that again. Left-hand side, we're seeing mandatory go back into that key, and Pedro's per hour right above them are now also arriving in those rings, making headway towards Azure Blade.
Meanwhile, also Dragnos Guild Team through the second major chain pull of the key, getting that done, and into the next pain point of the key. This is what we've seen so many teams wipe to. The commander pull, but you also pull 2 lava bearers into the pack in addition to 4 of those elementals, on top of a blacksmith that's doing AoE damage as well. So it's a ridiculous amount of trash that you have to deal with. Have a death from mode on the first pull for mandatory, but as long as this player can stay alive for the remainder of the pull, it should be fine. But Maystine also goes down to the infused ground, unfortunately, maybe greeting a cast or two. Hopeful also going down, going to be a reset for them. They don't have the stops for those Mystic Vapor casts, and that's just another one counted on the board. Tally it up for them. That number is getting higher and higher still. Back to Dragnos Guild Team, though. The pull is together, and the damage from this 21 Tyrannical stomp from the commander, in addition to the blacksmith damage as well, is going to be difficult for them to get through. If a single one of those melt casts goes off on a player, it could instantly one-shot any one player in their group. So the execution has to be perfect for them. In addition to that, the tank under so much pressure as he's getting meleeed by every single one of these mobs. Timbermaw doing his best to keep him up. Looks like they might have to be able to get through it. Just have to deal with these lava flares. They're still so healthy, still 30% on their health bars. Gotta AoE as hard as you can here, but the cooldowns are running out for them. Just have to stay alive for a little while longer, finish off those flares, and maybe you can get through the pull. This last set of melt
coming
going
through,
through,
the
but the melt goes
melt.
through. Forky going down, but they have the battle res, and the flares are dead. They just have to live through one last bad combo of the stomp from the commander plus the blacksmith, and I think they're going to be able to get through it with just the res expended. I mean, if you can go into that pull knowing you'll get through it with just one death, I think you'll take that every time.
You absolutely do. Down he goes. And I was just looking at the split timers for DGT as well, and they look absolutely phenomenal all throughout compared to the other 21 Altheirs that we've seen so far. They're on a great pace, and that's exactly what they need to do. Being a little bit slower in some of the other dungeons that they have, they need to claw back that time and also those points at the same time, making perfect headway on that challenge for themselves as the trash pack is now slowly dying out. I think you absolutely take that death.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, those lava flares, man, those are so stressful to deal with. You're committing all of your AoE stops to dealing with just those melt casts, and if a single one of them goes off like you saw, 100 to 0 as a player with the residual AoE damage going off. But yeah, just quick little battle res back in the scheme of things here, and we're on to the next pull, not even waiting for the remainder of the trash to die. Gotta chain, gotta make absolute use of our time here. We're looking for something like a 24-minute split on the next boss kill here. Remember, this is a tyrannical key, so it's a pretty healthy encounter. It could probably take upwards of 4 minutes for them to kill. So as long as they get on that boss in the next minute and a half here, I think they are on pace like you mentioned. The splits are looking good. But we've already seen the end of this dungeon can be dangerous. Dratno's Guild team did have a wipe to Warlord Saga on the 20, and it looked kind of scary on their second attempt, so we know there's still a lot of danger left in this key, and they're going to have to keep up the consistent play to get this done.
Absolutely right. We will keep on watching. Gorek himself also a little bit of a challenge as Echo dropping really low on Laymore here. They are notably a little bit slower than what we've seen from Mandatory, but of course they play more trash, so don't be mistaken by that. That is absolutely normal, and that was, I think, the last cast that we're gonna get that does this heavy AoE as Laymore on the last percentages is hopefully going to fall. There we go. Echo through that first boss on 8 minutes, 22 seconds in a 23 Azure Volt.
Yeah,
Match,
definitely take that.
22. And Pedro's also made it through that big snap pull.
Okay.
All right, we're checking back in here. We're on Azure Blade.
Oh, this is a scary moment here. Pulling trash on top of Azure Blade on Fortified is scary. Yoda does not want to take a single Ice Cutter from any of these guards at the same time. He's taking melees from the boss. Able to take that one because the boss is channeling that Arcane Orb. It's okay, he's got the buttons for that. But anytime the boss plus an ad cutters you at the same time, you can easily get killed off by that combo. You can actually see Yoda's playing in a way that he's making sure he doesn't get hit by a single one of those Arcane Cleaves. Does not want to take any extra tank damage here. And he's going to be okay as the boss transitions into the intermission with just that one Vault Guard alive. Played that one perfectly.
Absolutely did. They're now into that intermission, and Echo on their way to that first snap. We're going to keep an eye on them once this pull is actually finished. We know that their snap is going to be some of the lower ring to the upper ring using that Wernstone on now, and we definitely do not want to miss that. At the same time, though, Mandatory back at it, made it through that first pull, and you can see the trash count difference there. It is roughly, wait, I'm doing math, give me a second, like 7% difference. And that is also why they're a little bit faster once they actually kill off Laymore here in comparison to Echo, but that is all in design as DGT making headway through Gorek.
+1 tally for missed counts. Wiping to the first trash pull yet again. It's almost, you know, we're kind of expecting it to happen at this point. We're waiting for teams to get through this first section before we really pay attention to their runs here. That's why we're going to be focusing so much in on Echo as they get through these trash pulls after Laymore. This is the important part of the dungeon, where they go for the snap pull that you mentioned, where they go for the big pull in Azure Blade's room, where the tank is in the most danger of going down to this 23 fortified key, where the mobs are doing 714% increased damage from their Mythic Zero counterpart. Just an absolute insane amount of HP bars to chew through. If Echo's able to get through this snap, we're on a solid run, and we know their timers are possible. They have a faster run than Mandatory, and Mandatory had time to finish the key, so Echo just has to keep it clean here. And, you know, with 17 resets under the board, you'd be really happy to get this one done right now with plenty of time left in the day.
But there's still so much dungeon yet to do, so let's not call the day before it's over. Now, currently in that lower ring, grabbing all of those extras. Warrenstone does come in, and here is where it gets dangerous. Fell Devastation has already been sent, but the rest of the trash is a little bit late to actually come in here and spawn. Icy Binding's going to be interrupted, making sure that none of that is going to cause them problems, as I think we should have nearly everything up there right now. Going to be wiggling out of that corner where they snap up, and this is looking very good for Echo.
And this is, a dangerous pull, not only because the amount of mobs that are in the pull, but the amount of interrupts that you're going to have to get as well. You need to make sure you have Icy Bindings on lock. One of those goes off, and it's way too easy to die to one of these swirlies. We've seen tons of deaths to these swirlies throughout the course of today. But also, elementals. If they let a sleep cast go off, and someone gets slept into a circle, that's another easy way for someone to just quickly get one shot on this pull. Any tiny mistake results in somebody getting one shot by a swirly, so have to play it perfectly, have to use those AoE stops perfectly, cannot have a single thing go wrong on this pull. But Echo's been good at it. But as I say that, Zalia goes down to a swirly. Didn't know if it got slept, but that must have been what happened to him. No healer means that now is in a dangerous position here, and I believe Zalia did just instantly release, so he's not going to be part of the squad for another 20 seconds or so as he runs back to the group. Of course, Druid in cat form is pretty fast, but I don't know how fast he can get here, as now is running out of tools. His cheats are on cooldown. He might just need to, at some point, kite and run away from these mobs. Not yet, though, as the
Fell Devastation
comes back off cooldown.
Yeah.
He's safe for a few more seconds here. Zalia might be back any second here. Zalia is here. Give him those heals he needs so desperately. Ward committed as well, just to help his tank out. And I think they're through the most of the danger. If he needs to, he still has the option to get out and run away.
Absolutely beautifully solved from Echo. And if I may, I'm going to be quoting our co-caster Dratnos. It's not about the mistakes, it's how you deal with them. And that was fantastic by Echo, knowing that they really want to have every single battle rest at any given time in the key. So if they have a chance to have someone release and run back and survive in the meantime, then that's absolutely what they're going to do. At the same time, though, I don't know if you heard it. That was my cat. She's very excited about mandatory. So Ari is a mandatory fan, notably. Sebastian, a Pedro's fan. We have everything here in this house. And she is very excited about that Laymore dying, as you can hear.
Yeah, I heard the casting in the background, and I thought it was kind of rude that they were interrupting you, but I don't know, maybe
agree.
You're just used to it. Echo through the poll, though. They've gotten through, even with the death on Zalia, the scary moment. And again, the important part of the poll, saving the battle res. They have that in the back pocket for these more dangerous pulls later on. For instance, in the boss, you need a battle res to get somebody up. There's no releasing on a boss fight. Releasing during the frog pull would be almost certain death, so saving the battle res for that, incredibly important. Making the best of a bad scenario. Echo, it's what Echo's been known for doing throughout the years, showing it off here in the final day of the TGP, in the most important moments, and they've got what they need banked for the next pull, which is just another killer pull. This Azure Blade room, all these ice cutters, icy bindings galore, sleeps galore, just so much tank damage to worry about. Have to keep an eye on now as he runs into this section of the key. Again, no cheat deaths available for him. His health bar is going to be yo-yoing on the gather of this pull. It's going to be the most scary moment for him. But once everything is stacked up, that's when he'll be safe. He'll be in a better position. We'll be able to kite trash mobs around. Look at the health bar. The first melee dropping into 10% HP, but able to stay alive. That's not enough trash, though. Has to gather more in. Here comes the lieutenant. Is he also going to grab the guards on top of the stairs there? Maybe eventually once he feels safe, but not in the pull just yet.
They are doing really well here. Need to make sure they keep everything interrupted and stopped, and that's exactly what's going out there. We have the sigil coming in once more, making sure that these are not getting through, while now is kiting for his life, making the rest of the team's life a little bit easier by trying to stay in the same spot so they don't have to actually follow through here. And I'm really curious on how that bloodlust timing on Echo is going to turn out in the end, as now does go down to the ice cutter. Can they rest him up quickly enough? Zalia is going to drop here as well. They do have the battle rests, but do they have anyone to actually send them? Mira is going to go out and kite. This is the former tank main of the team, of course, while Gingy gets now back up to try and recover this pull for them.
This is doable. So this is actually savable. This trash is kiteable as long as they don't pull any extra trash mobs. And also, everything was aggroed onto Miraz there. And he was able to fade off the aggro once he had nowhere left to kite. So now could get aggro back off, but it's just another death as the trash without his healer alive is just going to be way too dangerous to live through. And unfortunately, the Azure Blade Room, which just in their most recent attempt claimed Mandatory's run, also takes down Echo. Every single one of these trash pulls just so dangerous and so difficult to live through.
Honestly, that was a fantastic try from Echo, and if they can kind of connect to that after their break and continue to do well in that first pull, we'll see some real progression throughout that dungeon. Just quickly noting, we also saw a missed count in the 23 AV they were reporting out, so unfortunately something must have gone wrong for them at the beginning of that dungeon, but that means they're trying, they're in there, they want that highest score point on the 23 dungeon, and DGT, 5 minutes to go to finish out this trash and also deal with Sarga. How are you feeling about that timer, Zyro?
The timer, it's not great, but I think there is barely enough time here. They're going to have to pull the boss probably when these wardens die. They might even have to just go now. And they're only going to get 2 really solid uses of the 2-minute cooldowns in the remainder of the key. Now, one of those is going to align with Bloodlust, which is quite good. The other question that I have is, are these 2 wardens enough for count? And I do not think that they are. So not only will they have to cleave this trash down with the boss, but they'll then also have to go pull, I believe, 2 more trash mobs during the encounter to make up for their 100% count. It's going to be difficult. But remember, this boss does have damage amplification portions of the fight, and they can also align those with those 2-minute presses that they have available for the remainder of the dungeon key. So, is it dangerous? Yes. Is it possible? Also, yes. I think if they play this
4G?
perfectly, they can get it done. 4G dropping low to the intermission damage. He also, I believe, had that dot on him for a portion of the start of the encounter here, but Timbermaw able to keep him alive. And they didn't do a lot of damage in this first damage amp, but everyone's still alive, and that's what matters.
That is what matters, and hopefully they can continue to do so. We are getting word from our production, just quickly noting as our teams are back in that AV, that missed count is actually splitting. That first trash pack that we are seeing Echo just wipe to and Mandatory just having finished out at the same time earlier, they split it up. So every time they wipe in the early stages of this AV, it's going to cost them even more time, which is not very great. But we are getting closer to that finishing timer in DGT's corner. 3 minutes to go, 67% on the boss, and then some more trash count that they'll pull in here towards the end of it. And Pedro's per hour, you're looking great in that 22 AV as well.
Tons of time left. I mean, it's just time key at this point. Play safe, big IO. Get this 22 done. 11 minutes left on the timer here. Not going to do just the 22, but you don't need to, right? You just want to unlock the 23. And if they do end up coming down to a time tiebreaker, this time is going to be very fast. Remember, Echo had like a 31-minute 22 Azure Vault. Pedro's per hour could end up being very close to that by the time this key is done. Now, their Bloodlust probably won't come off cooldown on Umbral Skull until like the very end of the encounter, if it even does come off, but we have to shift our focus away here. Dratnos Guild Team issues on Warlord Sarga. Timbermaw does go down. Can we get the res off on him? Where is the body? Get the res off, guys. You need that healer so that you can pull trash into the boss. Bloodlust coming off cooldown in 22 seconds. Can we get the res? Where's Timbermaw's body? Team,
I think he maybe was the one. There he is. Yeah, he's in the corner, so
okay.
They will try to rest him. Surely they have the bracers, right?
I sure hope so. They're not positioning to go for it, and that is a concerning prospect. I gotta check Dratnos Guild Team Naltheris. Terrasance.
Possibly it could also be something on his end. So maybe they just we had some issues on player ends. Maybe they just know that there's no point in resting him right now and they're waiting for it, but they can't clutch it out. Notably, that Vengeance Demon Hunter is great at living. It's just the rest of the team that maybe needs to be a little bit more scared, and they do have that Bloodlust to try and help them throughout, as Frosty does jump out to grab that extra trash. 30% to go as the timer is coming closer and closer, dropping super low for DGT top left corner, but Frosty will be able to regenerate. Probably has that full death ready. Yeah, there we go. And that will be it. Bloodlust coming in. 40 dropping really low once again for them. So is Terrasan, but they do have that shield come in, and that will be the stun as well, as they still need to deal with this trash. They don't have their healer.
He has the debuff on him, which is doing so much damage, but he gets bailed out. The Vampiric Embrace cooldown does come up. That's going to keep them alive and healthy for the next 10 seconds or so, but it's already gone. The healing is gone. It's really coming down to just raw healing buttons for the team, and with 30 seconds left in the key, you have to finish the boss off. You have to finish the trash off. But
Timber
the
is
cooldowns
back.
are gone. Timbermaw is back. They have the res, they have the healer, but healing is not what they need at this point. They just need to do damage. They need to finish the key. 25 seconds left on the timer. I don't know if it's going to be possible. They have to kill everything on the screen here. I don't think they have the damage for it.
18 seconds to go. I'm pretty sure that they can deal with the boss, but the rest of it is the problem, as the deaths come raining. Forgy, followed by Frosty, and in an absolutely devastating manner, DGT is not able to clutch out this 21 with 32 minutes lost, putting them further and further behind than they already were.
I mean, that's just a brutal way to lose a key. I mean, pulling that trash on top of the boss is dangerous enough in its own right. Doing it without a healer, but I mean, they had to, though. They had no time left, and then unfortunately getting the worst possible overlap, that Warden shield exploding at the same time they pushed the boss into its magma shield intermission. Unhealable damage on that key level, and that is a rough loss of 30 seconds. Drado's Guild team were playing for the safe play there. They were playing for the +1 just to get the score advantage over Miscount, and not getting that is going to be a rough one. I mean, the question remains for them, what is the better play? Do they think that they can do the 23 AV? Because if they get the +1 in that Neltharis, but then Miscount then transition and get the 23 Azure Vault, Miscount just win on tiebreakers. So they're in a tough spot now after not timing that key. I'm not sure what the best play is for them.
Neither am I, but I'm sure Mathnos will enlighten us later on once he actually comes on the board here. Of course, he is someone else, the chosen mascot of that team, so I'm sure he has some insights in their Curses of Ra and what else they got going on for them after their break. Speaking of, Pedros per hour, bottom left corner, they're finishing out on their 22 AV, 6 minutes to go, timer's looking good. They just need to make sure they don't have any mandatories happening to them, and all of these extra crystals are dying in a timely manner and fashion. And then they also need to keep in mind that they want to take their break, because they only have 19 minutes to go.
No lust for the second set of crystals. This is no cooldowns, no lust. The only thing they have is the Vampiric Embrace without 2-minute cooldowns and the Combust on Fired Up. Can they beat the crystal without the augmentation from the Bloodlust? This is actually going to be really scary. Look at those Fracture cast timers. They are filling up. Can they kill off all the crystals in time? One last crystal, it goes off. Can they heal through it? I don't think you can on this key level. Everyone's going to die. Cauterize use, Sang dead, Yoda dead. That is going to be a wipe for Pedros per hour.
That was actually insane. They could have just waited.
Go back, actually. Do they have time to go back?
They
5
have
minutes
5
might
minutes.
Be enough time.
Oh my god.
I'm
actually stun locked, but they have 5 minutes. They have Bloodlust now, so there's still a chance that they clutch it out on the 22 here. Mandatory though, on to Azure Blade. We of course keeping track of that 23 AV as well. Notably, all Battle Rust is gone, 3 deaths on the timer already, as they are making headway through that second boss. But Pedros per hour, once again, Umbral Skull pulled here, Yoda going down, Drogo is going to follow. That'll be another reset, and that, I think, means that their timer is no good anymore.
Just another 30-plus minute loss in these difficult keys. At the end of the day, every single +1 is so important. Every single placement gained is so important. The prize money, a huge factor, going to be coming at the end of the day here. And also, at the same time, as these wipes mandatory on what could easily be the best Azure Vault run we've seen in the past hour, finally. back onto Azure Blade through that dangerous trash in between Laymore and Azure Blade. Remember, we're looking for something in the realm of a 2230, something sub 23 on the Azure Blade kill. If they're there, they have the potential, they have the time to finish the key as long as they can keep it clean.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we'll be looking for. But let's take it one step back just for a couple of seconds, because I saw someone comment on the class variety, and I do think that's pretty interesting because we're seeing mandatory on that Fire Mage and then Echo and Miscount on that Frost Mage. Can you actually elaborate why mandatory is running that fire that nobody else is going for?
So, when it comes down to it in this key, there's two main factors that they're using in deciding what class they're playing, right? There is the overall cleave burn damage that the different specs can do, and then there's also the safety of the specs that they're playing. Fire is a little safer because it has access to cauterize. If you can take a cheat death, you're always happy having a cheat death. Frost might be a little bit more overall damage, and it's also more safety for the tank. Being able to slow mobs and kite them out is extremely useful in certain scenarios, and as we've seen, these trash pulls are just they're so difficult for the tanks to live through, so that little bit of extra added safety for the tank is nice. But when it comes down to Umbral Skull, the difference in hardened crystal damage is huge. For the Fire Mage comp, what your Fire Mage wants to do is put a huge combust into the boss right before the crystals come out, and then spread the resulting ignite from that combust onto all of the crystals. That helps you burn them down a little bit more evenly, and will help you in the long run. Whereas the Frost Mage will most likely just swap to the hardened crystal, try to burst that shield down as quickly as possible with glacial spikes. And that makes it safer, but it's less overall damage to the crystals. Now, that being said, Mandatory did wipe to just not killing all of the crystals, and they kind of have the better spec for killing all the crystals in the Fire Mage, so I'm not sure what the issue was for them there. Maybe they didn't get a perfect setup for the crystals, but it's going to be a scary prospect for teams getting to a 23 Umbral Scroll when they do get there. Do they have the damage allocation just to AoE cleave down all the crystals once, let alone 3 times?
Yeah, that seems to be the question as we dive into another caster swap, and Zyronic, you're out. Dratnos back in once more, and you know, do you think it's possible? Like, is that the conversation now? Like, is there the damage in these team compositions to do that? I guess we're getting another. We'll find out again soon, probably. But I'm starting to wonder.
Yeah, it's beginning to look a little. I think the thing is, like, a couple of hours ago, Mandatory were in this plus 23 Azure Vault, and they almost one-shot that Keystone, right? Man, that's going to be something, looking back on the day. That wipe on the last boss in that key is going to be, that's going to be a heartbreaker for them to look back on. Now we've had something like 40 resets of this dungeon split between our other teams. That is, wow, what a brutal Keystone. But if anybody does manage to win, they're going to feel so accomplished. But Skylark down to a cast from a Draconic Image, actually. Rare that takes out the tank. But they are going to be able to res him. It looks like maybe recover this Azure Blade pull, but is this going to cost them the ability to beat the intermission here? It's already looking a little bit tough. Mode gets shot by one of those bolts as well. A little bit of danger here.
So they had 2 of them up at the same time there, which is, I assume, what happened why one of the casts went through. So a little bit, slacking on killing them off. I think trying to focus the boss instead, and you can see that the Ancient Orb is going to come on in here, and they will
7%.
Get that boss walking.
It's running
6%.
I think they're getting intermission. This is going to cost them some time. They've beaten this before on some of their previous runs, but now they have to spend another minute in this phase. Now, the good news for Mandatory is they probably don't need that time, but it looks like they think they do, as they are calling a wipe now. So they are going back and trying this again. They think they need this time, or they think they can't get that intermission, which is, I mean, yeah, this run was a pretty slow one for them so far. So I think if they had an otherwise perfect run, they could maybe get that intermission. But if there's other things slowing them down, it's probably time to reset.
No, I think I agree. It's very important for them to be able to have at least a good situated run for something to go wrong. This was just a little bit like a death of many blades, right? Coming in by 1,000 cuts. So unfortunately, we'll need to reset that one. But at the same time, we have Madge in that 22 AV trying to get that board scored for their team, get that extra point on the map. 25% to go. In come the crystals, and they don't have any bloodlust to go for this one. All of the cooldowns have just been sent as they're trying to deal with them. Looking good on those crystals, and should be a good point for match.
Yeah, with those crystals down, no way they could wipe from here. This is going to get Madge to 125 points. That'll bring them up into 5th place, their first time out of that 6th place spot in a long time. So very well done by Madge to recover here. The problem for them now is that they'll be at 125 points, but they'll only have really hard keystones left on their scorecard. They won't have any easy points to pick up, so they'll have to choose something difficult to attempt. It might even be the 23 vault, just because that one has extra tiebreaker implications, although looking at their timer in this 22, they actually don't have a lot of extra time at the end of this key, so maybe a worrying sign if they do want to attempt the 23. Maybe they'll head somewhere else instead, but that is Madge advancing to 5th place, another beneficiary of our no eliminations rule, a team that would have been eliminated yesterday if that was still in place, but gets to keep playing, and now maybe going to be able to overtake Pedro's and potentially even more. Echo having a death on Laymore. It's their first of the dungeon, so it is their first battle res of the dungeon only. Gigi going to wait until that consuming stomp goes out, but it's going to kill Clicks as well. So this is going to be a full wipe now with 2 deaths. No point in continuing this one.
Well, that allows us to take a look at that leaderboard. You were just mentioning it. We saw Pedro's per hour. Unfortunately, they're towards the end of that AV, being unable to clear their crystals. So they're sitting on 2 points of unrealized potential. Currently taking a break. Will be going back into that dungeon as soon as they can to hopefully get it on the board. But between the bottom 3 teams, I feel like everything is so close. Missed count also in that category as they're trying to put that 23 on the board for themselves. Notably, DGT also had a heartbreaking wipe. I think you maybe want to talk about this one, don't you?
Yeah, Timber unfortunately looked like died, maybe DC'd as well right at the end of their 21 Neltheris attempt. It was going to be a very tight timer either way, but that ended up leading to them not being able to put the 21 on the board heartbreakingly at the very end of the dungeon as well. So you can see they've now finished their break timer. They're back in Neltheris. They still think this is their best point that they can pick up, which is a little bit different than Miscount, which is the team they're kind of directly competing with for 3rd place right now. Miscount are trying a much lower success rate key, this 23 vault, but if both teams succeed at the key that they're working on, Miscount are going to have an uncontested tiebreaker of that plus 23 keystone. So that is currently the situation. You can see Drano's Guild team are actually in the M0 Neltheris right now, just getting far enough ahead to be able to get that Kalashi Goulash before they start this dungeon. So they'll be getting underway here with their actual keystone very soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's something we've been seeing from a couple of teams, just trying to set themselves up for success before they enter the actual dungeon. But we do have Mandatory and Echo, well, nearly side by side this time in the timer on that AV23, and Miscount seems like they made it through that dungeon further than what we've seen from them before. Notably, they do play the beginning of the dungeon a little bit differently. They make some extra trash count, but they're also a little bit slower, so their split on Laymore is going to be way slower than what we're seeing from Mandatory and Echo, but it's not necessarily a point of concern depending on how the rest for them goes.
Yeah, it's interesting because even though this is a 23 keystone, right, it's our highest level key is Mandatory are going to be wiping another start of their dungeon. It's not actually as tight of a timer as some of the 22s even in the other dungeons. There is flexibility in here. If these teams have a perfect run, I wouldn't be surprised if we see, 34, 35 minutes on the dungeon timer at the end. So there is room for pulling differently than other teams. You don't just have to go as big as possible on every single pull. And all of our teams are playing different comps in that 23 as well. We've got the Fire Mages, we've got the Frost Mages, we've got the Destruction Warlocks. All of those have different strengths and weaknesses that lead to you wanting to pull mobs slightly differently as well.
Yeah, we were just talking about that one before you came in, but HE going down for Miscount, and that is going to be chaos as they try to get this pull back under control. Kira is going to kite it out, try to stay away from those cutters to maybe survive this run. But I think AJ actually released. I don't think they rest him. So it's going to be a couple of seconds until that healer is back with the rest of the team. And it is going to slow them down in the overall progression on top of that. But Kira doing a great job at trying to kite it out, stay alive, while Yargi and Thanner trying to do their best to deal with the trash and cleave it down until their healer is back with them. How much longer can they keep this up?
I think that this is going to cost them so much time as well. Yeah, now Yargi down as well. Thanner can land the B-res, but now there's 2 Icy Bindings casts going off and nobody alive to kick them. The mobs are raging as well, so CCs would not work on them. And yeah, they are going to just be town portaling out of this one. That's another 20 minutes down the drain for Mist Count. Mist Count, Echo, and Mandatory, all just the same story as they repeatedly reset that 23 Azure Vault. Meanwhile, Drano's Guild team back in it, back in the 21 Neltheris. This time's the charm.
Yeah, I'm glad you're saying that. We saw both Forgy and Terrasant in chat saying some questionable things. I'm not a GGT translator, so obviously I can't go further into that, but I'm very curious about how it's going to work out for them now that they're back in this dungeon trying to put it on the board and get that extra score point, as we are seeing some resets all across the board from our teams. Now, I will say, it is getting closer in the hour. We're 1 hour and 6 minutes away from starting those final keys. At what point do you maybe say, okay, I actually don't want to continue rushing against the wall in this AV23, and instead I'll look at my time tiebreakers if I'm mandatory, for example?
Yeah, or do you think about the 22 Bracken again? Mandatory spent some of yesterday working on that. The problem for Mandatory is that if they want to fix their time tiebreaker, they still have to do Azure Vault. They have to do Azure Vault 22 5 minutes faster than they did, which, you know, they can do it faster than they did, but they're not going to be able to do it as fast as Echo without Echo's route. So I think Mandatory need to be looking at +1 point. I think that you just stay in the vault until the end of the day as well. I think at this point you're committed. You've been practicing it. You've been blasting it. I think if you move to Brackenhide, it's just, I feel like that's not something that you're going to be able to get done in the next hour. You're warmed up on Azure Vault. You know you can do it as well. You've gotten to the end of the dungeon. But they may disagree. They may be like, you know what? It's actually the Brackenhide. That's where we can get that point. We know we can do it because they almost got that yesterday as well. So
yeah,
it's going to be
they
very
have 2 dungeons that they almost got. But at what point do you say, okay, while the 23 is an amazing tiebreaker, right? If you get the 23 and you tie points and the other team doesn't have the 23 and you still have the same amount of points, you win because you have the higher key scored. So that's why that's a priority for sure. But I feel like they looked a lot, while the Brackenhide is lethal, it doesn't look as volatile as that AV that we've been seeing thus far. So maybe a change of location would help.
It doesn't really change, actually, because they're going to lose the time tiebreaker to Echo probably either way, unless they do a 23 fast and Echo do a 23 slow, which I guess could actually replace, like, there's a 6-minute 30-second difference between the two teams right now, but if Mandatory put up, say, a 35-minute Azure Vault +23 and Echo put up a 37-minute one, then actually that does flip the time tiebreaker back into Mandatory's favor. So it's maybe not a 0% chance, but it's pretty unlikely, if either of these teams times a key, that it will come down to time tiebreaker and Mandatory will win it. I think Mandatory definitely are just picking the easiest place to get a point. The more interesting question for me is missed count. At what point, if you're missed count, do you bail out of this 23 vault and go do a 21 Neltheris, which is a much easier key than anything Echo or Mandatory still have access to?
For them, the question is, do they still have a shot at actually making their way into those top 2 or even that top 1 spot? If they can get that 23, yeah, if they can get that 23, and then they can get either the Neltheris 21 or the Oldemon 21, then they'll be tied. And if they actually are able to get all 3 dungeons, they still have a chance of winning, which is, it sounds insane after how they've been looking day 1, day 2, but here they are, and they've been looking pretty good in that 23 as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're 2 points behind Echo and Mandatory right now, which means they do need 2 dungeons anyways. If they do one of the other dungeons and the 23 vault, they would actually be in first place, right? If Echo and Mandatory don't put anything on the board, because the 23 would be the tiebreak. But crucially, either way, they're going to need a point from either Oldeman or Neltheris to compete with Echo and Mandatory. And I think they should maybe be looking at getting that point to avoid losing on points to Dratno's guild team if they can't do the 23 vault, which increasingly it's looking like maybe none of our teams are going to be able to get that 23 vault done. They've been trying now for hours, and there's only an hour left in our day, so time is running short in these 23 vaults. I think the pressure is definitely on for Miscount to maybe make a decision about fleeing from that dungeon and picking up a point or two in the other ones that they still have 20s in.
Yeah, I think so too. I personally would like them siege the Neltheras, but at the same time, you can still do that when the timer runs out. Like,
that's true.
If you just say to yourself, okay, we'll try the AV until we actually hit like 5 minutes until those last runs have to be started, and then we go into the Neltheras just to solidify that extra point. I think that's, to me, the best routing or best planning for missed count, so they can get some extra time in the AV and maybe, who knows, maybe finish it out. But for now, it's going to be some more time that most of our teams are spending here, as DGT is in that Neltheras, and Madge, notably, I think we're going to be heading into that Halls.
Yeah, Halls, I think, makes a lot of sense for Madge. Madge here playing for, I mean, they're potentially still in range of a top 3 finish as well. If they can get this Halls on the board, if they can do it quickly, they'll have time to maybe get, I mean, in theory, Madge could still win the tournament as well. There's still an hour and 2 minutes left to finish 2 keys and start a third. It's actually not technically impossible for Madge. If they only time keys for the rest of the day, and Echo and Mandatory do not, Madge could actually still get to 128. It's not impossible, but it's going to be very, very close at this point. I think Madge realistically are playing for a solid third, which again, coming into today, they were in 6th. So even being in the conversation for that is huge for them. And if they can put this 21 Halls on the board, that is going to be great news. Of course, every other team has something to say about that as well, as we do have the 23 vaults underway still for Echo, Mandatory, and Missed Count. And then we have Dratner's guild team, Madge, and Pedro's all working on different keys. Well, I guess Pedro's are still in a vault, but it's a 22 instead of a 23. Pedro's in some tremendous pain here recently with that wipe on Umbral Skull. Into come down, get ready to pull it again, die on pole, not able to actually finish the 22. That's going to cost them another 30 minutes of doing this key again. And if Pedro's can't put this 22 on the board, it's going to be catastrophic for them because they have a 2 chest in the 20 right now. But if they actually end the day with that 2 chest in 20, that's not worth much more than just a regular 20.
That's true, but we know they can do it. They just had a very bad ending to their previous attempt, and while that lower third is being flown in, we're on the 23rd attempt for Echo in this 23 AV. Wouldn't it be nice to finish it on that one? I feel like that would be a good sign, you know?
That would be poetic, yeah.
You're the knower of curses, maybe you're also the knower of attempt blessing. I don't know.
Yeah, the 20. It's an elegant number, you know, 23 attempts for the 23 vault. I like it. I think Echo at this point, they would really love to be able to get out of this dungeon. Unlike Mandatory, they didn't have that. Like, they've been struggling with the start of this dungeon since getting in here, right? It wasn't like Mandatory where they almost timed it on their first try. They've been wiping all over the first 10, 15 minutes of this dungeon. So I think, though, the thing for Echo, if they can clutch out once they actually get to Tailhash, and if they could just clutch it from there, I think it's very likely they'll be able to do that. That's a team that historically, once they're down to just the end of the dungeon, just some bosses at the end, they execute bosses in particular especially well. And that Frost Mage, I think, is going to be better than Fire for dealing with those hardened crystals on Umbral Skull, because you have, you know, Veins and a Personal Lust for one of them, and then you know, the Group's Lust on another one, maybe Veins for the third as well, and you've just got something for everything.
Yeah, that's going to be really important, but first you need to get there, and that has proven to be quite a challenge in itself for all of our teams, of course, as we are seeing them side by side and on top of each other here in this 23. Echo finishing out on 7 minutes and 54 seconds. In my book, that's a good split for them, looking at their trash count as well, of course, doing a little bit more trash than Mandatory. And then DGT working on Shargath here. In their previous attempt, they had like 5 minutes to go, arriving at Sarga with, I believe, like a little bit more than 10% trash as well still to do. How are we feeling about their split thus far?
I think it's still looking okay for Drowner's Guild team. Yeah, they definitely don't have an Eltheris that's super fast, so they need to not lose too much time, but it's almost impossible to avoid some random deaths in this dungeon. There's just so much nonsense happening in here that can kill you, so I think Drowner's Guild team definitely will be happy to continue this run. From this point, they've got that Lust rolling on Chargat. This is where they want to be when they hit that Lust. So it's working out okay, but yeah, like you said, they're reaching Sargo with 5-6 minutes at best to go in the dungeon, so very little room for error for that team.
Majdir working on Iridius as well. You're seeing both of our teams that are currently not in the AV on screen, which maybe is a little bit of a nice change of location for chat as well. But Echo currently on this pull here, and then after that we'll see the snap come in, notably a pain point that can cause some chaos in those runs, so we'll be watching how that one goes. As Pedro's per hour also finishing out on Laymore, and you can really see how their routing works in comparison to Echo's, because they have pretty much the same trash count, the same route in terms of the poles at the beginning, and they're not that much faster in the 22 than Echo is on that 23, so hopefully they are good on the overall timer here as well.
Yeah, there is inherently a little bit more safety built into those 22s than the 23s, just because, those last few bosses are going to take less time, even if you're a little bit slower to gather those trash pulls. But yeah, these 23s have just been absolutely brutal for these teams, just running in, wiping over and over again. But, a lot of players on these teams are kind of used to that experience from their Race to World First players, right? We've got Echo Raiders, of course, in Echo Raiders in Mandatory as well. We've got Liquid Raiders in Pedro's per hour. So a lot of Race to World First players that are probably used to this kind of progression of, failure 100 times until success that 101st time, and they've got to keep that attitude up. Good practice, though, because, of course, we are going to have a Race to World First coming up soon in War Within that's out. War Within out in a month now, pre-patch in a couple of days here. Very exciting time.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Those are the last WoW Esports Dragonflight dungeons that we are seeing, and while it may be feeling like we're seeing a lot of AV right now, I'm pretty sure I'm personally going to miss it as well, as these keys are being finished for those last times. It might be the last time we see that Neltheris on a broadcast ever. Question mark.
I think as well, sometime today, we saw our last ever broadcast bolstering key, and we didn't even realize it at the time. Gingy down for Echo. Battle Res is available. Now's Cheat Death is not available here too, so he needs to be really careful. There is an Afflicted spawn, as there usually is when somebody dies. I find that's always something that you then have to look out for, but they've managed to res Gingy, get those 2 Dispels out. Here comes that Time Warp. This pull is a pretty sketchy one. A lot of enemies in here. Those bashes need to be carefully aimed by now. Luckily, no melee in this group except for Zalia and Catform to look out for. Zalia is actually going to do a Moonkin form Convoke as well, giving the pack a little bit of extra respect, as he doesn't want to be getting hit by any of those bashes.
Yeah, this pull can be so lethal to your tank, but also to some of the other players. As you can see, that unstable power does go through on Gingy. One more death on the board, but they are able to get him back up. That was all their battle rests that they had accumulated thus far into this dungeon. So from here on out, they're living on Razor's Edge. They need to be so careful walking through this dungeon. And we know that the big scary pull in the Azure Blade room is still coming up, so now needs to be very stable on that one to try and get through this key furthermore. But the trash is slowly but surely dying off as the team makes way through that snapped pack.
Yeah, that is one of the downsides of the Frost Mage as compared to the Fire Mage. You don't have Cauterize available to save you from things like that happening, so if you do get hit with lethal damage, you are just going to die. Luckily for Echo, they did have those 2 Battle Reses available, but now they need to be flawless for the next 8 minutes, because at this point, if they have another one of those deaths, they won't have that Battle Res, and you can't afford somebody running back at this Keystone level. So Echo, 13 minutes into their 23, miscount. About the same point in the dungeon you can see in the bottom right, also hitting their Lust pull, also a massive pull here. In fact, is this the same pull that Echo do? Are miscount going as big as Echo are in this ring? I see a lot of nameplates down there.
I think they might be. So we know that they're doing a little bit of trash earlier on. Now they're also doing that same pull here. That makes me question how the rest of their dungeon routing is going to look like in this 23. But of course, first they need to live it. And of course for Echo, a little bit slower due to those stats. A lot of damage that goes missing when one of your DPSs dies. Mid cooldowns, before cooldowns, after having pressed those cooldowns can be quite painful and delaying a lot of those pulls. Missed count, doing pretty well here, not happening as they are chewing through that pull. We're also seeing the scary pull for DGT in the top left corner. Previously they had some deaths due to this pull, and it's just so many casts at the same time that you need to interrupt. Really keep your eyes open for those melt casts in that Neltharis to make sure nobody gets one shot.
Yeah, this is a very sketchy pull with that mini boss. A lot of extra damage coming out, and everybody has to be dodging, and there's all this fire on the ground as well that you can't dodge into. They have taken out that mini-boss now. Bursting, mercifully, not going to be too bad in here as well. Rarely do these pulls have so many mobs that burst like you find in some of the other dungeons too. So once they start getting these mobs dead, it should become a lot safer for them, especially with that mini-boss already dead. You can see they're just getting ready to move on with the rest of this dungeon. 17 minutes on the timer now. They're about halfway through the dungeon, so looking good. They've just got to get these two bosses killed and about half the trash also taken care of. They're basically at the halfway mark on the timer, the halfway point on the bosses, the halfway point on the enemy forces. This is going to come right down to the timer, actually, for Drano's guild team. They got to get into this boss fight soon.
They absolutely do, but a team that is already fighting for their life is Echo, as they have entered the cutter pull here in the Azure Blade boss room. And this one has been causing teams left, right, and center some deaths, as now actually does go down to the melee. Did not have that cheat death, as you were saying, and they also don't have that battle rest, so no chances for them to be able to get through this pull. And just goes to show one more time how absolutely crucial this pull is, and how you cannot be using any of your battle rests until you actually get to situations like this. Tragedy in this AV23.
Here's the crazy thing now, is all four of our teams on the screen have a path to victory still. There's only 50 minutes left in our day, but if Mandatory and Echo don't time this 23, Missed Count and Drano's guild team can time the 23 and one other keystone, which they have some relatively easy candidates. Obviously, Drano's guild team wiped in this 21 Neltharis before, but if they can get this on the board, they'll have a couple of attempts to try and usurp the throne from Echo and Mandatory in that 23 vault. And if they can time that, they'll be at 128 points, but they'll have the tiebreaker. Same with Missed Count. If Missed Count put this 23 on the board, then they rush over to Neltharis or to Uldaman. I think Neltharis probably gets that 128 point threshold, and all of a sudden, we could have a upset in our TGP championship here. Really exciting end of the day here. Four teams very much still live for first place. Imagine Pedros per hour, probably not live for first anymore, but both definitely still playing for third in their keystones, which is still also a very impressive and exciting way for our day to end.
Well, we are seeing the same pull from Missed Count here that just went awry for Echo, and it looks like Kira at least is managing to stay alive through it for the team. Of course, their timer, I'm a little bit worried about that one, as Kira takes some big hits from those cutters. Interrupts are coming in as the pack now has split. A lot of that cleave damage is going to get lost, but they're trying to regroup them. They're trying to get them back under control as Kira is just dancing through that boss room. You want to make sure that you're not pulling Azure Blade, but is of course under control by that priest, making sure that nobody can body pull her.
Yeah, one of the ways you really don't want your key to end. We have seen some, accidentally pulled mobs, a very common way for dungeon runs to get depleted here. So something that all of our teams are hoping to avoid. Yes,
everything is red and glowy.
It's okay.
All right, there we go.
Only a few. You can land the kicks on them, right? It's when there's a lot of mobs and then you're relying on an AoE stop, and then you need to make sure you have Oppressive Roar to counteract that Raging Affix. Does look like Missed Count are going to be able to finish off their pull up in the top right. Meanwhile, Echo in the bottom left, resetting once again in their 23 vault. This time just at the start of the dungeon, so a very, very cheap wipe for them.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, do you really want any wipes, no matter how cheap they are?
I'd prefer not to.
Miscount, no, finally into this boss pool, but they still have some of the extra trash left over that they need to finish off. And for them, it's going to be as crucial as it is for the other teams to be able to get that push timing. Pedros per hour, they do have a death here on Sang, as they're also on that same pool, 1 key level lower. Both teams side by side are going to try and fight that intermission timer, as you can see come in right now for Miscount. They want to make sure that they don't get another one when the boss is low, so that'll be what we're looking out for in this run.
Yeah, scary part of the dungeon indeed. We are nearing 50 total resets in our 23 vaults across our teams as well, with nobody yet putting that keystone on the board. So if you wanted high key pushing, you have gotten it this weekend. The difficulty level of these keys is off the charts. One cool thing I want to highlight from Dratno's guild team in the top left, look at the way Frosty is leaping in close to melee range to bait that fire there, and then fellblading at the boss right afterwards. That is keeping the boss from basically ever moving at all, which is meaning that everybody else in the group has a consistent location for the boss to be for things like Shadow Crash, for things like that Evoker range. Really nice way of playing this encounter. Not something I see from a lot of tanks. A lot of tanks will let themselves get knocked back and spawn that fire farther away from the boss, which does cause it to move a little bit. So nice little piece of tanking tech there that you can use here for these next 2 days before the War Within pre-patch comes out.
Yeah, and the rest of the team, of course, also playing along, making sure they can avoid these mechanics whenever possible. This time around, I believe that was a Shadow Meld to stop the cast from going through, but they were lined up just in case, making sure no oopsie daisies are happening across this pool, as we are seeing Mandatory advance in their 23. Once more, downed Laymore. Not the fastest split we've seen, but still within, I think, the time reference that they've been doing before. 10 seconds slower than I think the fastest one. And Zorblade going into that intermission one more time in a couple of seconds for missed count. Should be the last one, though.
Yeah, missed count. So they are going to get one more intermission. The boss is going to be escaping this intermission at like 44% health. It's a little high. If they can get it down to like 42, I'm starting to feel better about it. It's going to be close. Yeah, they're going to have a burn on their hands at the end of this. Down to 40. All right, no, I like it. I think Miscount should be able to do it from 39 to 0 in one phase. That's a really good sign for Miscount. Again, this is a team that was in 6th place at the end of day 1, potentially now able to challenge for 1st place. If they can time this 23 vault, I would go as far as to say they are the favorites to win the TGP at that point. So they're all to play for here.
They have all to play for, and it sounds borderline insane after what we've been seeing at the end of the previous day's tragedy, striking the board once again for Echo in the bottom left corner. But Miscount can still take it, and so can DGT if they're actually making it through this dungeon, and then somehow, miraculously, with no pulls on it whatsoever, come in and take down this 23 AV. Lots and lots of tension towards the end of this day, as 45 more minutes until our teams start those last runs of the day to finish out, our very last Dragonflight WoW Esports event.
Yeah, Dratno's guild team have a good split on Forge Master as they make their way to the end of this. Neltheris in the top left. Meanwhile, in the top right, Missed Count working on Azure Blade. Again, trying to kill it before this timer of the mana bar gets to 0 and the boss goes into another intermission phase here, which they're on pace, but barely. We saw them start this phase sub 40%. The boss's mana bar got to about half when the boss was at 20%, so they can now ignore this image. They're going to CC it. That's going to get them a little bit more damage onto the boss. They are playing for this push, and I think they have it here as well. Their timer is looking great as well. Missed Count are through the hardest, 3 parts of this dungeon. They just have to clutch out the end of this, and they could potentially be in position to put up an unbelievable
2%.
comeback.
Come on, they can push before this intermission, and that they do. They're so fast in this 23. 3 battle wrestles available, as well as Missed Count, make their way towards Talash Greywing. They do have that Bloodlust coming up as well, so notably, this is where we're expecting to see that big, actually, hear me out, Hornswalk pull. It's not frogs, it's Drakens, so we're getting it right this time around. Big, chunky boys, and they want them all grouped up. The rest of the the team is going to go up onto that book, as we've been seeing from the other teams as well, to make sure that this doesn't happen.
Okay,
as Yargi goes down.
All good.
First battle rest used.
Yeah, not great, but that's not going to cost them much. That's mostly just -5 seconds, -1 B-res. Yargi, we need an instant replay on that. Dropping an auto hammer and repairing his gear, it looked like, at that point. What an incredible mid-dungeon moment, being able to repair the gear. Has to activate dispersion.
Do what you gotta do.
As he does get charged there. So one more charge on Yargi would be probably catastrophic for them if they can't get up into the book fast. Thanner actually having some difficulty landing the hover up onto the book as well. So they need to be able to get that quick. Looks like he's gotten it this time. And now we have the rescue for Yargi.
All right, here we go.
Life
Rip comes in. Everyone is up on the books. Classes in session as the dragon frogs are being dealt with. 4 missed count. In comes that bloodlust, and they're absolutely nuking this pull as fast as they can. They are so on track for a great pull here. I'm scared to even say it, but to them, I think the next big pain point is going to be the spikes on Umbral Skull.
Yeah, I mean, this trash pack does need to be respected. Kira using Ward of Faceless Ire to survive here. Thanner now coming into the boss, or into the trash pull so that he can cast Breath of Eons. Does end up needing to use Ward of Faceless Ire and still nearly goes down. Kira in a lot of danger here as well. Is going to have to start kiting soon as that cheat death is used, so no more Last Resort available for a while. Wanting to keep these mobs tightly packed up, though. That's the thing. If you're playing with the Frost Mage, you really don't want to have to kite, because if you do, your mage is going to lose so much damage. But look at Kira's health bar. That's going to be the next Prophetic Stone Scales cheat death. 2 wards of Faceless Ire now committed on Kira. The pull nearly over, but more of these charges now coming out. Physical damage taken being increased for Kira. He could go from 100 to 0 so quickly here. Gets another Fel Dev in meta a tiny bit longer. These mobs are starting to die, but is it going to be fast enough? Looks like they're maybe through, but this is so scary. His health bar is going to be at 100% until all of a sudden it won't be. Meanwhile, Driner's Guild Team having a disaster in there. Now Theris, Frosty, and Forgy both going down on this trash pull. Looks like B-reses are coming out. Maybe they can recover. 5 minutes on the clock here. Is that going to be enough for them,
Kira.
though?
Oh my lord, Kira dropping once more really low here as DGT at least able to recover. They now used all of their battle rests as well, but you can see that for miscount, the poll is still not over. They need to finish out this poll to make sure that they can move on one more time. Silent sigils are coming in, making sure that nothing goes awry here as the rest of the team is still stacked up. It's only Thanner and Kira on the floor there to deal with the rest of the pack as DGT 4 minutes 37 seconds and a lot of trash still to go are entering that final boss fight.
Yeah, this is going to be so sketchy for DGT, but wow, credit to Miscount. They managed to get this pull done. It cost them 3 wards of Faceless Ire, 2 cheat deaths, and pretty much everything, but they did manage to get through the pull. They still have more than 10 minutes left for the last 2 bosses as well. They've got 100% count. Their timer is great. Missed count just need to deal with these bosses, and they'll be in position to win the TGP. Again, they'll get to 127 points, but they'll have the tiebreaker, so they'll just need to time either of the 21s that they don't have, and they will all of a sudden be in first place here. This is an incredible run that they are putting on, but they still have to get through Talash Greywing and then Umbral Skull. 2 bosses that have caused a lot of problems for a lot of our teams, especially at this key level.
That's right, but we'll see them do just the first one right now. 8 minutes until that Bloodlust does come back here for the team as they are in fight with Talash. Trash count is finished. They don't need any more trash. It's just the that remain. And of course, the big one is going to be the crystals. But for missed count, like you're saying, I think if they're able to get this 23 AV, then the Neltheras that we're seeing from DGT has to be the next consideration. It's much easier than the 21 Uldaman, and since they have the tiebreaker, that would absolutely be enough for them. So we'll be seeing how they do as DGT is doing just that dungeon. 3 minutes to go, some extra trash. They now finished what they pulled into the boss initially, and they'll add some more on top of that in just a couple of seconds. Previously they were in this dungeon and they had some tragedy strike as one of their players did go down here, but this time around they're looking a little bit more stable.
Dr. J down for Madge in the bottom left as well, as they are now setting up this massive pull on the bridge in this 21 Halls of Infusion. They need to get done with this in the next 3 minutes or so if they want to have enough time for Primal Tsunami. So a little bit of a dangerous area for Madge as well. We have 3 thrilling conclusions to our other keys. Those Cryptics is down for Dragon's Guild Team.
Cryptics.
They do have one more B-Res. That's going to be used here. This isn't going
just
to cost
came
them
up.
too much just yet. Lust is still going to be coming up soon, at which point they'll probably be pulling their trash onto Sarga here. Yeah, you can see maneuvering on up the stairs. No more deaths are allowed, though, for Dragon's Guild Team. Meanwhile, Mist Count still have 2 B-Reses, so they can afford a stray death or 2.
Don't say
but
that.
They need to make sure that they don't full wipe.
No. Those words are not leaving your mouth. Stop saying that. No curses allowed on this desk as of right now. Mist Count making way through that boss fight. And you can just see how each of these icy patterns absolutely trucks into the HP bars. They're making way through the boss's HP, but not as fast as I would personally like. Timer is still, of course, very good. They're still within the range of being able to finish this key, as DGT now finally sending that Bloodlust into Sarga. 1 minute, 25 seconds
this
to go. It's
timer.
going to be so close for them.
I don't love this timer even a little bit here. Breath of Eons does come out. It's still going to capture some of this void form, but it's not going to capture the power infusion, so it's not going to be the most powerful we've ever seen. Madge are also wiping in the bottom left, maybe. They do still have one more res for Lamike, but they have a bunch of trash now. Dr. J dead as well. B-res is on him, but actually not usable because they've already committed all of their B-reses, and this is going to be a wipe and a reset for Madge. Tragedy for old Madge in the bottom left. Meanwhile, Dragon's Guild Team, less than a minute left. They can't afford any deaths, and they do have one here from that flame eruption from Warlord Sarga on Forgy. No way to res him. 17% on the boss. This timer is over. Dragon's Guild Team and Madge both are going to be, well, still 30 seconds. No, they're dead. Yep, it's over. Try it again. All good.
You called it.
These things happen.
It's just the Curse of Ra coming back to bite you, it seems like, for DGT.
So tough.
Unable to finish out this dungeon a second time. And maybe this isn't the easier dungeon of the two of them if I'm just
Maybe
looking
not.
at DGT here. Definitely production.
All right, so miscount. They have the chance to actually put a timer on the board. Unlike Madge and Dragon's Guild Team, who've just wiped, Miscount are very much still alive in this dungeon. 7.5 minutes left for them to deal with 25% of Telash and then all of Umbral Skull. That is more than enough time. Their timer is so good here. Miscount are in great shape, but they are playing, a 23 Azure Vault, so they're going to have to deal with Umbral Skull here, which we talk about Laymore being the hardest boss in here. And probably is. But Umbral Skull is also really hard, and it scales really nastily with key level because both the damage and the healing that you need to do are scaling up at the same time, and then the damage lasts for longer, and the healing is even more intense. So that's going to be a really important keystone to watch. Meanwhile, in the bottom left, Pedros are starting off Umbral Skull in their 22. This is something that mastered them the last time, but this time around, looks like they have more than enough time. So as long as they can avoid wiping this time, they should be more than okay on the timer as well.
And that allows us to get a little bit of a glimpse of those crystals once again. In case you're not familiar with how they work, every 25% we're going to be getting a set of crystals, and notably most teams tank the boss towards the wall like you're seeing it right now to get a little bit of a more favored spawn, get them a little bit closer to the boss rather than everywhere in the room to allow your DPSs to cleave as Telush Greywing right above that square goes down. Last percentage to go as Mistcount have defeated Telush Greywing and are making way towards Umbral Skull. 6 minutes, 15 seconds to go. And we'll be looking at those crystal timers. It's an insane time that they're putting on the board here.
If you're Miscount here, your heart has to be pumping so fast right now. You've been resetting this key for so little time compared to Echo and Mandatory, who've been in here for hours, and now you have 6 minutes to deal with Umbral Skull. You can see they are eating up. They are getting well fed. They are getting full mana bars. They know they don't need all 6 minutes. They just need to not wipe as they get the boss pulled right now. They are going to have Lust coming up as well right when they want it. So it's all about just making sure that they allocate enough damage to each of these crystals, that they don't die to anything foolish, even if they have some one-off deaths as well. They have preserved 3 battle reses to this point in the dungeon, an incredible level of precision out of this team that, again, I can't overstate, they would have been eliminated on Friday if we still had the elimination rules in play, and now they're playing for first place in this dungeon.
If you weren't a team, a fan of no eliminations until now, I think this probably changes everything. Missed count with maybe the comeback of the entire expansion really, as that first set of crystals is going to be spawning in a couple of seconds once they hit that 75% HP marker on Umbral Skull. And just checking across the board, we're getting our coolies ready to go for that. PI should be ready in a couple of seconds just when they hit that, and you can see that Kira is doing a fantastic job of trying to keep Umbral Scroll so close to the wall to ensure that those spawns are good and no one else of the team is actually be eating those frontals either.
Yeah, this is a really, really big spot here for missed count as the first set of crystals now does come out. They've got Hearthjacks with Veins rolling here. They've got Power Infusion and Void Eruption having been used as well. All of these CDs actually pressed quite a while before those crystals spawn, but they will be carrying through into them. And they're able to get through the first set of crystals without too much difficulty at all. Yep, a couple seconds left on that last one, but it does go down. Miscount now just 2 more crystal sets to get through. Timer is great. Kira's health is not great. Does get dispelled. That Dragon Strike, very scary. Having to kite the boss as well, as a couple of those orbs are close by. Frontal now aimed at him, but he does a good job of recognizing that and getting out of the way. Ooh, applying some sigils to the boss here, some silence and misery sigils, just for that magic DR that you get when a mob is affected by a sigil, just for a little bit of extra juice to get him through that Dragon Strike. Really clever play by Kira as the boss now moves into the next position. They're nearly at 50%. We're expecting Bloodlust to be pressed very soon here for missed count. Maybe they'll actually can save it for the 25% set, but I suspect they're going to want to use it now because they don't have many other CDs here. So this is maybe going to be a really hard set of crystals for them. This is probably it. This is probably the moment that defines whether miscount get through or not.
All right, we have to full screen this. Please, production, let's go full in on this set of crystals as they are spawning. That Bloodlust does come out for the team. They do have one of these detonating crystals up there together with the big one, but they're trying their hardest to make sure that they can deal with them before the fracture card cast does go through, and fantastically done. They made it, and they will have their cooldowns for that third set. Missed count are showing up tremendously in this world record 23 Azure Volt.
So one more set of crystals is ahead of them. They are going to have Void Eruption and Power Infusion to get through that set as well, which is going to be huge. We may even have Hearthjax's personal Bloodlust for himself that he can use here, but Kira goes down. Now this is okay. We have res. He's going to be able to take that res. All good. No problems. The boss was busy casting stuff anyways. Does manage to pop into meta form as well. It is the last resort, but all good. Actually, last resort having already been used. So a little bit of a sketchy spot here for Kira, but it's okay. They still have 2 more battle reses as well. They've just got to lock back in here before this crystal set, and ideally Kira wants to move this up the side of the wall again to help make sure that those crystals spawn nice and tightly packed. Another Dragon Strike nearly killing Kira, but here comes the 25% crystal spawn. Power Infusion, Void Eruption, Darkness comes out from Kira to help keep the group alive. Kira needs to make sure he keeps himself alive as well, though. Very dangerous spot here. They've broken through the shield almost on that hardened crystal. It's still ticking. Looks like they have been able to get through, though. Now they're just dealing with the health on all these crystals.
Come on!
3 more seconds to go. One more.
Come
there it
on.
is. And now just 90 seconds to deal with 20% of this boss's health, and missed count will actually not be moving into first place, but they're putting themselves in position where they can get first place with a 21 Neltheris. This is such an incredibly impressive run out of this team. They've come in here and they've just dealt with this key in such short order as well. The key that has been vexing Mandatory and Echo all day, and Kira just has to survive for another 10% as they move Umbral Skull around the room away from those orbs. Last bits of damage coming out. 1 minute left, but they're not even going to need all of this.
They won't. 7% to go for missed count to put themselves in the best position possible to take home the entire event here once that world record Azure Volt does go down for them. The first team ever to do that on the current season. Beautiful.
Wow, and that is, we've been waiting all day for somebody to finally take a 23, and it is missed count. The team that a lot of people have counted out, but no, not by a long shot. They are back in it in a big way. And speaking of being back in it in a big way, Zyronic and Tuttles are back in this cast in a big way as well.
Yeah,
that's right.
And man, get those blood trails in the chat.
There you go. And
That's
shout out
exactly
to
it.
Okay.
Shout out to Mates,
they
by the
have
way.
to do the 21 Neltharus.
Neltharus on the board.
They have to do the Neltharus.
Imagine if you put the 23 Vault on the board and then you choke the 21 Neltharus. That could still happen. There's only 30 minutes left in our day, so they really do only have one more key left ahead of them. Every team, some teams can maybe finish their run and do another one, but at this point we're getting close to our final runs of the day. Just 29 minutes left. Miscount need to time another key if they want to win, but if they do, and if Echo and Mandatory don't, then they will actually win TGP.
Throw up the scoreboard real quick. So let's kind of actually talk about exactly why we think Miscount's going to win. So first off, they're the only team that's put up that 23 Azure Vault. Level tiebreaker is the ultimate trump card. So having that 23, if no other team is able to put up a 23 and they have the exact same score, assuming that the number is going to be 128, then Miscount would leapfrog into first place. They don't have to go back and do this this Uldamon. Uldamon, they were never timing that anyways on a 21. It doesn't matter. Their time tiebreaker also not that sick. However, that 20 Neltharus, we know that key is very well within their reach. They also have 30 minutes to be able to throw attempts at a 33-minute dungeon. Look at them in the top right. They're actually getting that goulash. So they're preparing for this Neltharus run. This is also off the back of Echo. If Echo times this 23 Azure Vault or Mandatory times this 23 Azure Vault, that means that Miscount probably will not be able to win the TGP at all.
Yeah,
that pretty much boxes them out. So fate is still in Echo and Mandatory's hands. If either of those two teams are able to time this 23 Azure Vault, that is going to probably make one or the other be the TGP champions. But if neither of them time it and Miscount get this Neltharus, that is going to be it. And so we are in a very tight race. We're in a 3-horse race for being able to win the TGP here.
I mean, this would be the greatest comeback in let alone TGP history, probably MDI history as well. Just at any dungeon running event we've ever put on, to go from 5 points down on day one to coming back and giving yourself the chance to go for the win, but they only have 30 minutes to get a run going in this Neltharus. It's not a lot of time. It's going to take clutch plays. It's going to take consistency, and they've shown it for the past 10 hours of play.
I thought a third place was their first place coming into today. I thought a third would be like their version of like, oh yeah, they had a great day 3. No. This is, oh my, how the tables have turned, Dratnos.
Well, here's how Dratnos Guild team can still win. They're in a 21 Neltharus. So if
I was
they time
waiting
the
for
21
this.
Neltharus and then go and time the 23 Azure Vault, that would still be enough to win if nobody else times another key. So still 4 teams that could potentially win today.
Who let Bro cook?
True.
Who let Bro cook?
You can see they are 7 minutes into this 21, so they'll just barely have enough time. They would need to one-shot a 23 Azure Vault at this point to win TGP, but it
What
is
was in your burrito bowl
technically
today,
possible.
Dratnos?
Oh, you know.
Victory.
Dude, this Echo run, by the way, we're not really talking about it and giving it as much credit. This is actually a really big run for Echo.
Absolutely, yeah. They barely make it this deep into the dungeon as well. Like, Echo tends to wipe right at the start of their runs. Getting even 2 Azure Blade with a B-Res available for them is a huge accomplishment. So, Echo, not far from being able to potentially challenge, and actually, it would slam the door on Miscount. If Echo can time this key, Miscount no longer can win. Whereas if Miscount time this Neltharus and Echo don't time, then Miscount would win. Of course, pending Mandatory, who also have something to say about that.
Miscount almost have their goulash. Starting off the key with that move speed buff saves them a ton of time. And we've seen the timer in the 21 Neltharus for the teams that have completed it is incredibly tight. There's very little room for error. All the pulls incredibly difficult. So they're going to have to go in here and essentially 2-shot this key, right? It's incredibly difficult to do, but they've been
They have
playing
2
so
healthy
well for the
attempts
past
at this
10 hours.
dungeon.
They've got 2
Yeah.
really solid attempts, yeah.
Yeah, unless they wipe on the last boss, which has been happening to Dratnos Guild team, but hopefully Miscount will be able to avoid that fate. That is their keystone starting up in the top right, so we will have to keep track of that. It's a higher success rate keystone than the 23 Vault that they've finished, but they only do have 25 minutes to get a run started. So
They've got the buff.
that
We're in
is
the
underway.
21.
There's a look at our
There we go.
prediction of which team would be the first to time the 23 Vault. A lot of votes for Echo, a lot of votes for Mandatory.
Oh my god,
Miscount.
6 people.
Imagine if you
people.
were one of those people who put the 16K on
Every
Miscount.
channel point you put in, you got 126 back. That's pretty good. Stonks.
That is stonks.
I don't blame them, though. I mean, at the start of the day today, it was a clear lead for the top two teams. Miscount
Absolutely.
had the narrowest road to competing, but they've hit every single rung on that ladder to potentially climb to success here. Again, not in their hands. Echo can still play spoiler here.
Is Echo too
Mandatory having
fast?
issues. Is Echo
Hold
too
on.
fast?
Is Echo too fast coming out of this intermission? They're not going to have Lust up for 35 seconds. Are they beating this next intermission?
Yeah, they won't be able to lust this one.
I think in
I
order
mean,
for
that's a
them
good
to
problem
actually...
to have.
It's
It
weird
is a
to
good
ask, are
problem
they
to have.
too fast? Like, that is an
I don't
insane
think you
question.
lust this still. You don't lust this still. You save the lust for the next trash pack. The timer is still good for them here, actually, even if they don't beat the intermission. But I suspect if they think they can beat the intermission, this might be the last ad they kill. We might see an oppressing roar Sigil of Misery on the next ad, just so they can full burn boss here. They're committing the cooldowns here. There was the Breath of Eons coming out from clicks there. So I don't know. It doesn't look
I think
like
they're
on
pressing this
pace
lust.
for it. But
I think
maybe with the buttons... Oh, no, they lost the 2 minutes. Nearest goes down to a bolt. There's no way they push now.
That's okay. They have so much extra timer. I think this is fine. Even doing another intermission for Echo should be okay on the time tiebreaker.
Their timer's fine to time the key. Like I wouldn't worry.
Yep.
Even if they get an extra intermission, that's going to be another 45 seconds to a minute. Okay, so they get the Ancient Orb, then they get the Slash on the tank here, and then the boss phase is actually into the intermission. And so now they unfortunately
you can see
didn't
a
get the
couple of percent.
Slash. So they missed. Okay, that's Miraz's death.
Oh, no. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Wow.
Oh.
They
got
did it. How on earth did that? It looked like it finished handling its cast, but maybe they got it so low that it died even with that DR. Really nice
Okay.
work by Echo. I thought that they were toast on that, but easily defeated for Echo. Not worried even a little bit. And they are making such good pace in this 23 vault, potentially locking up first place for them. If they can get through this, they can get a good time in here. It is going to be very hard for anybody to challenge them for first place. Only Mandatory could do it, and they would have to be dramatically faster in their 23.
They have Lust for a pull that no other team has had Lust for. This double breaker frog pull. Basically, no team has actually been lusting this. Everybody's been lusting Azure Blade instead.
Here's the problem for Echo. If you press your lust in like a minute here, you're not going to have it for the 50% on Umbral Skull. You'll need to use it at the 25% or maybe even just like 20% on Umbral Skull, something like that, right? Like you're. I mean, I guess
that
you've still got
true?
time. No, I guess you've still got time. You've probably got a couple of minutes to press this lust. I've changed my mind. It's because it's a 37:30 dungeon timer, right? So that is very
you can theoretically
very
get the
fine.
lust in, but can you get it at the time you want it, which is going to be on the second crystals halfway through the boss? That usually happens like 3.5 minutes left of the key. I don't think you can afford to press this lust here. And they're not pressing it. Okay, no,
there
they
it
pressed
is.
it. Okay, there it is.
I think you do get it for 50%. It'll just barely be coming up at 50% on Umbral Skull, if my calculations are correct. They can also afford to wait a little bit before pulling the boss. That is what we saw Miscount do. They sat down, had some drinks for a few minutes, or for like 20 seconds, getting those food buffs. And,
I mean, that last boss is 445 at like
CDs up.
worst case scenario.
Yeah.
So
It's important to mention, Miscount did do this same lust timing, but I think they were a little earlier on this press.
okay. And then Mandatory lusted the boss.
I see. All right, well, Echo hoping to travel through this dungeon safely from here. So this big frog trash pull now is starting to kite. He's having to kite a little bit more than Kira did for missed count, as that breaker with the square marker is the highest health target. They're trying to focus a little bit of extra damage into it. Looks like they've already dealt with the other breaker as well, if I'm not mistaken, which is very good. Those breakers are the main way that you die here. It looks like now has a cheat death coming back up soon here as well. So a lot of extra safety for Echo as compared to the near disaster that Miscount went through on this pull.
It looks like now is fine.
Yeah, easy.
I mean,
he's kiting a little bit more aggressively, right? Like he's moving the mobs out of the blizzards and the frozen orbs a little bit more than Kira did, but he is looking a lot safer.
I love that
Remember
Clix is
the
playing
time?
down here with him too.
The time you want, by the time you pull Talash Grey Wing, you're happy with about 11 minutes left, right? That would be plenty of time to time, and
10-ish?
they are on pace for that.
10 is
It's
fine.
Yeah.
they probably got about 2 minutes they can spare before pulling Talash Greywing. So their timer is looking great. It's just the execution. We've seen so many things take down teams at the end of this dungeon. Can they keep it clean? This is a clutch run from Echo. This would almost seal the competition. The only people who could take it away from them is Mandatory, but Echo's tiebreaker against Mandatory is massive. Their time tiebreaker is huge. It's 6.5 minutes.
But it's almost all in the vault is the thing. So they're going to be
true.
overriding their best timer with this 23 vault. So if Mandatory have a faster vault, they actually could win the time tiebreaker.
The Bracken's a big time tiebreaker piece too. The Bracken's
yeah,
in
but
21.
if you ignore the vaults, it's only like a minute for Echo on the time tiebreaker. So if Mandatory can be a minute faster in the 23 vault, they can get this.
Now's
fails the
He's going to
Mel
lose his
skin.
cheat too.
Yeah, that's tragic.
He's losing both of his cheats. Can he not just jump off here and get a mass
You
rest?
can. Yeah, you can, but it looks like he's opting not to. That's
The
gonna cost
afflicteds are
them-
going off.
Yeah, luckily that looks like those are ranged by the group here.
Nobody got in combat. We're good.
Yeah,
Still,
all
that's
good.
precious seconds off the board. That's cheats on Now Gone, which could
Mandatory,
be an
though,
issue
mode
on
goes
Umbral
down.
Skull. Mode goes
On
down.
Azure Blade, no B-res available for mode either. Ooh, this is you
Going
guys. This
into
is
the
not good.
intermission.
Yeah,
I
look
think
at this
they're
intermission
cooked.
damage ticking on
I think
everybody.
you just die.
They're cooked. This is over. Go again.
They run into these orbs. Okay, 18 minutes left in our day. Mandatory could still put a run together, but Echo are now the team to watch as they are nearing the end of their run. Ooh, a little bit of an unfortunate frost bomb placement there. It's maybe going to grief them a little bit in this safety bubble. Looks like they're going to be okay, but just barely there. Echo flirting with catastrophe there.
Look at
one
Miscount at the
thing
top right. They're going to get
that
Magma Tusk
cannot
killed off
happen.
here.
Well, there's just one thing that cannot happen for Echo, and we saw it happen to Mandatory earlier today. Your healer cannot die to a frost bomb. If your healer dies to a frost bomb, you have no way of getting a battle res on them. So there's a lot of pressure on Xaylia on this boss to just live through every single damage event.
Oh, missed count. Yargi going down for the second time, actually, on this Magma Tusk encounter. No B-res available this time. And they think they're going to just
standing in the
reset
fire.
this and try again. That's
Reset the
okay.
miscount.
17 minutes left in the day. Again, remember, missed count can still win TGP here. They just have to time this 21 Neltheris, and they need to invoke the Curse of Ra on Echo. Echo needs to wipe at the end of this Azure Vault for missed count to win. Otherwise, missed count are playing for potentially second, which is still a really impressive performance. But man, the high highs that they just were experiencing at the end of that Azure Vault potentially being taken away from them here if Echo can replicate that accomplishment.
Echo has one of the hardest parts of the dungeon still ahead of them. This Umbral Skull encounter, even though Missed Count was able to do it, we saw Mandatory fail on their first try of the Umbral Skull encounter. So far, there's a 50% success rate on this boss. Which of the side of the 50-50 is Echo going to land on?
I didn't have them in my predictions, but I would take Echo over Umbral Skull in a evenly matched fight, I think.
Who are you taking, 5 Echo players or 1 dragon?
Yeah, exactly. As Timbermaw down for Dratno's guild team up in the top right. They do have 2 battle reses available, but they kind of need to get him up expeditiously here as there is a lot of damage coming out on the group. Looks like they're maybe able to stabilize though, but Vampiric Embrace is down. I don't actually know if they can get over to where his body is to land the res either. It's kind of
It was
in the middle
in
of the
fire.
fire.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not great.
Can they pull the rest of this pull off? There's going to be a lot of damage coming out from every single one of the mobs. Pierce Marrow going on Terrasant there. Wards himself just to try to live through the bleed, also cauterizing it off, so going to be okay. Looks like the fire has dissipated, so able to get the battle res back onto Timbermaw. Low HP here, but topping himself off. They should be back to equilibrium here. I think they're going to be okay on this pull, but do they have the time to finish the key after these mistakes?
I think they do. We're still going to see Gorak pulled around that 20-minute marker. In fact, before it. So Gorak could go down around that 24, 23, 30, something like that. I think it's okay, but I'm certainly not feeling great about it.
Does Miscount go and get more Goulash, you think?
I think so, yeah. You've still got
Yeah.
15 minutes left to start your last key, so you'd rather get some good attempts rather than slower ones. We'll see, though. I think that is probably what they're doing since we don't have them on screen right now. Meanwhile, Echo nearing the end of Talash Greywing, so it is about to be, once again, all about Umbral Skull for the second time in the last little bit. Yeah, you can see Miscount are indeed prepping the Goulash in the bottom left.
All right,
They're going to get another try or two at the 21. Neltheros.
Let's set up this Umbral Skull for Echo. So basically, this is very scripted. The only thing that's very difficult for Umbral Skull is the killing off of the shards every single time. You really want to tank the boss on the wall to try to make sure that the shards are as clumped as possible for like the Shadow Crash damage and like the Frozen Orb cleaves. But in addition to that, you have to have like a couple of major offensive CDs for each single set. So for the first set and the third set, typically they use Shadow Priest cooldowns. They use those 2-minute CDs. For the second set that's at the 50% mark, that's typically going to be the Lust set. Echo's going to have their Lust come up in 3 minutes. They might actually have to stand around for a minute or so to make sure that that Lust is available on that 50% set of shards. But that is going to be generally what the cooldown progression that we're going to see on this boss is. The bigger thing, too, is also now being able to live. He doesn't have his Last Resort available. He doesn't have his Prophetic Stone Scales available. That Dragon Strike, we've seen it take down tanks every single week. We even saw in the 22, Miraz get meleeed by the boss after Now got killed off by the Dragon Strike. So Now's ability to be able to live that boss is something that we have to really be watching out for.
It's a good point. And there are certain overlaps of abilities that are technically worse to live through, right? If Now dies right after a crystal set, that's not the worst case scenario. The one time you really do not want your tank dying is right before a crystal set. We've talked about this a lot in Azure Vault. You want to make sure you have Umbral Skull as far up on that cliff as possible, so the radius in which it can spawn the crystal is close together. If the tank dies and the boss moves down from the cliff before the crystals come out, on this key level, that could spell the end for crystals, and this is it for Echo, and you can see the first melee from the boss dropping now to extremely low HP, and without cheat deaths, definitely a scary moment. First Dragon Strike, not too big of an issue. 6 minutes on the boss encounter, that is enough time. But it's all about execution. Can they live through the Dragon Strikes? Can they kill off the crystals? Can they match what Missed Count have done?
75% is where the first set of crystals come out, so you're going to see a couple of things. First and foremost, Miraz and Genji both have their CDs. So Genji doesn't have a CDs, but Miraz is going to have a CDs available for that, and also be looking at where Now is going to be tanking the boss as that 75% mark happens. Miraz is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting on pretty much all of the crystal damage, so making sure that those are stacked enough for the Shadow Crash is the most important detail here.
Yeah, a couple of other points of timing here. Really hoping to avoid getting an AoE right before the crystal spawns, so that everybody can be in position and topped as those crystals are spawning. We're also looking to avoid Afflicted overlapping with a spawn of crystals, as that's going to take 2 globals out of the group during a very important time. Now also has 2 minutes until his cheat death CDs come back off. Once those are available, he is going to be in a lot less danger, but until then, there could be a tank death that could be a big catastrophe for Echo. They deal with an Afflicted spawn, so this is good timing here, and now they just need to push the boss and spawn those crystals
I like the
right
boss spot.
away.
The boss spot is insane.
Oh,
look at that
look
stack.
at the stack!
Oh my gosh, it's the God stack!
Yeah, Click's landing that Breath of Eons as well, so when that pops in about 7 seconds from now,
No, but
they're going to get
no,
big shields
no,
down to the
no,
crystal
no,
eyes.
Kill the crystals, kill the crystals, kill the crystals. Can I get the crystals dead? I think they're fine. Okay. Scary moment.
All good.
Okay. Are we still
One Miraz still available.
Next crystal's in like 45 seconds.
Cheat
Calm
death
down.
coming up soon. Next Dragon Strike coming out. Now going to use Darkness. Able to survive without that Darkness proccing as well, which is lucky because
He's gonna have his prophetic. When is he gonna have his prophetic stone scales up? That has to be coming up in a.
Yeah.
a
There's like it's Last Resort's coming up sooner as well. That's going to be up very, very shortly here. So as soon as Last Resort comes up, now he's going to be safe. Here comes another Dragon Strike. This one he's got Fell Dev for. Looks like he's going to be okay. We have Bloodlust coming off CD as well. We'll be using that on the 50% set of crystals here. That's also going to provide a tremendous amount of survivability to their Demon Hunter. But as soon as that Last Resort icon goes away, there it is. Now he has Last Resort available, and at this point, he should be a lot safer than he was before, because those cheat deaths really are going to be that insurance policy against this boss killing the team.
This isn't just Lust. This is Lust and Veins.
Icy Veins
so a lot
too,
of
yeah.
a lot of the times you'll have like a Fire Mage if you're playing with the Fire Mage variant of this, like pre-SKBing or pre-combusting the boss. But they actually are, since they're playing this Frost Mage, they're desyncing the Icy Veins and the
Not a great spawn.
cooldowns.
It's okay.
Not a great spawn,
we
but
can work with this.
This
you
is
can
an
let
acceptable
Mira's
spawn.
AoE here while Genji just destroys the shield on
Yeah.
that hardened crystal. It should die very soon here. Yep, already through that crystal. The damage is gone. Just have to focus on the AoE. Health bars are dropping slowly. Those cast bars are getting pretty full, but I think they're just barely going to be able to finish them
Glacial.
off. Only a couple seconds left at the end of that one final set of crystals for Echo. The Clutch Kings, the 9-time MDI and TGP champions, just need to get through one final set of crystals to get through this boss and claim the top of the leaderboard for yet another TGP. All eyes on now as he has to take a couple more Dragon Strikes before the next set of crystals.
He has double cheat, so I think it's pretty hard for him to die from this position with double cheat. I don't know, Dratus, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I've tried different ways of doing it before from this spot, but it is definitely quite tough when you do have 2 cheat deaths available. 29% on the boss now. They are going to have Void Eruption and Power Infusion, as well as a Breath of Eons for this set of crystals. So look for now to make sure that the boss doesn't have any of those orbs underneath it, so that Clix can land that Breath of Eons safely.
Look at how far up on the wall now is, too. The second set wasn't really that far up on the wall, but this one is a lot more... the dragon's a lot further up on the wall, so there's one detonating crystal that's in front of the boss. That's the one that's not going to be stacked inside the Shadow Crash. So I think that Genji's going to be like GSing that detonating crystal after the hardened crystal shield gets broken off.
Yeah, a couple more seconds left.
25%.
Just one crystal to go.
Okay,
they're good. They're through.
Wow.
It's all on now.
Echo.
It's all on now. Cannot die to the Dragon Strike.
I mean, he's got 2 cheat deaths. There's how many more Dragon Strikes are there left in the fight? Probably just 2 or 3.
2.
I think. Yeah.
I think it's fine. I think he's. I don't think he can die from here.
Easy. No problems. Zaylia can go cap for him. It's all over. Just keep DPSing the boss. Now we're playing for some extra timer as well to help lock up a first place finish for Echo here. Despite a rough start to the weekend for Echo compared to Mandatory, they are going to be able to do what Mandatory weren't able to do in even longer today in that 23 vault. Mandatory nearly able to do it on their very first try, but Echo 28th time is the charm or something like that, as they are going to be able to finally beat this Keystone. What a run.
Oh my god.
Echo in sole possession of the lead at 129 score and very little time left in the day for our teams to match that count. The only one with even the potential at this point is Mandatory. And not only would Mandatory have to time the key that they've been running for the past 3 hours, they'd have to do it over a minute faster than Echo. They're the only ones that can play spoiler at this point.
Missed count can still get second place, by the way.
Yep. Absolutely. If they time this 21 Neltheris and Mandatory fail to time their 23 Vault, Missed Count still playing for a silver medal here, as they are working on Magma Tusk. Still a Battle Res available for them too, so looking a little bit better than it did for them last time they were in this dungeon, but only 7 minutes left in our day to start final Keystones. Almost every team on our leaderboard right now is playing for a difference in results, actually. In fact, they all are. Every single team could gain or lose spots on this scoreboard at the end of the day.
I mean, that's thousands of dollars, right? That is thousands of dollars that you were playing for in placement
It's tens of thousands in a lot of these places.
Yeah.
I mean, so Mandatory have the narrowest path to a good result here. They need a really fast Azure Vault 23 if they want to dethrone Echo here. I think they need something like a 35-minute Azure Vault 23, but they are on a deathless run here. I don't think it's impossible. I think it's going to be very hard for them because I think their route is a little bit slower than Echo's as well. So I think their best case is probably still a little bit slower than what they need, but they're certainly going to play for it. And they need to play for this to lock out Missed Count as well, because Mandatory only can guarantee a second place finish by finishing this 23 as well. If they don't, then Missed Count can actually steal that second place from them.
Echo went to Brackenhide Hollow. I think this is like a victory lap for them, probably.
I mean, that would guarantee first place. That would be that would absolutely nothing Mandatory could do at this point to get to 130 points, whereas Echo technically still could. So that would lock them up for the first.
That is true, and I mean, they haven't put any time into that key yet, if I'm not mistaken, right? So we'll see. If anyone can get it done on the first try the way they're playing right now, it would be Echo. We'll see if they're able to get that one done. Meanwhile, Missed Count making good progress in their 21 Neltheris, going for probably the most dangerous pull in the dungeon. Every single one of the mobs in this area of the dungeon pulled on top of each other here. Going to use that chain to stun it all up, make it take increased damage, and give them a brief reprieve from the AoE damage coming out. Probably going to use up to 2 chains here to take this out. There's the stun. Here's the damage coming out from Yargi and Hearthjacks. That stun's going to be gone, and they're going to have to start cutting this out here pretty soon.
Dude, this was an insane end of day. I'm just sitting here basking in it. Like, Echo, Mandatory ended up winning the last MDI. We didn't actually think that Echo coming out of Group B was going to be able to win this TGP with the performance that they showed. I had some questions as to like how their practice was kind of going during Group B weekend. but they really showed up for the global finals and showed why they're the best team in the World of Warcraft esports.
Yeah, a fitting end to a Dragonflight expansion that has been dominated by Echo. Even though Mandatory were the winners of the last MDI, they are definitely now in a very tough spot. A very narrow path to victory remains for Mandatory. They need such a fast 23 vault to be able to get a time tiebreaker over Echo. The problem for Mandatory, looking at that scorecard, a minute slower in Halls of Infusion, 30 seconds, a minute and 30 seconds slower in Brackenhide. They are a little bit faster in the Algathar and in the Neltheris. That does claw them back sometime, but yeah, they would need a 35-minute vault, something in that range, to be able to get first place here. So things are getting very, very grim for Mandatory. But they are
we as a caster group?
run. This is what they need.
Are we as a caster group frauds for not picking Echo to win?
I think we might. I think we need to get those apology forms ready here. Yeah, it's.
I'm sure Flex will be posting that on Twitter any moment now.
Absolutely, yeah.
Travis, can you draft one on behalf of the caster group?
I'm just going to retweet an earlier one. It's easy.
I refuse to apologize. I work with the data I was given. I think it was
fair.
legit pick.
Yeah, some would say that the data of winning 9 of these tournaments is a pretty compelling data point that we maybe should have
Well,
considered.
at least second place for sure.
Yeah,
Oh, it was
yeah, I
actually
don't know.
tweeted
Yeah.
literally 30 seconds ago. Okay, retweeting, liking,
There you
All
go.
right, legendary.
signing it.
Yeah, that's an easy apology for sure.
No regrets.
I mean, it's not over yet. It's not over just yet. Mandatory could still, in theory, get a fast enough vault to lock this one up, but Echo actually are going to improve time. I love this from Echo. They have gone to 22 Algathar because they think, okay, worst case for us is Mandatory improve their time by enough miraculously in that vault to beat us. So we're going to actually just go and improve our timer in the dungeon where we think we have the most to gain. And we think that's like a minute in Algathar. So that is where they are off to right now.
I don't want to bring down the mood too much, but I don't think that Mandatory can actually have a 35-minute Azure Vault. Like, I just don't think that 35-minute AV 23 is on the table.
Just gotta get some good crits. That's all we need.
You gotta really lock in.
Yeah, locking in. That's the main thing that's going to be required here from Mandatory. Oh man, Mandatory at the end of this weekend, they're going to be thinking back to that Umbral Skull that they reached on their very first plus 23 attempt, and that is going to haunt them until. Luckily, the War Within is starting soon. Maybe we'll have some War Within M+ esports that they can get their revenge.
Yeah,
on,
they've got a
'cause this team
whole
has
new
been looking
expansion.
so strong.
Whole new expansion
Yeah.
to look forward to. They're fine.
I think they would have won the TGP too if they actually got that dungeon done on the first attempt. They would have had 2.5 hours to either
absolutely.
improve time tiebreaker or to literally go into any other dungeon or time the Brackenhide Hollow. There was a ton of things that Mandatory could have done if they were able to one-shot that key.
Travis
Yeah,
Gilton,
DGT,
20
put this on the
seconds
board.
left. Is this okay? They need to kill this boss and all this trash as well. I think this timer is maybe. Oh, it's going to be right down to the wire here.
please,
It's going to
man.
be so close. They have the
gotta
time
pump.
to just burn these
10 seconds
down.
left.
Cleave,
You gotta
cleave,
pump.
cleave, cleave. You have to kill everything. You have to kill both of these wardens. Both need to die. 5 seconds left. Do they have
3.
the damage? Kill it off. Come on.
1.
Oh no!
The boss is dead.
zero.
The trash isn't though.
It's
The trash isn't
over.
dead.
Oh no! Timer expired. 5.9 seconds too slow. Our Dratnos Guild team. But
They could-
the
they could
good
go
news for
again.
them is that they have another minute to start this one more time. 4th time is the charm in the Neltheris 21. They had 6 deaths in this attempt as well. If any one of those deaths didn't happen, they would have timed that keystone. That is going to be tough. 30 seconds left for them to start another key, and then all of these keys that we are watching will be the final keys of the day. Missed count up in the top left are playing for second place right now. If they can time this 21 Neltheris, they will steal the silver medal from Mandatory. But Mandatory in the top right have something to say about that. If they can time this 23 Azure Vault, they will lock up a second place finish.
I have an insane cook. What if instead of actually going here for the time tiebreaker into this Algathar Academy, Echo instead went here for the pride of getting the other world record tag?
That's true. Yeah, currently they
Kinda
only
real,
have 2
actually.
of the 3 world records of this weekend. So getting that third one would be a big point of pride for sure, as they did steal the Vault world record tag. Actually, did they? Manager? Oh, no, yeah, okay, yeah, they did. They stole it by 7 seconds from miscount. Wow. Here's the prize pool the teams are playing for as well. You can see that gap between first place and second place is not an insignificant amount of US dollars, but the second and third place jump is also quite substantial. So teams have a lot to play for coming into the end of our day. Once these keys are final, we can really go through what each of the teams are playing for at this point, which I think is coming up just about now. So again, Echo, close to a lock for first place. Mandatory.
Call's been made. Final
Yep,
runs.
there it is. They are final keystones. Mandatory playing for second, or in theory, if they can be really fast in this 23 vault, maybe first. Missed Count can steal second with a timed Neltheris here if Mandatory fail to do so. And then Pedro's, Dratnos Guild Team, and Madge all theoretically could end up in pretty much any configuration of 4th, 5th, and 6th, depending on if they time their currently active keystone. Pedro's will be the first team to finish their run down in the bottom right as they near the end of this Brackenhide. This would get them to 127 points, which would be very strong for 4th place, although Dranos Guild Team could also get to 127 with a timed key. Madge are hoping that neither team times their key, and then they can get to 126 and join that tie in points if they can time this 21 Neltheris.
This split in Neltheris for miscount is not looking great. It is a minute slower than our other timed 21 splits, so there's a lot of work left to do. Now, they do different trash pulls than other teams, right? They're skipping past that pull where you obtain the first goulash after dealing with Chargath. Does the other count they get later on make up for this? I'm not quite sure. We'll have to see what they have cooked up here.
Bad news if you're a Dranos Guild Team fan. They didn't have time before the key started to get their goulash, so a key that they've depleted by seconds a few times now. They will have an advantage missing as they start their final run of that dungeon. But yeah, Neltheris 21 is now something that 3 of our teams are working on. Missed Count have reached the most pivotal part of this dungeon, I think, the mini-boss here. This is something that has ended a lot of runs for a lot of different teams. Meanwhile, Mandatory in the top right are working on Azure Blade. Once they get past this boss, they are at a point in the dungeon where almost every team has succeeded. Once every other team has beaten Azure Blade on the 23, they've timed the key. Mandatory, I think, have the unfortunate distinction of being the only team to deplete a 23 vault after Azure Blade.
That is... Okay, yeah, you're right, but I hate to hear it being said. That is an unfortunate title to hold.
The other thing as well, we are going to keep covering this for the remainder of this run because it's extremely important for Mandatory to have a chance of not only locking up second place, but competing with Echo for first. They are playing not only just to time the key, but for time. Every second counts for them. They need an extremely fast run to have any chance of taking first place. They need to kill this boss, probably with just one more intermission, right? They cannot afford to get a second intermission, otherwise their timer is just going to be too slow.
They are going to have Lust coming up for that last phase here. That is nice, at least. That's something that Echo didn't have. Echo, of course, did manage to just barely beat that intermission by seconds in their run. So something that Mandatory, I think, absolutely need to do as well. Meanwhile, Missed Count setting up to get into Forge Master Gorek here. Their timer in this 21 Neltheris is doable, but as you said, Zyro, it's not great. They do have a lot of count, though. I think they have to pull less into the last boss. Mandatory, though, Mode getting taken out by an illusory bolt from an image. Another image cast, it looks like, going off as well. Hopeful, potentially ice blocking that one. We also have had Cheat Death used by Maystein there, as they do manage to res Mode. It looks like Mandatory maybe will be able to stabilize this, but oh no. Azure Blade is going to be entering the intermission with like 50% health. That is so much health.
You have to lust this to beat the intermission. It's a bigger time save than using lust on the frogs.
Oh, 100%,
well,
yeah.
They've been lusting this, and in their other attempts, they have been lusting this boss. So I think this is part of their plan. I don't think it's something that the other teams were planning for something else. I don't think that this team is. I think this team's always been planning to lust this boss.
Even then, with the lust on the boss, their Azure Blade split is going to be slower than what we saw from, I'm pretty sure, both Miscount and Echo.
like
Yeah,
I was
won't
saying
have a lust
earlier.
for the trash bowl that the other teams did have. It's not over for mandatory, but we can see that their timer is going to be so close here. They absolutely have to beat Azure Blade before the next intermission, so that is going to be a bloodlust that will be required from them. Meanwhile, Miscount up in the top left, playing to get that second place from mandatory, are on Forge Master here. They do manage to get their first cast of that shield on somebody with the Shadow Meld. That is what we like to see.
Okay.
Kira now having to kite away from the anvil, though, as they still have a lava bearer alive here, which is going to cause more fire to spawn than they would like.
Let's see. They're actually milking this intermission as long as possible so they can have their 2 minutes come up and have full value during the phase here. There is the Bloodlust. 2 minutes will be quick to follow here in a few seconds. They'll probably kill off this first ad, and then they can just CC the remaining 2 ads with those Sigils of Misery. Just need to burst the boss down as quickly as possible. HP bar dropping low, first ad dying off. Probably didn't have to target it as well, just cleaving it down. Can we see a POV on the ad? Now jumping to it? Actually, no. Just going to cleave this one down as well. Don't want to risk accidentally having a bolt going off and killing off another player. That would cost you your remaining battle res. Cannot have that happen. Mana bar below half, though, and this boss is way too close to the middle. Have to CC off that second ad. There's the repressing roar into the Sigil of Misery. Now we need to get the boss as far away from the center of the room as possible.
They've got this by a mile.
And
They've
with
got
so
so
much
much
time
time
left,
here.
it's not even close. They're going to be able to get this down. They might not have even had to drag it. But still, again, the split timer, not great. 23 minutes. Other teams were pulling to Lash Greywing by like the 25-minute mark. This is just not going to be fast enough for them.
I think they're still in it to time this key, but yeah, I think the prospects of being fast enough to get the time tiebreaker from Echo are getting slim here for mandatory, but they are going to keep this pull going. No reason not to at this point. They can't start another key. We are in overtime at this point, so no additional keys allowed to be started. Meanwhile, I wonder how Pedros are doing in that bracket. That key's got to be nearing its end. I wonder
They're
if
on
we
the
can take a
last
look
boss. I don't know where
perhaps
they...
at them down there. Ooh, we have deaths actually for both Dragnos Guild Team and Pedros. And actually, Dragnos Guild Team don't have a res for Forgy either. This is going to be really tough for them because their timer has been sketchy before. Meanwhile, Pedros are going to have less than 5 minutes for their end boss. Oh, no. And they have to drop combat so they can res Drogo here, which means that
No,
they're
they
not
can
going to
be
have
res in
Kodak
10.
stacks.
Be
They
res
have to
10.
send the B-Res. That's their
Okay.
only play. They send the B-Res, they keep their other codices on their cooldown, on their lower CD. It just has to be the play.
So they're going to be doing the last boss without much time and without much B-Res. You're
Sanguine-
absolutely right,
Sanguine the
though.
War Scourge. Get it out
Sang
there.
does land the B-Res. A little bit of Sanguine just to keep the mobs alive so they can keep them in combat for longer. Surely.
That's not what that was for.
Yeah, surely as they do hit the Lust. Pedros now getting the boss underway. This is playing for 4th place here for Pedros per hour. If they can time this Brackenhide, they will be putting themselves in a great position to get 4th place, potentially even if Dratnos Guild Team get this 21 Neltheris timed. If, on the other hand, they don't time this and Dratnos Guild Team do get the 21 Neltheris, then Dratnos Guild Team can secure that 4th place still as well.
Mist counts are going to have to pull a ton of trash in the final area. Most teams that we see when they finish off Forge Master Goric are around the 75% trash count area. You can see they're only at 69% trash. So they're going to have to do at least an extra 3 mobs in that area. And if I know anything about the trash in that area, it's that every single one of those mobs is dangerous. Wardens with their shields spawning ads, lava bearers pelting your tank. There's not a lot of great options to choose from, so we're going to have to zone in on what kind of pulls Miscount is doing to potentially get this +1 here. They've got about 9.5 minutes left at this point, so we'll see. What do they have cooked up for the remainder of the dungeon? This timer is going to be very tight for them.
Yeah, we kind of knew that the timer was going to be tight whenever we saw some of the snaps that they were doing in this dungeon, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say 6 keys still underway, all of which I think are going to be tight timers.
I don't understand how Echo timed that key, by the way. Oh my god, Pedros is wiping!
All right, so Pedros could still get 4th here, but their fate is no longer in their own hands. This is a depleted keystone for sure. Pedros per hour will be our first team to end their day. And
Goodbye,
yeah, they are
Pedros.
potentially 4th, potentially 5th, and actually potentially still even 6th, depending on what happens for Dratnos Guild team and for Madge, the 2 teams currently at the bottom of our screens. If both of these teams can time these 21 Neltherises, they can maybe steal from Pedros that 4th place spot, although the time tiebreaker would come into play for Madge at least.
All right, we need one final Pedro in chat to pour one out for Pedros per hour. Just one final Pedro in chat, please.
07.
Yeah, I'm sure we will see them again in the War Within, but that is the end of Dragonflight for one of our 2 North American teams in this weekend. A great performance from Pedros per hour. In particular, I was impressed with how strong they came out of the block on Friday and Saturday. Sunday, not bad for them either, but wow, Mandatory, Echo, and Miscount have put on a clinic over the past 5 hours of key pushing. Although Mandatory really did front load their success this weekend as well. They've been struggling in this 23 vault. They've got Tail Ash pulled, but they only have 10 minutes left in the dungeon as they've just gotten this boss fight started. This dungeon timer is actually going to be extremely close for Mandatory.
Miscount?
How's this dungeon time for
Also-
Miscount? Yeah.
They have about 8 minutes left as you start the trash. This is doable, but you have to go crazy with the pulls here. I don't think you can get away with just this double pull. I think you can see Thinner going off to the side. He's going to attack a couple extra mobs to pull in as well. And this is a ton of difficulty added to this pull. We have to burn down this Blaze Wing as quickly as possible. And then I think on top of this, you have to then chain the pack into the next trash pack as well. Now, there's a couple of things you have to focus on with this pull. The last thing that you want to do on this trash pull is accidentally push a Warden Shield to explode at the same time as the AoE from the Blaze Wing. If that happens, even on a non-fortified key level, it could potentially just instantly one-shot your team.
Looks like they're getting some of these mobs pushed here. You see that Molten Barrier coming out, and it's like Zyro was saying, you can't break that barrier whenever the bird goes off. So they're really making sure here to be super diligent. That bird actually going off, dying before this shield is even broken, so this is totally fine for missed count. I wonder if they're going to start chaining again. At what point do you start chaining? Probably after these shields get kicked?
Yeah, you still got some timer left in this dungeon, but I think that it would make some sense to get the chain going soon. Hearthjack playing fire in this dungeon does end up having Cauterize procced as those lava spawns are getting big ignites on them and then getting threat. Kira having to do a lot of work to make sure that he taunts all of those and gets control of this pull. And yeah, Miscount's timer starting to look a little bit sketchy here. I mean, you can compare their splits to Madge and Dratnos Guild team. Even the Magmatusk split was about 30 seconds slower for Miscount. This Chargath split of 1541 for Miscount is going to be something like a minute slower than Dratnos Guild team as well. So they are not going to have a lot of time left in the dungeon. 6 minutes on the clock for Miscount. They need probably about 5 for the boss, but they also have a bunch of trash that they need here.
Yeah, we want to engage the boss at that 5 minutes left in the key mark, so 28 minutes. And even then, it's closest to whether or not that is enough time to finish the boss off. They have the Bloodlust ready and prepped, and the 2 minutes are there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they either press the Lust with this set of 2 minutes and go into the boss. They're not prepped to do that, so maybe it's going to be on the next set of 2 minutes when they pull trash on top of the boss, but it's going to come down to the wire for them. This is going to be very close.
How much time did you say we need? 5 minutes? Whenever the boss
I
gets
think you
pulled?
need 5 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
don't
Maybe
have
there's a little bit of optimization. You can do
Yardi
with
just presses his
cooldowns.
2s right here. What do
So
we
we're going to get
lost?
2 more sets of 2s, right? So kind of this makes sense to be able to actually get that third press of them.
Yeah.
And they won't be on pull here, but Miscount do need to get this boss started sooner rather than later. That's for sure. Yargi actually going to life grip Kira towards the boss, being like, okay, we got to get this thing pulled.
We gotta go.
We gotta go.
Toronto.
Yeah.
They're deathless in this dungeon, by the way. This is... I wonder if their route was just slow.
The crazy part as well is that when they started this key, they thought they were playing for first as well because Echo hadn't put that 23 vault on the board yet, and now they know that they cannot get first place anymore. Echo having closed the door on that possibility with the 23 vault. But second, still on the table here for both missed count and mandatory. Mandatory have the chance to lock up a second place finish, but they would need to time this 23 vault. That would mean that Umbral Skull, the boss that killed their first place hopes a few hours ago, is something that they're going to have to be able to defeat this time around, and they're only going to have 5 minutes to do it.
It'd be
I
nice
don't
to see
even
them
know if
actually
they
get this
can
done.
time it. I don't know if they can time it.
they
Their
can.
timer is not good. The timer is really
It's
not
okay.
good, and they're gonna
No,
make
it's
another
fine.
intermission here. The 2 minutes aren't up.
Don't they only do
this
Yeah,
is
so
gonna
you
cost
still
them
have
another
the
30
boss to the
seconds.
boss. I think their
It's
timer
gonna
is
be
fine.
close.
They just have to pull the boss. They can't sit around and wait for food buff or anything. They're going to have to pull Umbral Skull immediately after Telash goes down here.
Isn't the boss only like 445?
If nothing goes wrong.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, I think they'll have enough time. They are, as you said, Zyro, going to experience one more intermission phase here. These are some of the most painful moments in M+, when you know your timer is tight and you can't do damage to a boss. You're just sitting there like, ah. But it looks like they are going to be able to get through this. They're going to have 5.5 minutes, maybe 5:15. They'll jump down, pull the boss with 5 minutes left. It is going to be close. But you know who it's also going to be close for is Missed Count in the top left. They only have 3 minutes, and they have to deal with 60% of Warlord Sarga. Both of these
also
teams
have to pull-
are coming right down to the wire. Yeah, they have to get trashed, too.
They have to get 3
They
more
haven't
trash mobs,
lusted.
too.
They're gonna at the 1 minute mark, whenever these Shadow Priest cooldowns come back up, like the 130 mark, they're gonna press their lust and they're gonna pull the remainder of the trash count that they're gonna need. That's what
is the
we're
same
waiting for the lust
mistake.
for.
It's the same mistake Dragnos Guild team made. I think you want to pull early. You don't want to pull with twos. You have to start chipping these mobs down. And just the one thing that cannot happen is the same
Oh, the
thing
Guild
that we
team's
saw
dead.
happen to Guild team,
Alright.
where the
no.
shield goes off at the same time as the magma shield on the boss. I think they need to go pull trash right now. Unfortunately, Dragnos Guild team wiping to one of the most difficult pulls in the dungeon. I think that's going to be it for them. Another
07 to the
fantastic
Guild
showing
team.
from one of our team, and another
Timon takes the
07.
res.
They're trying, though. They're trying to make it work. But I
Forgy
think
down.
with Forky going down, that might be all she wrote.
I suspect it is for Dragnos Guild team. Yep, they're standing in the fire. That is the end for Dragnos Guild team. That means 5th place is the best that Dragnos Guild team can get here. And whether or not they do is going to come down to Madge in the bottom left. Madge potentially able to steal 5th or even 4th place, depending on how fast they can get this 21 Neltheris done and how good that makes their overall time tiebreakers here. Meanwhile, we are coming down to the very end of the dungeon for Mandatory and Missed Count, our top 2 screens right now. Missed Count have got the boss stunned. They're holding Lust, so they're going to get one more press of 2 minutes, and they're going to combine it with their Lust, and that's when they're going to pull Trash as well. But like you said, Zyro, they need to get this Trash pulled early enough that they can actually kill it without having to hard focus it in the
Get
next
it now.
minute and 30 seconds.
One Warden is not enough. We need to pull more. One Warden will not do your count. They have a Lava
That's
Mancer,
enough
and
now.
then they also have another Warden. This is going to
Oh,
be very
dude,
scary.
miscount.
They have to
Look at
shoot
Mandatory.
through these mobs. Oh, Mandatory. Terrible crystal spawn, but massive burst on that hardened crystal. Able to finish off the 2 detonating crystals. First set of crystals gone for them. 2 more left to go. They're just playing to lock up the 2nd place, though. As the seconds tick off the clock, Mandatory is not able to take the 1st place, cementing Echo as our champions, but still more places to be gained. Miscount down to the wire, Bloodlust popped, 2's popped, have to cleave these as much as possible. There's the first Molten Barrier, big burst of damage going to go off whenever that pops on them. Need to make sure those AoEs don't go off at the same time as the boss, but the boss is dead. They are chewing through this boss quickly, and with 45 seconds left, I think they have just enough time to finish off these trash mobs. I think they're going to do it.
I think so as well. I think Miscount are going to be able to actually put this key on the board, which is going to throw all of that energy back over to Mandatory now, who have to succeed in this 23 vault. They hit that Lust. They are now in that next
Echo.
Crystal Burn. Echo wiping in the bottom left, so they still are going to be 1st place. They're still locking that up, but the 3 world record dream is over for Echo. 15 seconds to stop the clock for Miscount. They still have 3 trash
Destruction
mobs
during
alive
the
that they need
crystals.
to kill. Oh, but Mandatory, are they going to be able to kill all these crystals? 3 of them still alive. Looks like they have managed to get through this set. 1 more crystal set, and 2 minutes and 15 seconds left for
Miscount,
Mandatory.
miscount! Oh my god!
No way.
They missed the count! What? Oh my god, their namesake! What?
You can't tell me it's ending like this. No, no, no,
What in the world did I just see?
no, not like this.
Wow, what a
What?
thrilling way
I
for it
mean,
to end.
I guess they picked
If
the
you're
right name.
Miscount,
What can you
can't
say?
even be mad. That is just a delightful ending for that's why you don't name your team Miscount.
That is pure poetry.
Oh,
What can
no.
you say?
tragedy for a team that just 30 minutes ago was in position to maybe win the whole tournament. But Mandatory now, they are locked for second place. But the question for them is, will they be able to get the glory? And will they be able to prove that they actually can beat this 23 vault, joining Echo and Missed Count with that honor? That is the question as they get the last set of crystals here. Hopeful is on fire. That's always good. They've got the Breath of Eons coming out, as well as those Shadow Priest CDs, so they have pretty much everything except for a Bloodlust to destroy these crystals. The Hardened Crystal stays shielded for quite a while,
time, though.
But it does have a big ignite now and does explode. Mandatory 1 minute for 19% of Umbral Skull's HP. I like their chances on those odds.
Think they're gonna be okay. It's just gonna come down to consistency here. A tank death could, those precious few seconds could be the difference in whether or not they time this key. But with the boss at 10% and Skylark kiting the boss out, I think he even has the Prophetic Stone Scales off cooldown if he needs it. I think they should be good to go. Knock back into one final Dragon Strike. Skylark is alive. Mandatory are standing tall, and they're going to be locking up that second place position with a solid run in this Azure Vault 23.
Yeah, hats off to Mandatory. This was a brutal keystone for them, but they know now that they have been able to do it. That is going to be a good feeling and a great end to the expansion for the team that did dethrone Echo in the most recent MDI as well. A silver medal here, not what they were hoping for, but still an impressive result nonetheless. Dude. That means we have one keystone still in play. It is Madge in the 21 Neltheris here, playing for 6th, 5th, or 4th, I think depending on tiebreakers here. I am too fried to be able to do the math on what the timers they're going to need here for those different results would be, but I do know that they need to get the boss pulled very soon. They also need 30% count and to kill the boss, and
I'm going to be
5
honest.
minutes to do it. Yeah, I got bad news about this timer.
This is definitely a deplete.
Either. The lust is going to happen at the very last second. Maybe they can line up a press of 2s with it. I don't know. I mean, we've seen crazier things happen today. It's possible, but it's very improbable. But like you said, lots on the line here, depending on whether or not they get this key done with the right amount of time. Could be the difference between a 4th, a 5th, or a 6th place finish. So gotta give it your all. One last shield pop gonna go off here in just a second. Health bars pretty topped with that shield, but still dropping low with the shield pop, and there's still multiple Wardens left alive. And they still haven't tagged the boss. This boss takes 4 minutes alone on single target, let alone cleaving it down with trash.
Yeah, I wonder what their strategy is going to be here. They're going to need a lot of crits to be able to get this boss dead in 4 minutes. They need to pull yesterday.
Their Forge Master split was pretty slow, I think, is what's gone wrong here. Looking at that, you want like a 23 some odd Forge Master split.
Yeah, there's just nowhere near enough time left in the day here for them. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. They are going to get the boss pulled. You can see Shelly actually just reaching forward and hitting it with the Azure Strike, getting it started. They know they need all the time that they have, but I think even with all this time, I just don't think it's enough. 3.5 minutes, so much boss ahead of them. They are going to get this lust, but it is going to be right at the end of the boss. I think they just need to get all this trash that they need pulled before the end, like before they can hit lust as well.
This is scary. Gotta pump as much single target as possible. Cannot put any focus into these ads, but the comp is good at doing that, right? It's all passive cleave. But can Lamike stay alive long enough to give them a chance? The boss is dropping slowly, but it's all going to come down to maximizing these damage amps. And if you look at the cooldowns here, the 2 minutes, they'll get 2 more uses of those. And I think the second press will come with lust. I think some quick math dictates if they can time this key by 27:37, they can get 4th. 27:57 would be 5th. So
okay, bad news.
They can
They're
just
barely
barely get it. sorry, 32, not 27. Okay. 32, 37, 32, 57. So much exciting things going on right now. It's possible. It's very possible.
I'm fried too, Travis, and I was like, what? Hold on.
If there's some kind of spell they can cast that makes time go half as fast as it usually does, but doesn't affect their GCDs, that would be really good for them right now. They are going to get Bloodlust soon. That's kind of like that, I guess, but I just don't think they have that. Look at the boss. It's still got 73% health. They only have 2 minutes left. They pulled this boss almost a minute and a half ago. They've only done 30% in those 90 seconds. They have barely 90 seconds to do the rest of the fight. I think they're toast.
You just got to believe.
They still need trash as well. They need to go get the rest of their count.
You just gotta believe.
Sure.
I'm
Believe in
afraid
what?
I don't.
Sure.
Believe in
I'm afraid
what?
my reservoirs of belief have been exhausted this weekend.
I'll use for
Dude,
cursed energy.
the Azure Vault killed any belief that I had, I think.
Well, you want to
Yes.
finish it out either way, you know? I mean, it's a last run, not only for them, but just of the whole tournament of Dragonflight in general. So, yeah, we want to see the boss go down, I think, if possible. We'll see. But props to them for sticking it out, right?
Yeah, minute 20 left. They still have more than half of the boss's health. I mean, just look at the combat timer. They've been in combat now
Yeah.
for 2 minutes and 20 seconds. They only have a minute and 20 seconds left. They haven't even done half the boss's health. But they will have Lust coming up. Lust does a lot. Does it do that much? I don't think so. They will have another set of 2 minutes as well. So they're going to have Power Infusion, Void Eruption, Breath of Eons, Lust. And they're going to have a Sun King's Blessing from Dr. J as well. Is all of that enough? I still don't think so, but it's going to be close.
It'll be kind of close, but I think that they're going to be 45 seconds off or so.
There is the Lust. They are going to get full value of this Lust. It's going to be running basically the entire way through the rest of their timer. The Magma Shield, though, doesn't get broken right away. They didn't actually have enough spells to break through it,
Oops.
which means that they now have to actually do real damage to some of that shield. Looks like they are still going to be able to start blasting into that damage amp phase, though, on the boss. Health starting to melt, but only 27 seconds left. I don't think this is possible for Madge here.
This is like where all the
place
other
gone.
teams that they defeated in their group just like suddenly appear behind them and lend them their strength. I've seen this anime.
Ah.
Yeah, you know, like they're
I've seen
about
it
to
too.
lose,
You know what,
but
Doa?
everyone
I'm with you
like
on this one.
Yeah, thanks, right? Everyone just appears behind them, you know, and it's like take my energy, and then suddenly like they become more powerful than you could have ever imagined.
Valiant effort from Madge, but it was not meant to be, unfortunately. That concludes all of our remaining dungeon champs at the end of the day. Once again, Echo on top.
That's it, and we doubted. As a unit, we doubted, and we were fools, because once again, Echo are the champions of not just the Great Push, but I would say the expansion, taking home more wins than basically everybody, well, not basically, than literally everybody else, but Mandatory made them work for it, but man, when Echo buckles down and wants to play, they get things done, no doubt.
Dude, what an insane final day. This played out better than expected, honestly. This was an insane final day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at the leaderboard across the end, obviously we see Mandatory tied on points, but the time just a little bit better for Echo, and you know that's what we talked about earlier, right? Is we talked about if it came down to it, you know, maybe Mandatory can get like one higher key level done somewhere, but when it comes to speed, you know, Echo's going to have that tiebreaker, and that's exactly what happened in the end. And shout out to Miscount. You know, living up to their main namesake in the end of the dungeon. You know, they say it was on purpose, and I would be inclined, given the situation, to believe a little showboating at the end there. But what an impressive performance, having such a rough day one to come back with a strong day two, day three, make it all the way back up to third place. We see why they were able to win Group B. Then we got teams like Paters Per Hour, Dratnos Guild Team, Madge, everybody looking great. And, you know, you have to be a great dungeon running team to get this far in the tournament anyways, so props to all the performances over the course of the weekend, but there can only be one victor. And I believe we have an interview with a couple members of Echo coming up very, very soon. So excited about that.
Is this the first TGP that's ever come down to time tiebreakers? I'm pretty sure every
I
single
believe it
other
is.
one has been won by at least 2 points.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. But maybe we can ask you know, a couple people that played in all those, right? Miraz, Gingy, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Hello?
I can.
Hello?
I can hear you. Yes, that's right.
perfect.
So, Miraz and Gingy joining us from Echo. Thank you so much for
What's up,
joining
mates?
us. Congrats on
we
the
have
win. Yeah, I was
mates
going to
and-
say, that's not your mates
Mates?
now, I guess.
Gingy looks different for me, at least.
It's the glasses. It's the glasses.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, no matter what the names, obviously you've shown an incredible amount of team synergy throughout the seasons. And my first question for the two of you, I'll go to you first, Gingy, is like, how do you keep that going? How do you keep the team synergy going season after season? There's been a couple little swaps here and there. Mira's playing a little bit of a coaching role before jumping back into the squad in the dungeons. But how do you keep that going so long?
It was since we started like
having the team we have now, with the exception of making the change with getting clicks in and Fragnes out, we've been together since BFA. And I mean, I felt like we just clicked, and I feel like everyone in the team brings something different that really helps the overall synergy. And well, we're not just MDI and TGP teammates, but we also do the Race Wars First together, you know. So we've just been playing so long, and we kind of know each other in and out. And yeah, I mean, why would you change something that works, right? And I gotta say though, like teams like Mandatory and stuff, they are pushing us as well. Like without them, I don't think we would be as good as we are now. So yeah, I mean, if they retire, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I mean, it would kind of affect the tournament in a bad way, but it would give us a little bit of a breather, I'd say, because they're insane, for sure.
They certainly look that way. Anything to add to that, Miras?
No, I mean, it is like, how many years has it been now? 4 or 5 years, or maybe even longer we have been playing together. So it has been quite a long time at this point. Like, I remember joining, and at this point we're all getting old. And I mean, like, old in gamer terms, but we are getting older. It's hard on us as well. So yeah.
What's that getting old thing like? I have no idea what you're talking about. That's new
know.
stuff to me. But yeah, well, anyway, another question I had for you, specifically, Miras, is as one of the prime strategists for the squad, going into this weekend with the way it all played out, how much of the win was planning versus how much of it was figuring things out on the fly?
I mean, I think most of the dungeons for probably all teams are fully planned out in terms of defensives and whatnot. And otherwise, I mean, you just go to the boss, you get one shot by 18 mechanics. So you just go in there. And I mean, one thing that I think we had really nicely was I was working many hours on a nice Vigora for reminders and having like a proper setup that everything is kind of like when we do Race World First raiding, and we have proper reminders that we can put in from a sheet, and everything is getting written out to us. And if you don't press what's on the screen, I mean, you die. And if you press what's on the screen, you live. That's kind of the thing that happened in a way. And that helps a lot for consistency, I think.
So part of that question, too, I guess, was also as far as dungeon choices goes. And I suppose that's where a lot more of the figuring things out on the fly goes, is what the ordering you do, what you want to push, when you want to push it. Was that more or less pre-planned? Or I feel like that had to change a little bit at some point over the weekend, the choice of what dungeon to do and what key level to try it at.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I think most of the dungeons, we of course knew what level we will do or what the highest ceiling level will be on Tyrannical or Fortified or whatnot. But we did think we would get way other dungeons than what we actually did get, let's say. And also we did kind of today, not expect, but we're like, man, it would be cool to get a Fortified Azure Vault, what is completely out of the like standards of the tournament, because normally it was always the last 2 years, 3 Tyrannical, 3 Fortifieds, and we're like, if they give us the Fortified Azure Vault, we can do 23, and that will be like the whole project of the day. And then we did get Azure Vault Fortified, so it was very cool, I must say, that we did get the Azure Vault today.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, I want to turn it over to some of the casters to ask some questions too. We'll go to Dratnos first here.
Yeah, I want to ask about, so you're coming into this tournament, you've lost the last MDI, your group weekends you don't get first in, right? What did you guys change coming into global finals to be able to then turn that around and win this thing?
I mean, I think in the group stage, there were some things that we were lacking. I did feel like we were a little bit behind in terms of prep in the first cup. And we kind of looked at everything from, like, the cup was a really good learning experience for us because we knew what we had to work on going into globals. And then we just had to fine-tune some things. I also made a pretty large change by going more in the direction of playing Frost Mage instead of Fire Mage. Because when we looked at miscount as well, it did seem like we were missing an output in certain dungeons compared to them with Hardjacks and Frost Mage. Especially in 2 Tyrannical dungeons like Nokut and Ruby Life Pools, where you have really, really like long 2-target cleave boss fights, made a big difference. And also, when you play Frost Mage and you have any affix like Spiteful or anything like that, it's just not an affix any longer, and you're actually gaining a lot of time there too. I think Halls of Infusion was one of them, where the slow is really, really powerful, and was one of the reasons why I think a Halls of Infusion was so much quicker, and it was also a really clean run, right? So I think that was one of the bigger changes we made. And then we got a little bit more comfortable in the, what people would say is the highest level we managed to like maybe squeeze it one more. Both us and Mandatory, it seemed like, did that in a lot of the dungeons, where a lot of other teams had trouble in like Uldaman and things like that. We had prepped those going into the finals. And yeah, we were just way more confident in the final than we were in the group stages, for sure. So I'm not surprised why people doubted us with our results in the cup.
Yeah, I heard the predictions were kind of against us. I don't know what happened there.
I had you in second. Some people didn't think you would get top 2.
I've already signed the apology form.
No, don't show it. No.
You know, recency bias is a thing, all right? Luckily, there is a pre-made apology form. Yeah,
I've already filled it out. Sorry. I've already filled it out. Well, my question, I guess, Dragonos is more weekend to weekend. Mine's more in the tournament today. Obviously, we saw you, Mandatory, Miscount, all spending so much time working on that Azure Vault. We kind of noticed that, for your first 13, 14 attempts, the first pull in particular seemed really inconsistent. Then you guys took the remainder of your 10-minute break that you had left. And when you came back from that, things were looking like much more lights out. Was there more of like an in-day thing that you guys talked about or planned on working on in the middle of the day during that break timer, or was it just the break itself more rejuvenating and you came back playing better?
I mean, you can take that one, Maris.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we changed too much. I mean, I think Mike was cooking a little bit on the CC, and throughout the day we were kind of changing a little bit on the CC. Ken suggested that we grip later. I started not really caring too much about dots on 2 targets anymore, so it was a little bit more relaxed on my side. I mean, a lot also came down to random RNG, because obviously raging is really difficult. Then you have a Shadow Priest that can proc a trinket, and everything takes 20% more damage, basically. So raging becomes different every now and then, and you're just in complete disaster. Like, sometimes we just wipe because either I did too little damage or too much, or I don't know. I mean, this pull was quite difficult with raging specifically, I think, was the main issue, for sure.
Yeah, that was the main thing in the break. I tried to figure out a way, especially because the lashers are desynced in the beginning, and they're also snapping, evading a little bit when they get down on the boss platform. So I tried to figure out a good CC chain that would make them line up all of their casts, making sure that you get silence rune at the right timing. But then again, you cannot use the oppressing void to make the silence duration longer, because you need to use it for raging, things like that. So we tried cooking a little bit more to make the first pull more consistent, which helped a lot after the break. And then it was some small adjustments. We started using Sleepwalk more on the Fury pulls to delay our stops, so Robin didn't have to line of sight, which meant more uptime. We started rotating more wards on Robin on the Ice Cutters in the Vault Guard room. Like, we started looking at the pulls that we were wiping on and why we were wiping on them, and then we fixed them to get a bit more consistent. So that was like what we did in the break.
Cool.
I had a question for you, Jinji. What did you think about the Warlock versus Mage selection in Uldaman? Because you guys actually put up the fastest Uldaman 21. It had a pretty interesting route as well. Like, did you think the Warlock had merit, or do you think that you guys were cooking with the Mage? Why is Maris giggling?
No,
I think
you can say it with the route, Mike.
Yeah. I think we won because it was a clean run, and because we had maybe a little bit better route. But I do think that Warlock is actually like better in that dungeon after seeing it, for sure. Like, I think if we had our route playing Warlock, I also think some of the hard pulls becomes a lot easier with Warlock, because, well, Warlock can do Shadow Priest damage on those pulls, while a Mage is just 50% of their class, right? Like, so I think Warlock would probably be better in that dungeon. So that's on us for not having the Warlock prepped, but thankfully it didn't matter.
I have to interject here. The route in Uldaman was completely ripped off, and obviously props to them, to the Chinese team with the rare. We just went Warcraft logs, highest key, right click replay. We see the route, we're like, can't really do anything better than this, to be honest. And then we just played it, and we're like, man, that's sick route. Yeah, let's use that one, I guess. And that was the route.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, like
that was a full yoink.
yoink.
Full yoink.
Like, it was a full yoink, because we looked at it, we're like, I mean, there's not too many pulls different in Uldaman, right? And this is perfect for what we want. So, I mean, I guess we're gonna play this. And I mean, they did it, and thankfully, yeah, it was a Warcraft looks. Yeah.
Hey, I mean, if there's something out there that works, why not, right? Yeah. It works. Well, one more question for the two of you before we let you go. Obviously, we have the pre-patch coming on Tuesday. We have the War Within coming very, very soon. There's a lot of stuff to be excited about in the next expansion, like the raids, the dungeons, all that kind of stuff. But for you, from the competitive sense, when yet another expansion comes out, what are you most excited about diving into? I'm curious on the well, just really anything in the set. The floor is open. Miras, go ahead.
I mean, first of all, of course, we both Mike and me, or the whole team, right? A lot of teams in general play Race to first, and I think a lot of people are excited for that. Me particularly as well, because I'm obviously part of the officer tactic team and whatnot. Like, there's a lot of stuff coming up and a lot of stuff to do and whatnot. But I'm also always personally a really big fan of the dungeons and just figuring out the new dungeons and just playing everything. I'm a little bit sad that the old dungeons that we get in the next season are a little bit new, let's say. And it was interesting that I could take Vigorous that I made in last MDIs and I can just put them again. But in general, I mean, I think mainly for the raid and the new dungeons, I think is, for me personally, my favorite. And of course, the Race to First is for everyone always a big event.
Really quick before you answer, Gingy, one follow-up for Miras here. If you could take any of the old dungeons from the history of WoW and put it in M+, which one would it be?
Tazavesh Streets,
Yeah.
I'd say.
That dungeon was really good, yes.
Culture.
But I also like Sanguine Depth, but Tazavesh Streets also good. Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh. Neither of those are like really that old of dungeons, though. Honestly, like in the history of WoW, those are all fairly new. But
I mean, I think the main issue is that all old dungeons would need to be fully redone by Blizzard. Like Grim Batol, I think it's called, right? Yeah.
Sure.
So hard to say.
No love for Pit of Sauron. Okay, sure. I understand. I see how it is. All right, Gingy, what's your answer? What are you most excited about coming to the X-Pack?
I mean, just the new content in general, new expansion always hype, right? So the race especially is gonna be cool. I also like speed leveling, so I'll try to attempt World's First Max level and have fun with that. So I'm just excited to compete as well, do the new dungeons. Now we're gonna be doing a lot of beta content. So we're just gonna be streaming a lot, playing the new dungeons and preparing as much as we can. Since we've had a little bit of a stream break, I guess you can say, in the TGP push, so I'm always feel excited to come back, stream more regularly again, and just get back into it.
Yeah, there's a streams for the whole team for a moment there. I guess I lied. I have one more last question. I should give you both the opportunity for shout-outs, right, before we let you go. So any final shout-outs you want to make before the end of the tournament, and not just the end of the tournament, the end of Dragonflight. We're at the end of a whole expansion here, so final expansion shout-outs. Let's hear it. Go ahead. Miras, you go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, no. Okay, you start, Mike. You start. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay. All right.
No,
Well, I think...
Mike
Yeah, I think, I mean, Miras, I think you can take those ones, but as a Kawa, I think deserves a shout out for what he's done for us this CGP.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, definitely, I can say a shout out, of course, to all the teams. As Mike mentioned at the beginning, I think Mandatory is pushing us a lot to get better and to do a lot of things and whatnot. Obviously, all the other teams, I think everyone played insane. We have also learned from all the other teams. We looked at everyone, basically, so shout out to all of them. Of course, shout out to Echo. Yeah, I mean, I have to. And the biggest shout out for me personally is Asakawa, the Vigor maker from Echo, who I basically give all the instructions to, and then I sit with him and I think on the Vigoras, and he's helping us a lot. Like he really helped us a lot, or he helps a lot over the last years already. So he's definitely the outside MVP for us.
Definitely.
Cool. Anything to add to that, Gingy?
No, I mean, again, like, just huge shout out to all the teams. They are the ones that are making us better every time. I mean, you don't improve unless you have this level of competition. And I don't think if the teams were there are as strong as they are now, I don't think we would be able to do these key levels, right? So I think we make each other better, and we make it a good tournament. So yeah, I mean, again, shout out to Echo as well for supporting us always. And that's it.
All right. Real quick, though, what do you think about the Dratnos Guild Team logo? It's just
Dude, that thing's cursed.
Last one. Oh my goodness, there it is. What's with the blood? That's the most disturbing part to me, I think.
Yeah, I'm confused what Dratnos did there, personally, but apart from that, it looks good.
The less we know, the better, I suppose. All right. Well,
Turns out you never want to antagonize the people who design the logos. That's what I've found out here.
I was just curious. I just had a curiosity about the thoughts on that. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you to the two of us for joining us for a little bit of a post-tournament interview. Congratulations again on the win here in the Great Push. I'm sure we'll see you again in an interview at some point during War Within, but until then, good luck with all the beta content, and enjoy the pre-patch, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, Miras and Gingy from the winning team Echo. They said it couldn't be done. Well, we didn't say it couldn't be done. We just didn't predict that it would be done. But we were wrong. We were dead wrong. And Echo comes in and snatches victory away from the team with a ton of momentum, known as Mandatory. But one of the Mandatory members here saying, you know what, second place, but I'll get my payback during the next race. They don't think they thought of that one. Do you think they thought of that one? What do you think?
Part of the Echo raid team, notably. I think that's what he's referencing here.
I think
He's
that's
playing
the
both
idea.
sides.
Yeah, now tank for Echo, of course. Live to win. GG saw the teams. Incredible TGP. I agree. This was a pretty incredible one, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, I forgot to ask them what they thought about the format. Oh, no, man.
Well, it's too late now.
Oh, well.
You'll have to do it. We'll see what the format's like next time, I guess. Yeah. I think Zalia specifically said in chat to not ask about the 4 sets. So we'll say totally intentional. Yeah.
Don't box the guy.
Just a flex. Yeah. Why you gotta kick them when they're up? People kick them when they're down. Why do you have to kick them when they've just won a tournament? Let's be nice. Be nice for just 1 second. Well, we've got a couple other things to take a look at, including the MVP of the tournament. Let's find out who that is. It ended up being Savior. Okay. All right. Fake slides. But seriously though, yeah, actually, honestly, it's made a difference. That robot.
I think the mythic scores are, I think it's 4208.
Yeah. All right. Oh, what, 9,000?
There we go.
Oh my goodness.
He's the greatest. But it checks out.
At least it's not over 9,000.
I guess so. Whew. Yeah, almost. They could just bump it to 9,001. Then it'd be over 9,000. I don't know if that's possible, though. I don't know if we have the technology. It doesn't seem like we do. Yeah. No. Oh, well. All right. Well, on that note, it's time to look forward, right? We just saw a great push. We just saw the end of the Mythic Dungeon International for Dragonflight for an entire expansion. Yet again, it's. I feel like it was just yesterday we were finishing up Shadowlands, and here we are at the end of Dragonflight. Pre-patch comes out soon. Obviously, War Within has a lot of really huge changes to look forward to. Warbands, I'm especially looking forward to as someone who now with a child means I have less time in the game that I used to. So that'll be personally very helpful for me. Obviously, flying all over the place with skywriting now. It's not just dragons anymore. Oh no. And of course, the pre-patch event Radiant Echoes coming very soon here. One last time around the screen, I want to get everybody's impressions on excitement for the next expansion, excitement about what we saw this weekend. How do you feel concluding Dragonflight? Let's start with you, Tettles. We'll start and we'll go clockwise here. What are your final thoughts here at the end of the weekend?
I think Dragonflight overall, pretty good expansion. Had a large talent tree revamp over the course of the entire expansion. Had a new class, new specialization come out in the middle of the expansion as well. And I think that Dragonflight really picked up for me in terms of personal enjoyment. I played a lot of M+ over the course of the entire expansion. So a big shout out to the game. I'm super stoked to see what we see in War Within.
All right, Zyronic.
Dude, I'm just looking forward to the meta shakeup. I love at the start of the expansion when everything just gets completely thrown into a jumble. You've got hero talents coming out. They're going to change how things work. We got new dungeons coming into the rotation. It's going to be extremely exciting. And with the level of competition where it is right now, it's only going to be good things to come.
And Dratnos, how do you feel?
I mean, yeah, just a very fond farewell to Dragonflight. We've seen some of the best dungeons, some of the best raids, some of the best races to World First, some of the best MDIs, some of the best TGPs. We've had all this expansion. It has been so good to be a WoW player, to be involved in the dungeons, the raids, and the stuff over the past few years. And War Within looks really exciting on that front as well. We're going to have a race to World First in the next 2 months. We're going to have, hopefully, some dungeon esports as well. That would be cool. Stuff like that. We've got some great dungeons. The raid testing has looked really fun. The bosses look super, super sick. So it's going to be a good time.
That's right. For myself, like, I love Dragonflight. Like, just the whole vibe, like, the atmosphere of Dragonflight was super cool. The dungeons were great. I got to play a new class. I mean, I pretty much played Evoker the entire expansion. I played all 3 specs at one point. So, yeah, that was just really fun to just get to dive into that class a ton. And I don't know. I've been playing WoW for like 20 years now, and it has not gotten old yet, even though I have. So I'm going to keep doing it and keep enjoying it. Some things you can't stop. What can I say? But yeah, it's been great. World of Warcraft is such a fun game, and nothing but excitement about War Within coming. Pre-patch on Tuesday, July 23rd, so a lot to look forward to. But back to the MDI to close it all out. Once again, huge shout out to our production team behind the scenes. They're the ones that put together all the graphics, all the fun games, all the camera stuff, keeping it all running when like the technological world is on fire sometimes, keeping the players wrangled. Like it takes a lot to make this happen, and they do great work. So big shout out to them first and foremost. Shout out to all of you out there for watching. Obviously, if you weren't, this probably wouldn't happen, so thank you for that. Same goes for the players, too. If the players weren't putting on those great keys, we wouldn't have a lot to watch either. So thanks a lot to all of them as well, and of course to Blizzard for making World of Warcraft. That's kind of a crucial part of this whole thing, isn't it? And that's it. So until we get rolling with War Within, thanks again so much for watching. Have a great time with pre-patch on Tuesday. Look forward to the War Within. Enjoy yourselves, stay safe, and we'll see you next time.